that story is real for a second, okay? Like your kid's like, oh, I would want to give the homeless people homes. And you're like, no, you're a Republican now, bitch. Fucking dumb baby, dumb bitch ass baby. 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 You wanted to help those who are marginalized? Fuck you, dude. I need you to be a fucking paleo-conservative right now. Fuck you. Oh, fucking own. Guess what I fucking own? My dumbass daughter who's 6 years old, dude. Stupid fucking baby. You dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. I'll kick you in the fucking baby face. I almost got, child labor going too. It was just fucking tight. Fuck you. Oh, fucking own. Guess what I fucking own? My dumbass daughter who's 6 years old, dude. Stupid fucking baby. You dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. I'll kick you in the fucking baby face. Fuck the homeless.
Turn this shit off. What's going on, everybody? I'm Hank Pecker, and this is the Hank Pecker broadcast. I've taken over. Turn that goddamn shit off. That's right. What's going on, everybody? I'm Hank Pecker, and this is the Hank Pecker broadcast. No more HasanAbi. Time for some real apolitical content, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls. No more MBs. Unless we're talking about non-binary. It's finally time for the apolitical king to show you how it's really done. Hank pectorals, am I right? Yeah. Do the whole stream like this? I can't. It is April 1st, ladies and gentlemen. April Fools. April 1st. A day for all the fools. Fools that thought Biden was going to make America great. Fools that thought Trump wasn't going to make America great. You are all fools, as a matter of fact. My pronouns are US and A. Call me non-Biden, read the way. I'm riding Biden. Hank Pecker in the building, folks. You already know. It's the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the real American patriot's heart, mind, and soul, as opposed to the goddamn fakes, the goddamn phonies, goddamn lamestream media, the goddamn vaxxers who want to make all Americans autistic and gay. We're done with all of that. We're done with all that. Time for real American, baby. Folks, April 1st, 2025. The CIA's officially left the chat. They know a real patriot when they see one. So there's no use to monitor the activities any longer. Anyway, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi April. Obviously, this is a short-lived April Fool's. There is no Hank Pecker. The reason why there's no short-lived April Fool's is because Donald Trump won the election, and it feels like every day is a joke. Every day is a haha. Could that have happened for real? Could that have happened for real? Is that really a thing that happened? No, that's a bridge too far. And then you find out, no, as a matter of fact, it is a real thing. So I see no purpose in doing satire for being a right-winger when, basically we are the punchline. We are the punchline every day. We're the punchline. Okay? In any case, are you ready for American Freedom Day tomorrow? Why is everybody saying Peach Jar wants to come on the Fear End podcast? Like, is she in Los Angeles or something? I don't know why you guys are spamming that in the chat out of nowhere. Like, I just started. Like, what? Okay. Peach Jars wants to come on the podcast on Fear End. Great. I would love to have her on. What the fuck does that... What do you want me to, like, go to her or something? Like, what? Like, fly out to Texas to film with her? Like, what's happening? Anyway, personal news-wise, I ended the broadcast last night, and... and what did I do? Hung out with my dad. Hung out with my father, my padre. Didn't really do much. I wanted to watch Adolescence, and my dad has this policy of never watching, like, child endangerment, even in fictional settings. So he was like, turn it off. Do you guys have a situation with your dad like this, or with your parents like this, where they just, like, there's certain things that they just simply cannot see? They're like, why would you watch this? He's like, no. Why would you watch this? Why would anybody ever watch this? It's like, I don't know, because I need to know what people are watching. Like, I need to know why people think this is a good media product, you know? Like, why is it? Like, why am I don't know. I find it very strange that he just can't find it even. He can't even entertain it for a moment. Even if it's like harrowing, even if it's fictional. My dad hates sex scenes and nude. Yeah. Like, as soon as the kid gets arrested by the cops and he pisses his pants, my dad was like, turn this off. Turn this shit off right now. And I was like, okay. He's like, watch your animes. I don't care. I'll sit here. I'll sit here next to you. I don't understand what's going on, but I'll sit here. But if you watch some stressful shit like this with, like, children getting harmed, I can't be here. But in any case, yeah, I went to bed, played a little bit more Kingdom Comeys, and then I wanted to show you this beautiful angel. This beautiful angel. The most beautiful angel that I've ever encountered. Look at her. She just got cleaned up, so I'm letting her on the bed. And it's funny because she doesn't even like being on the bed. Like, she literally gets off the bed. Look at how flabby she is. Anyway, ever since she got groomed, she has a beautiful ball chin. Yeah, her chin is out of control. She's so fat. It's the best. Look at those fat rolls. It's angelic. That belt ain't doing shit. Pull your pants up, son. Yeah, I'm wearing 100 Thieves sent me some new merch, and it's crazy because I think like with Jeff doing the America hat, and 100 Thieves' new merch is all American core. And I feel like once again, regardless of what people say about me, about my fashion in general, like I think I'm always ahead of the curve. Perhaps a little too ahead of the curve, because now Americana is like becoming more mainstream. Interestingly enough, obviously I've moved on to the next thing at this point. I'm ahead of the trend. So if you want to be ahead of the trend, you got to tap in. You got to tap into the HasanAbi, HasanAbi fashion, and you got to lock in and tap into the merch. You can get it at ideology.shop as always. Also, I've been shortening them. I've been cutting them a lot up in the bottom, which has been really good for me. I really like the way it fits now. Do you fuck with the clothing brand Capital? No, because their sizes are too small for me. Are you circumcised? Yes. Ain't nobody getting tabbies, little bro. I wouldn't suggest tabbies. Tabbies are also on the way out anyway. Yeah. I'm Mr. Crop. Yo, Zon, do your hoodies on merch fit obese people? Yes. It depends on the sizing. If you're like obese and you get hit at XXX, then yeah, I think we have XXXs. But yeah. I cut off the arms of the election merch. I've done that as well. Anyway, I woke up early, went to the park, and got absolutely demolished. Okay, 3 games in a row, lost every freaking game. It was genuinely devastating, but at least I got some decent cardio out of it. I'm still not fully recovered. I'm still not at 100%. And while this video itself will show you that I actually was cooking, I still lost. Look at that. Boom, boom, boom. Quick moves, light work. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Door gets rung and she thinks she's gonna answer the door. It's crazy. Get down. What do you think you are? You answer the door now? Okay, is he gonna go right again? Is he gonna go right again? Nope, nope. Just a left-handed bandit right there. Boom, boom, boom. Easy peasy. Easy peasy, easy peasy. What's he gonna do next? Is this bully ball time? Nope, it's finesse. He's got that floating perfect 3. Look at that. Swish. Boom. Hits another one. Now, did that go in? Did that not go in? We don't know, but don't worry about it. Let's act like it did go in. Okay. Yeah. Fit pick for the day. I'm wearing the 100 Thieves jeans that they sent me. Newsmax is up 200% on stocks today. Trump is going to announce some dumb shit today for them. I'm betting. What? Do you know about the Anthony Edwards baby mama drama? Yeah, he does not want anything to do with that lady and anything to do with that child. It seems like that's what I heard. I saw the tweet where he was like, I saw that one tweet where it was like he wants to pay up front. I don't know if it's real or not. But he's got aura. He does have aura. He does. He really does. Booker is crushing Trump's longest speech record. Yeah, Booker is doing a filibuster. He's filibusting. We'll talk about that in a little bit. I'm so upset with you right now, Hasan. I was talking up a woman and you were brought up by them and they said they stopped watching you because you deep throat LeBron too much. And then I stumbled because I don't watch sports. And then the whole conversation fell apart. Okay, first of all, you literally were able to engage in self-selection right there. You saved yourself. Okay? Who doesn't deep throat LeBron? Like, people who are obviously silly and fake and phony and don't recognize true greatness, I guess. That's the people that don't deep throat LeBron. Like, you literally just dodged a bullet and you're over here talking shit, being like, oh, I fumbled because of you. King, you didn't fumble. You dodged a bullet. You dodged it. Also, I stopped watching Hasan because he glazes LeBron so much is so funny to me, because it's like, I'll take that. You know what I mean? That's like the weirdest way that someone has announced their departure on this broadcast, and I respect it. I can't help but respect it, because it's like people will be like, he's too misogynistic for me. Like, he says I fucked your mom or whatever. Like, that's a bridge too far for me, right? Like, things of that nature I hear all the time. But saying, oh, this dude actually glazes LeBron too hard is the funniest reason for a woman especially to quit the broadcast. That's funny. Yeah. Have you heard Bronify yet? No. Would you throw it back for LeBron? I'm not going to answer this question where the answer is very obvious. Yeah, but that's it. I worked out in the morning. I'm still a little bit under the weather. Like, I haven't fully recovered yet. And for that reason, I just like have such a hard time freaking breathing on the court. Like, I'm looking at my heart rate and it says like, I'm looking at my heart rate and it's saying 173, which is pretty elevated. But like I usually have it at like 180 when I'm really sprinting, you know, when I'm pumping, but it was killing me this time around. But yeah, I love that band Tanarwan. There's a MSJ article about how their musician is an Al-Qaeda leader now. Do you know anything about that band? I have no idea what you're talking about. I think it might be allergies though. It might not necessarily be like a cold or something. It could just be allergies, because something is cooking me like big time. In any case, let's get started. I don't know if there's a Themasius. If it was from COVID, please rest your heart. Dude, if I die, I die. You know what I mean? If it's like long COVID and it like exercise kills me, then I'm gonna take that fucking L. You know what I mean? I'm gonna die exercising. I'm being so for real right now. There is 0% chance, because the inverse of it is like, I don't exercise and then I kill myself. So I'm dying either way. Either I die during the process of exercise, or I die because I killed myself because I can't exercise. So, you know, I would rather, die on my standing on my feet in that process. Sean Raid, hey, thank you for the raid. Do you still have a headache? No. Yeah, okay. Well, we got a lot to talk about today. I'm gonna blast off. I'm gonna get right into it. Do we have a blast off meme? Death. Luigi Mangione death penalty. Trump. Tariff. Time tomorrow. Probably got allergies. It's spring in LA now. It don't feel like it, let me tell you. What is this? This is how I know we moved on from fashion, but this is how I know you're on the trends for real. Crop shirt, same style jeans, same style clothes. Yeah. Yeah, he's wearing the Adidas shoes, but I didn't even see this. This is really funny. Yes. He has a boxier shirt. Mine is obviously a more normal fitting shirt, but his is cropped as well. But yeah, this is a very similar fit to what I'm wearing. But yeah, the Adidas shoes he's wearing are actually The Adidas shoes he's wearing are his shoes, as a matter of fact. They're very cool, and they're like ballet shoes. I'm currently wearing the Japan version. I don't know what they're called. Like the ones I'm wearing are like Adidas Japans, I think they're called. They are similar to ballet shoes. They look like ballet shoes. They're so comfortable. I love them. They're like slip-on slippies. They're sick. Yeah, I'm not wearing Onitsuka Tigers. No, I have Onitsuka Tigers as well, but I'm wearing the Adidas Japans. Like, that's literally what they're called. And they do have a similar look to what are they called? The ballet shoes. What are they called? Babette. Like flats. No, not tabbies. Anyway, whatever. And ballet flats. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Get Bad Bunny on the broadcast. Yeah, dude, that'd be sick. I doubt it. I doubt he'd be interested in doing that. I don't think he's a fan of mine. I don't think he knows who I am. And even if he did, I don't know if he'd be a fan or not. I mean, he does get political about Puerto Rico, but the problem is, like, I don't speak any Spanish. Be quite difficult for us to talk to one another, because he speaks English, but like, I feel like he, you know, I feel like I would have to interview him in Spanish to not disrespect him. You know what I mean? Anyway, Luigi Mangione death penalty. Trump tariff time tomorrow. Right wing infighting over Israel. Have Austin translate. That would be the most disrespectful thing on the planet. I would never do that to anybody. I would never do that to a native Spanish speaker. Are you crazy? Are you out of your dang mind? Are you out of your dang mind? You must be out of your dang mind if you think I would do that. Anyway, where was I? What was I talking about? We'll do the Wisconsin special election. What else is I gonna talk about today? God damn, there's so much to cover. Jesus Christ. Trump admin admits they sent legal folks to El Salvador and can't bring them back. Get in now. Can we watch this? Yes, I will watch the skip intro video today. Okay, I will watch the skip intro today. Assassins DEI, Enzo, first Berserker Kazan. Yeah, you want me to do gaming at a time when, like, you know, shit's popping off. All right. Does anyone have a blast off meme for today? Yes, I want to cover JD Vance's insane lie and insanely stupid thing as well. What does you being rep by WME mean? Oh, someone in my Twitter comms was mad that Phineas and Billie Eilish are represented by a Zionist management group or something, and I thought it was really funny because that person very clearly is oblivious to how any of that stuff works. Because I was like, dog, I'm represented by WME. Okay. Who the fuck do you think Ari Emanuel is? That guy's not even a fan, by the way. Yeah, I know. They just like come in and try to shit stir to be like, see, this is hypocritical. He said I was a Nazi for interviewing AOC and Bernie. I can't tell if people are just like, I can't tell if those people are personally like mentally ill and they're just like engaging in record behavior for free, or if they truly hold these convictions because they're mentally ill, or because they're mentally ill and you know, they're getting paid to do this or something. I don't understand it. Because there's purity checkers out there that just like genuinely feel like this conviction in their hearts. They just don't understand it. Like someone being like, you interviewed AOC and Bernie Sanders, you are a Nazi. Like, you have to be out of your mind. You have to truly be an insane person. I should have never. What is this? Bad Empanada is correct about Hasan. I had to unsubscribe from Hasan after his rant last night. That was embarrassing as fuck. Well, you also sat down with people who have supported the genocide and gave them gifts. What the fuck? Oh, they're followed by Film the Police LA? No, this person is just an anarchist, I think. Like, that's probably what it is. This is just like a really sweaty person whose heart might be in the right. Their overall mentality might be correct on the world, but like the targets that they pick are almost always going to be other people who are closest to them. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. What? I'm a conservative, but I do not understand why other people call people Nazis for the simple fact of exercising their constitutional rights of free speech. I mean, I don't know. Maybe if they're exercising their constitutional right to free speech in a Nazi kind of way, then yeah, it's pretty valid. Please stop deflecting good faith criticism. What are you saying? What are you saying? None of this is good faith criticism. A lot of you are just simply babies. This is your first fucking protest. This is your first movement that you've like joined in on, and you don't know anything. You're just like a rudderless, anchorless fucking ship floating around. Shut up. What is happening today? What is going on? Stop glazing genocidal politicians then? No, dude, I'm not going to. I love genocidal politicians. I love the genocide. Okay, that's what it is. I'm just a fan. I can't tell if you guys are doing April Fools or not, but like, what do you want me to do? Spend every day fucking talking about Bernie Sanders' liberal Zionism? I have covered it time and time again. I am critical of Bernie Sanders on this issue. I don't know why you guys fucking want me to just exclusively. You know what, guys? Today, just like yesterday and the day prior, we're just only going to talk about Bernie Sanders, okay? Finally, the sweatiest, crustiest fucking losers on the planet will maybe hopefully think, well, this guy is morally consistent and intellectually honest. Shut the fuck up, okay? Shut up. You're not doing advocacy. You're crying in a Twitch chat. You are crying in a Twitch chat. You are crying in a Twitch chat. You are not an activist. You're a fucking loser. Okay? Seriously. And if this is your worldview, if your worldview revolves around like almost exclusively fucking yelling at a Twitch streamer who you know is aligned with your worldview, that is interviewing politicians, or at least is like close to politicians that are also infinitely closer to your worldview. I'm not even talking about Bernie Sanders at this point. I'm talking about AOC specifically, who people yell about all the time, but like she literally called it a fucking genocide way before anybody else did. If your expectation is like those guys are actually in the wrong, if those politicians are the worst politicians in US Congress, you're fucking stupid. You know? Well, to be honest, I'm not here all the time. Okay, what are you, a baby? Are you a child? Are you a child person? Are you a person with a childish brain? Okay, you don't know what I do in my free time. That's what I'm talking about. Do you have object permanence? Don't you think it's up to you to go and maybe perhaps see what my perspective is instead of assuming that there is a good faith criticism here? Why call me a loser? Because you're behaving like a fucking loser. Motherfuckers be like, go yell at Republicans instead. No, not even Republicans. There are hundreds of Democrats in positions of power that you could yell at. And this isn't to say that you should not criticize. This isn't to say that you should not criticize AOC at all, ever, that these politicians are infallible or whatever. That's not what I'm saying at all. I've never made that point. I have plenty of criticisms for AOC and Bernie Sanders and numerous other politicians that are aligned with me on some issues, but not aligned with me on others, or they don't go far enough in the way that I want to, in the way that I want them to. But like the idea that the idea that like these are the only targets of ire is so incredibly stupid. And this also in and of itself is incredibly fucking stupid. You know? Anyway, I got baited. I'll admit. I got baited by a fucking stupid ass person. I'm gonna fucking kick him out. And just like delete my post. That's probably the most effective way to talk about, that's the most effective way to deal with this kind of shit, instead of just like taking it seriously and responding to it, because a lot of people don't actually want to learn anything. They don't want to genuinely have discourse. It's just more so just stirring shit up. But yes. Why aren't you responding to my criticisms of you? I don't know, because they're invalid. Because your criticisms of me are that I'm circumcised. And that's not up to me. You're just reiterating the fact that I'm circumcised, and it's hurting my feelings. I wish I wasn't, okay? They took that away from me. And you're out here reminding everybody that they stole something from me. You know what I mean? They chopped it up. They chopped my shit up. They took away my hoodie. It's out in the cold. You have to? You're Muslim? I don't care. Yeah. There are 8 House resolutions of block weapons to Israel. 14 members are on all 8. AOC, Greg Kazar, Garcia, Green, Jayapal, Johnson, Lee from Pennsylvania, Ilhan Omar, Pecan, Presley, Ramirez, Talib, Velasquez, and Watson Coleman. And hella dudes are only yelling at some of these people that are just in front of them. I'm sorry. My point always is the same. If the rest of Congress resembled even Bernie Sanders' position, which is nowhere near as critical as like AOC and some of these other people's positions are, like Rashida Tlaib, obviously, that's not even my expectation. But like, even if the majority, the overwhelming majority of Congress demonstrated Bernie Sanders' attitude about Israel, a big chunk of this violence would never be initiated. And Bernie Sanders is not the best on this either. Like, that's the other thing. Like that, we need to move beyond that as well, for sure. But in the interim, you have to work with what you have at your disposal, the tools you have at your disposal. Yeah, Bernie. This is the House resolutions. Bernie's in the Senate. Bernie has also pushed for a Senate resolution to block weapons to Israel, ironically enough. Which Green that they're referring to? I think Al Green. But instead, you're in here yelling at a Twitch streamer who is a fairly prominent anti-Zionist, okay, who gets attacked all the time for his anti-Zionist positions because of his collaboration with congresspersons who themselves are not anti-Zionist, obviously. That's not the case, but are infinitely closer to your position, to your worldview than like 99.9% of Congress. It's fucking stupid. That's it. You go out and build the tools and I'll work with you too. You know what I mean? Do you see what I'm saying? Do you understand? Like this is a tool. These are our public servants, okay? They're supposed to represent our interests. And in that process, I am not shy about explaining to you that like I grade Congress on a curve. And in that situation, I have to look at like what the rest of Congress's attitude is on this issue. And these people are infinitely closer to you. These people are infinitely closer to you in their viewpoints. They're infinitely closer to you in comparison to the rest of Congress. The expectation is to move the rest of Congress to this trajectory and then move them further to the left. Anyway, how do you have the conversations with these people without losing your shit? Very impressive. I have maintained a community I've maintained a fairly large community of incredibly active and incredibly vocal leftists for the past 10 years, and especially on Twitch for the last, since 2018? For the last 7 years. So that's what it is. And I still lose my shit. It's impossible not to, right? It's freaking impossible not to. Anyway, this is just like, remember the tenet. Be normal. Be normal. I'm sure you can if you cultivate a different attitude. I mean, I have. That's why this community is the size that it is. And the broad majority of people in this community, are pretty forgiving and pretty empathetic and are guided by empathy first and foremost, and care about instilling class consciousness and developing solidarity with others. But then there's always going to be loud, brash, and oftentimes narcissistic people that may not even be doing like wrecker behavior, may not demonstrate wrecker behavior ideologically, but instead are doing it because they just want to be heard, you know? They want that sweet dopamine rush, that dopamine hit of streamer noticed me, streamer responded to me, I got something out of him. In any case, none of this matters, which is what's so funny about it. Like, people will be like, what is happening with my eyes? I can't see. I'm like losing my vision right now. What the hell? What do you say to someone who say compromising on morals and beliefs with Bernie and AOC is going to end up compromising with the Dems in the past? I'm not saying I think that, but it's a valid reason why people are reluctant to support Bernie. Okay, don't support him then. It's fine. I think he's going to be fine without the support of a bunch of like leftist TikTokers or whatever, or their communities. He's got fucking 34,000 people showing up to rallies. I'm sorry, he's got the motion. He's got the motion. He's got the momentum. That is the truth. All right, let's start with Luigi Mangione. Something strange is happening to me where my I don't know what the fuck's going on. It feels like there's like blinding light in my eyes. You know what I mean? I don't know what the hell's going on. It's weird. It's odd. I shouldn't even be mentioning this. Spot migraine? But I don't have a migraine. My head doesn't hurt. I don't know what it is. I don't have a headache.
United Healthcare CEO killer Luigi Mangione. Let's bring in CBS News correspondent Chanel Call live in a newsroom for us. Chanel, what can you tell us?
Yeah, coming to you live once again from our breaking news desk this morning, Mugo. And we just got this release from the U.S. Justice Department moments ago. I want to read to you part of it coming from Attorney General Pamela Bondi's office. It says, quote, Luigi Mangione's murder of Brian Thompson, an innocent man and father of 2 young children, was a premeditated, cold-blooded assassination that shocked America. After careful consideration, I've directed federal prosecutors to seek the death penalty in this case as we carry out President Trump's agenda to stop violent crime and make America safe again. It goes on to say that the murder was an act of political violence and that Mangione's actions involved substantial planning and premeditation.
It's like a little bit better if I turn the lights off, but it's still there. Death penalty for killing rich people? Yeah. Oh no. I mean, this is no. It's not worth it. I still can't see even with the lights on. So, hold on. What the hell is going on? I feel great. Otherwise, I don't know why. I don't have an issue with I don't have an issue with anything else. Look at my comments, please. You can have an ocular migraine without the pain. My first migraine didn't hurt. I just went blind. I've had the thing you're experiencing. I mean, it's fine. I'm not going blind. I just it feels like there's a light. You know when you stare at a light for too long and you can't see? When you stare at a light for too long and you can't see, that's what it feels like. Ocular migraine. Yeah, it kind of feels like this, or like a little bit like this. What the hell? Am I dying? What is going on? Apparently it's caused by stress.
I also want to mention that we knew that this was a possibility, Mugo, after Luigi Mangione was charged federally back in December. He first faced 11 state charges. That included murder as an act of terrorism, and this is in connection to the killing of United Healthcare's CEO Brian Thompson. Mangione has so far pleaded not guilty to those state charges, but the federal charges, they allow prosecutors to pursue the death penalty against him. Today, now, when we talk about capital punishment, AG Pam Bondi directing federal prosecutors to seek the death penalty in this case. We know Mangione has not yet entered a plea in that federal case, but prosecutors have already said that these 2 state cases and federal cases will essentially proceed on parallel tracks, with the state charges expected to go to trial first.
Wow, some very important background and context there. Chanel Call.
Yeah, I mean, the Mangione cases and all of the escalated charges surrounding it are entirely because of politics. Luigi Mangione's actions being taken as an act of terror in the state of New York is specifically because of politics. On the federal case, Attorney General Pam Bondi pushing for this to be elevated or demanding the death penalty on it is once again pure politics. The reason why they're doing this is because they want to make an example out of him. And it's kind of interesting because I feel like this creates a unique opportunity for the court system, or at least his defense attorneys, to try to push for a mistrial. Like there is a lot of outside interference in this case. I don't know. I mean, I hope that they don't end up crucifying him. I also don't know if crucifying him like this is going to backfire, you know, in terms of like how people see him, how people treat this case, because he was seen as a relatively positive figure. And I don't think that the attitude has shifted by the broader American population. I think that they still look at what he allegedly did as not a inherently evil act, even though obviously murder is evil, right? Murder is bad. It's unacceptable. Allegedly, Luigi Mangione's alleged murdering of Brian Thompson. The very fact that in a country like America, where people are incredibly draconian and have this very, very straightforward approach to law, order, justice, the very fact that like they would still look at a situation like this as an open and shut case and still go, yeah, well, the other guy has a lot more bodies because he's a private healthcare CEO is wild to me. It is indicative of how much pain private healthcare has caused in this country. And I think that this kind of prosecutorial overreach is inevitably going to cause more of a backlash in favor of Luigi Mangione and also against the administration. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Americans are so hog-minded that they'll turn around and go, no, actually, we were wrong for the things that we thought and the things that we said. You know? Maybe hogs will get in line and say, yeah, no, Luigi was a bad guy. He's a terrorist. He deserves the death penalty. Who knows? But he is very white, and he does come from a wealthy family. A lot of these things optically play a formative role in garnering support for Luigi's actions beyond the fact that beyond who his target was.
Voters going to the polls this morning. High stakes elections in
Murder
Florida.
Murder is never a valid excuse for anything. Yeah, it's not. But that's not what is this? He's guilty. It's open and shut. He's not positive he's a murderer. I wouldn't praise him if he murdered a parent. You wouldn't praise him if he murdered a parent of yours. Murder is never a valid excuse for anything. Yeah, the entire point here isn't whether murder is good or bad. I think everyone understands. First of all, allegedly, we don't know if he did it. Innocent until proven guilty. That's number one. Number two, I can't believe I can barely fucking see the screen in front of me, and I'm still using that limited amount of vision that I have to respond to a silly ass chatter who is refusing to understand that it is not. The interesting part about this conversation, this back and forth, is not whether or not murder is wrong. Everyone understands that. Okay, everyone understands murder is bad. If that's how people dealt with issues, I mean, society would collapse. You just go up and be like, all right, well, you know, you wronged me. I'm going to kill you now is not exactly is not exactly going to make for a stable society. Now, having said that, the reason why people still have a sympathetic outlook on him, even though Americans also usually operate in this, with this, I just hear so many people praise him, and I'm sorry, I just don't get it. Yeah, you don't get it. I don't know what your background is. I don't know what your, what your family's wealth looks like. But there's a reason why so many people praise him, and that is because they understandably see someone like Brian Thompson as a placeholder for an incredible amount of death and destruction. So much so that even Americans who normally have the exact same attitude that you have are looking at the situation and going, yeah, well, I mean, it's a little bit of a vigilante justice moment, because they see Brian Thompson functionally as a serial killer. Okay? Because people like Brian Thompson engage in the act of social murder. It is systematized murder. It is processed murder. It's murder through paperwork, but it's murder nonetheless to the individual who watches their loved ones suffer through their cancer treatment and have to forego treatment because they can't pay for it because their insurance decided to deny that claim. It's like that is, for them, whether it is being done by the stroke of a pen or with a sniper rifle or with a bullet, is still... It's still experienced as murder. That's the way they see it. Just because it's done for profit doesn't change that reality, right? Maybe you don't live in the United States of America, though, because maybe that's the reason why you don't understand it. But, that is what it is. He left right after that explanation. Maybe he's still in here. I don't know. You often argue that criminal migrants should be locked up in the U.S. It would be disingenuous for you to argue that allegedly murderer should not go to jail. What? Should not go to jail? Not that you are doing that. It would be am I reading this correct? It would be disingenuous for you to argue that an allegedly murderer should not go to jail. Okay, first of all, there's a difference in the crimes. We're talking about someone who's done a serial rape or something. What? No sentence, convict for murder? What? I'm confused as to what you're saying. Maybe my brain is also breaking down aside from my vision. So maybe I don't know what you were trying to say. I've said if someone has gone through the legal process and has been convicted of a heinous act, a gruesome crime, a murder or a rape or something like that, I think that, yes, justice should be served. Okay? If Luigi Mangione was a undocumented immigrant, I would still have a fairly similar attitude about it all. That his citizenship status or his documentation would not change my attitude at all, because I'm looking at the individual deed.
Line where Republicans have a slim majority in the House. And in Wisconsin, there's a race for a seat on the state's Supreme Court. Senior political correspondent Rachel Scott is outside a polling place in Milwaukee. Rachel, these elections are about...
Okay, maybe it's a sinus-related situation, because when I do this to relieve pressure, I can see better. Weirdly enough.
The balance of power in the House, essentially.
Yeah, definitely, George. And not only that, it could be the first real test of how voters across the country are feeling about President Trump's agenda. So let's start here in Wisconsin, where there is a battle over a single seat on the state Supreme Court. You have the conservative judge, Brad Schibel, running against a liberal county judge, Susan Crawford. The outcome of this race will determine the balance of power on the state Supreme Court, and that could have big implications for future rulings on abortion rights, election and voting laws, but also the way the congressional maps could be redrawn in this state, which could ultimately determine control of the U.S. House of Representatives. President Trump has backed the conservative judge. Elon Musk was here handing out $1 million checks. But of course, Democrats are hoping this does turn into a referendum on President Trump's agenda. Over in Florida, there are two special elections. One is to replace former Congressman Matt Gaetz, who President Trump initially tapped to serve as his attorney general, and the other is to replace his national security advisor and former Congressman Michael Waltz. Now, both of those districts are traditionally red, but Democrats still making a play. They are keenly aware that House Republicans have a narrow majority, and what happens today could ultimately either expand that or shrink it, Michael.
Yeah, big implications, as you said there, Rachel. Thank you so much.
Turning now to an election in Wisconsin with big national implications for a...
Hey, I support Luigi, but I went through his tweets. I'm sorry that I'm being woke of the day, but his tweet on Japan really irked me as an immigrant myself. How do I cope with that? Not asking rhetorically, really asking as an honest question. I don't care. You know? I just don't care. That's it. I don't have my expectations are not go to urgent care, my guy. Everybody fucking shut up. It's fine. Okay, calm down. All right. Let's get to the Wisconsin Supreme Court race.
Seat on the state Supreme Court. Check the numbers out. It's the most expensive judicial contest in...
What did he say that could make you feel more empathy for a millionaire CEO? No, it's not even a millionaire CEO. It's a millionaire CEO whose entire livelihood relies on denying the average American the healthcare coverage that they paid for. Okay? That's an entirely different... That's a totally different spectrum of pain. We're not talking about, like, I don't know, a millionaire CEO that fucking sells paint or something, okay? Like sitting on top of sitting on top of an empire that sells paint brushes and paint supplies. We're talking about like a dude whose livelihood directly involves your parents getting fucked over and possibly dying. Claim denials are directly a form of violence. What if the paint has cancerous chemicals? Yeah, I mean, I guess that would be the equivalent in this situation. You know what I mean? If the CEO was knowingly selling cancerous paint and just like tens of thousands of people every year were just dying because of the cancer in the cancer they were getting from the toxic chemicals in the paint itself or something, like that would be the equivalent. And it would have to be done in such a serialized, systematized way that like virtually every other paint company was doing the same exact practices, and tens of thousands of people were dying because of this every year. And then someone was like, fuck you, I'm taking revenge. That would, like, it would have to happen over such a long period of time where like Americans that normally never understand systematic violence would be able to see what this paint CEO was doing as a systematized version of violence, like a social murder, if you will.
History. Billionaire Trump advisor Elon Musk has been heavily involved in this campaign. Ed O'Keefe is in Milwaukee. Ed, good morning.
Well, good morning. This race wouldn't normally draw so much out-of-state attention, but coming 2 months after President Trump took office in this key battleground state with so many issues at stake as well, it's kind of the perfect mix. We spoke with the two candidates stuck in the middle of this proxy fight. A high-stakes statewide election drawing national attention.
It's a big race. I love Wisconsin.
The race for a seat on the Wisconsin Supreme Court between Democratic-backed Susan Crawford and GOP-endorsed Brad Schimmel has raked in.
Actually, I just realized paint is not even an appropriate analog here, because paint has utility. Private healthcare does not. It doesn't need to exist at all. I just realized that even like there is quite literally no reason for this expensive middleman to exist in this process, and it's only there. It is only there to make money for the company. That's it. It has no use. It is only a burden. Like that's why it's even Paint CEO is not an appropriate analog here. It's just like you also need healthcare. You don't need Paint. No, but they are not providing healthcare. They are providing healthcare insurance. Yes, you need healthcare. You don't need healthcare insurance technically. And the only way that these guys make money is by denying you coverage that you paid for. Like that's how they make their money. It's just so messed up when you think about it. I don't know. I don't know how more people are not constantly losing their minds over how ridiculous this is.
In big money, a record $80+ million, a large part from billionaire donors like Elon Musk. Why do you think he wants to spend so much money on this race?
I think that Elon Musk is looking at this as kind of a test case because he's got business interests all over the country and probably litigation all over the country. So he wants to have some influence and some access to the Wisconsin judiciary.
Crawford says she's focused on the issues facing the battleground state.
It can be things like fair elections, the right to vote.
I'm getting reports from Wisconsin chatters, the cheesehead chatters in here. This is not the first one that has said this, but holy crap, just finished voting and there was a freaking line. My tiny ass ward doesn't even have one line. It doesn't have a line on presidential years. Yeah, this could be good or bad. It could be because Elon Musk's initiatives have actually drawn a lot of support and more people are aware of it and it's bringing Republicans out in large numbers. Or it is because as special elections goes, a lot of Democrats who are laser focused on undermining the Trump agenda are using any opportunity they can to do so, and therefore they are going out and voting in droves in an effort to make sure that they don't give another W to Trump or Elon Musk. I really hope it is the second thing and not the first. I really hope it's not that like Elon's initiatives have been incredibly successful. I'm going to say doomer and try to be wrong on purpose. Yeah, I really, really hope it's the second thing. It's that like people are like, listen, we don't like the Democrats all that much, but it doesn't really matter right now because, you know, we're going to do anything we can in our power to undermine the agenda of the right here. I'm leaning on the hopeful side. I am leaning on the hopeful side. And the only reason why I'm leaning on the hopeful side is because regardless of how dumb I would say a lot of Americans are, or how oblivious a lot of Americans are to the broad cruelty of this administration, they're still very annoyed. They're annoyed with Elon. They're annoyed with Doge. They're annoyed with Trump. They're annoyed with the markets. They're annoyed with the tariffs and the instability. And also Democrats are historically the ones who outperform the Republicans in special elections in general because they're the ones who are way more. I mean, they're the high propensity voters. So all of that combined, I hope, is leading to a decent victory here for the Dems. I don't know. All the major indexes are red now. Yes, every single one. How is this man paying people to vote? Isn't it against the law? Yeah, but when you're rich, you can do whatever you want. Please. Don't you know that if you're rich, you're allowed to violate the laws are simply suggestions for you, okay?
healthcare privacy, reproductive rights.
Schimmel, who's endorsed by President Trump and Musk, offers a clear contrast.
I'm not really running on policy issues. I'm running on the need to restore objectivity to the court. That judges shouldn't be making policy decisions at all.
Chad Oldfather is a law professor at Marquette University. Why would a bunch...
That also is not exactly very... That's not exactly a confident man, okay? That in and of itself is not... There's not a lot of motion there, you know? There's not a lot for the Republicans who did their job. They went out, they voted, they got the great white hope to be in power again. You need something more. You need like real harm being done to you. If you're a Republican right now, you're either riding high on the victory of Donald Trump and you think it's based, okay? Or you're looking at the situation and you're like, maybe not so based. I really thought that things would get better. It hasn't gotten better yet. I'll wait to see how this goes. But all of that, in my opinion, is not exactly enough for someone to take time out of their day to go out and vote for a Supreme Court justice in the state of Wisconsin. You know what I mean? It's not.
A bunch of billionaires want to pony up millions of dollars if it's only to deal with issues in this one state.
I think part of it is that this is such a key state. If you believe that this court might change the congressional maps in this state, which might have the effect of altering the balance of the House of Representatives, then yeah, it could matter.
There are also special elections today in a much warmer place, Florida. First up, the race to succeed Matt Gaetz, that former congressman who had been President Trump's first pick for Attorney General. A race in the 1st Congressional District. Over in the 6th Congressional District of Florida, the race to succeed Mike Waltz.
You say that, but have you ever been in Wisconsin? No. Hearing the entire FOIA office at cdc.gov has been eliminated, that is insane. Radically transparent administration, baby.
Current national security advisor also being held. Republicans expected to win in both of these races, but Democrats are hoping that their margins are a little better, given all the anger directed at the president.
All right, we know you'll keep watching it, and thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And obviously, so many eyes also on Wisconsin, made most of all, and that's where we find NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster, live outside a polling place in Waunakee, Wisconsin. Shaquille, good to see you this morning. Give us the latest there. This is a closely watched, highly expensive race.
That's exactly right. Look, this is Wisconsin. You're expecting to see these competitive races. You're expecting to see those expensive races. But this is another top race that people are watching. And at the top of the ticket, at the top of the ballot, there is this race for Wisconsin's Supreme Court, where ideological control of the court is up for grabs. This is a court that is used to hearing some pretty meaty issues, everything from abortion rights to voting rights to union rights. It's considered all of those in the past couple of years, and it's expected to consider some of those issues in the years to come. But despite the weighty issues this court is going to be hearing, it's Elon Musk that has been driving much of the narrative, much of the attention, and has been on the minds of many of the voters, including one who I just talked to as she was walking out of here, saying that it's Elon Musk's spending in this race and the focus that Democrats have put on him that got her out here to vote in this election that she said she normally wouldn't participate in. And that's because we saw, even just this past weekend, Elon Musk came here, flew to the state of Wisconsin, had that $1 million check giveaway for signers of his petition. He also gave people $100, his super PAC gave people $100 for signing that petition. He's been in front and center in many of the ads from the liberal candidate in this campaign. I talked to both candidates. I went to some of their events, and I talked about the fact that, yes, there's a lot at stake with this court seat, but I talked to them about how they feel about Elon Musk being front and center. Susan Crawford, the liberal candidate, said essentially that Elon Musk is her main opponent in this race, not the conservative judge Brad Schimmel. Listen to what both of them told me when I asked about the Musk factor in this race.
He has spent over $22 million and counting on this race, and it is just unprecedented. This has never happened before in any kind of state judicial race or even any state race at all that I know of. Elon Musk is coming into the state of Wisconsin to try to buy a seat on the Wisconsin Supreme Court. I think people across the country should be pretty worried about that.
He can do whatever he wants with his money. That's his money. It's not my business. If there's a problem with this, that's somebody else's problem to work out. It's not mine. It's not my business. If I gave somebody $1,000, my wife would have a talking to with me. But that's not my problem.
Schimmel there also endorsed by President Donald Trump. And before today, you had about 650,000 voters across the state casting a ballot, voting early. Of course, you see the flow of people here behind me. And also on that ballot, I should mention, is a move to elevate the voter ID law in this state and put it into the state constitution. That's also been a motivating factor for some conservatives here, guys.
All right, NBC's Shaquille Brewster live from Wisconsin. Thank you very much. And joining us now, politics reporter for Semaphore, Dave Weigel, and former MSNBC host and contributor to Washington Monthly, Chris Matthews joins us. Good to have you both.
Not friend of the show,
Dave,
Chris Matthews.
it is so hard to predict.
There you go. You got friend of the show, Dave Weigel, and enemy of the show, Chris Matthews. Is your eyesight better? Yes, it's getting better.
Anything after the election last year. And I say that because the media, Democrats, even some Republicans were highly skeptical that they could get low propensity younger male voters out. And that's exactly what they did. So, you know, would normally say those people don't vote in off-year elections, but hard to say. What are you hearing out of Wisconsin? Are they going to come out again this time to vote in a judicial race?
Well, before he actually traveled there, I was in the state for early voting.
We smoking that Luigi pack is so funny. This is how you know Republicans have no values and no interest whatsoever in anything other than like whatever they consider to be is the left position or the liberal position and owning it. It's like, what do you mean? Are you a healthcare? Are you a private healthcare insurance executive? Like, what are you talking about? Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. We're smoking on that Luigi pack. It's such a funny fucking take to have. It's like, bro, they're killing your mother. They're killing your father. They're just, when they are not going to be able to pay for their cancer treatment, you'll see who's smoking on, okay? The administration is up in arms defending for-profit healthcare and trying to make an example out of this person, especially because of all of the enthusiasm that this person received, right? In a blatantly illegal act that we don't even know if he did or not, right? Allegedly he did it. I thought this would mean he's with Luigi, Gen Z here. No, he's saying we smoking on that Luigi pack as in like he's going to get the death penalty. Hell yeah, I'm glad he's getting the death penalty. It's just very odd. I find it strange to be siding with the admin on this. I don't know. Like you're not like an edgy boy, you know? You're not edgy at all.
When it started, Musk had really papered the state.
Hands off my CEO.
Republican voters with ads that said, this is an election that can help Donald Trump. You need to turn out again to vote for Donald Trump. You've got Turning Point Turning Point Action is in the state doing the same thing. Don Jr. was in the state, and they were trying to make this an election about Trump because you're right. Their theory was if you just get 63% of those Trump 2024 voters to show up, you win this race. And Republicans historically have been able to do that. The bullish theory on Musk going there is if you want to give him credit for some of the victory in Pennsylvania last year, if you want to say there are young men who don't pay attention to politics but love him, listen, they're invested in Tesla, etc., that he's excited them by showing up, you can. But at the same time, the Democratic strategy, and you heard Crawford say it, has been to say this is not about this Republican judge. This is not one of those races that's going to be about how they'd rule on the bench. It is an attempt by Elon Musk to buy the state. Their polling said that he's really unpopular. And their early vote, as usual in Wisconsin, they've gotten good at this. The Democratic early vote, they're very confident. Crawford won that pretty big. They're skeptical that all these men we've been talking about who they didn't even vote for their Senate candidate when Trump was on the ballot. They voted for Trump and came home. That's just not going to be possible for them to come out for somebody who's not Donald Trump as a stand-in for him.
So, Chris Matthews, we're used to these elections that come so soon after a presidential contest. We sometimes it's the Virginia, New Jersey gubernatorial races, and now it's this Wisconsin Supreme Court matter. But we're used to it being sort of a referendum of a sort about how a president's doing. But what's so striking and unusual about this one, sure, it's about Trump, but really, in many ways, it's about Elon Musk.
Yeah, and I think the television pictures are going to be powerful. That the cheesehead, everybody in Wisconsin is going to see that, and they'll know what it means. And has he earned the right to wear that cheesehead? There he is.
Oh, God. Blah. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. I hate how corny and dumb people are getting. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. How are people responding to this positively? How do you not immediately turn around and go, this is gross. I don't want anything to do with this. I was about to vote for the Republican until this very moment, and then I laid my eyes on this, and I realized, like, this is awful.
Doesn't seem like he looks like an Araviste, a guy that shows up with a lot of money, spending millions of dollars, giving $1 million gifts away to people who are on the right side with him politically. But this is in the environment of a lot of concerns about Social Security, in an environment where, of course, abortion rights is always there, but also about Signalgate. Signalgate's right in the air, and the president has said it's over, it's closed, I've closed it, I've given a pardon to these people. I know who did it. But I'm not saying I'm going to tell you who did it. So he's acting like a big shot. This guy, Musk, is clearly acting like a big shot. I think they're going to say no to it.
I was going to ask you, Chris. I mean, you know the Upper Midwest well. I mean, you're a Pennsylvania guy. Yeah. How do they respond to Elon Musk coming in? You know, and by the way, I hear a lot of people giving Elon Musk credit for winning Pennsylvania. I mean, you know, Trump won Pennsylvania. I mean, you and I know how politics work. They vote for the guy on the top line. They don't vote for endorsers or this or that or the other. I'm just curious. This race is about Musk in Wisconsin, not so much even about Trump. How does that play?
I think it plays badly. I think people are going to say, look, this is a tough state. Wisconsin's always been decisive, going all the way back to the Kennedy-Humphrey debate, the primary back in '60. It's always mattered, and it's always been close. And I think they're going to say, wait a minute, my vote counts, his vote doesn't. Giving away $1 million gift certificates for voting, supporting the right side. It must bother people. And that Republican candidate, did you see that weird answer he had? I don't care what's going on about his spending his money. Of course you care. He's spending money for your side. You got to talk about that and what voters feel about that. This is democracy. You don't have to. You shouldn't be buying elections so flagrantly. And look at this. This is flagrant. Look at the check. Look at the $1 million checks. I think people would say, I don't want to have anything to do with this kind of.
I think it's insane that this race has. This is yet another race where the needle is moved, where there are hundreds of millions of dollars being spent on a special election on a Supreme Court judge. Like, how do people not realize that this is insane? How do people not look at this and go, dude, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Like, Elon Musk doing this comical $1 million check thing is not even the most psychotic aspect of this. Elon Musk personally contributed to the hundreds of millions of dollars that have been spent on this. Right? Spent on this individual race, but like they're spending Senate race money now. America is so cooked, man. How is this democracy? How is this democracy?
Politics, I think.
Well, we'll see.
I think
we'll
Wisconsin goes for the Democratic judge.
All right.
Where's George Soros when we need him? George Soros has no motion. He has nothing. He is a broke boy in comparison to Elon. George Soros' net worth is like $7 billion. Elon's net worth is like 700 gorillion. What are we doing? Oh, I don't want any billionaires, okay? How about no billionaires? No George Soros, no Mark Cuban, no Elon Musk, no Miriam Adelson, none of it. It's so crazy. I am fundamentally against wealthy people being able to buy support.
Joining me now is Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA. Charlie, great to see you tonight. Now, we have seen a lot from the Democrat Party since 2020. We've seen what they're capable of. But what is it about Elon Musk and what he's doing that really has turned them into insane, total lunatics and criminals?
It's two primary things. Just like President Trump, he's a class traitor. He used to be part of the ruling class of the country, and he decided to defect from the orthodoxy of what it means to be a wealthy, polite person in America.
What is this haircut? What is this haircut, bro? It's like the Vegeta. Like he went to the barber and was like, "Give me the Vegeta. I need that." Is a straight up pyramid on his forehead. What is happening? Yes, Vegeta. I know. I like saying Vegeta. It's funny. Most nerds try to hide the receding hairline. Kirk is displaying it. I don't know what he's trying to display here. It's just wild. It's especially funny because his head is so large and his face is so tiny on his ginormous head. So then there's way more real estate here.
America and said, you know what? No, I'm not going to go along with the zeitgeist of the times. I'm going to challenge this idea that we have open borders and that we're wasting all of this money. So he is a class traitor, and President Trump is the most popular class traitor of this generation. So President Trump and Elon Musk have that in common. But number two is he used to be a darling of the left. Not as much as President Trump. I'd never say that President Trump was on the left, but he used to be loved by all these networks. But Elon Musk used to be the poster child of environmentalism, of clean entrepreneurship, of forward-thinking innovation. Barack Obama used to do cameos and newspaper articles and interviews alongside Elon Musk saying this is the best of the American entrepreneur. But now that Elon Musk has decided to use his fame and, most importantly, his fortune to uncover the hundreds of billions of dollars of waste and to support President Trump, they have now unleashed the hordes of left-wing activists after Tesla owners, dealerships, workers, even cheering on the decline of the Tesla stock. So President Trump and Elon Musk being class traitors and formally friendly.
Class traitors. Yesterday, we covered Alex Jones talking about the dialectic. Today, we're hearing Charlie Kirk utilize the term class traders. What did you think of Tesla back in 2014? I have never been a fan of Elon Musk. There's never been a moment where I liked Elon Musk. One, because I thought he was too fucking annoying. And two, because he's a billionaire. Okay? If you have an inherent antagonistic attitude towards billionaires, you are always going to be in the right. Okay? Do not trust billionaires. They will always betray you. That's it. You can't make $1 billion. You rich too? Oh my God. One, you should also have an inherent antagonistic attitude towards rich people, myself included. Okay? That is healthy. That is a healthy thing to do. But if you are comparing me to someone like Elon Musk, you are fucking stupid. Okay? Me, you, and even people who have $100 million, as a matter of fact, are closer to a homeless person on the street than they are to Elon Musk. Do you understand? Like, people with $100 million are still closer. It sounds insane. It sounds impossible to comprehend. People with $1 billion, I believe, are closer to homelessness than they are to Elon Musk. That is how much Elon Musk's wealth, that's how large Elon Musk's wealth is. You have no understanding of anything, numbers, size, anything, if you cannot comprehend this. A million seconds is like 13 days. 1 billion seconds is 32 years. Okay? If I asked you to wait 1 million seconds, you'd be waiting for 12 days. If I asked you to wait 1 billion seconds, you'd be there for 34 years roughly. Something along those lines. Do you understand how different of a scale that is? Do you understand how insane that is? I think the problem is with numbers, people have no understanding of the difference between 1,000 and 1 million, and people have no understanding of the difference between 1 million and 1 billion, let alone hundreds of billions. Okay? The scale, the magnitude difference there is impossible to comprehend. I don't know how else to describe it. We're talking just about 1 billion. Elon Musk has 300 of those 1 billions. Here is Reckful explaining. This is a very famous thing that he did a long time ago. Rest in peace to Reckful. Describing the difference between billionaires and millionaires.
Now, we have someone named Amhai who is top Twitch donator of all time. He has like probably $1 billion, right?
Right.
There are people in the world with $1 billion regardless. Okay. Anyways, $1 billion, that's a big fucking number. We can see that there's a lot of zeros on top of the 100,000, but we don't really feel it. You don't really feel it until you go like this. Maybe you know it's 10,000 times more, but here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 500,000. Copy paste that. That's $1 million. Okay. Then we have to go 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 million. Let's copy paste that. That's 10 million. Okay. Let's copy paste the 10 million. That's 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, $100 million. Okay. Let's copy paste the 100 million. Okay. That's 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, $1 billion. Okay. And now I'm Amhai, and I'm going to donate Soda Pop in $100,000 like this.
Was that the delete key?
Yeah. And now we're going to try to find the money that we're missing now. Okay?
It's on the right.
It's on the right. I see it. There it is.
You saw it. It was right there. But it's kind of hard to feel it. If I put it somewhere in the middle, you guys probably wouldn't find it. But you know what? You wouldn't find it for sure. Let's donate $2 million to my good friend Vinruki. And he could... Actually, let's donate this... Let's donate fucking $4 million. He could probably live a swell life with $4 million. Here, I'm giving Vinruki $4 million. Real quick. $4 million. I actually do not notice it's gone. I can never find it again. It's really difficult. You know? Because it's just lines missing. I'm not going to count my lines. There's so many. Jesus fucking Christ.
I don't think you guys understand. This is just 1 billion. Elon has 300 plus of these, okay? It's just, it is impossible to comprehend. People do this all the time. There are a million YouTube videos about this. Like, you got so many different YouTubers who have tried to explain this, the scale, the magnitude, how different we're taught, like how different the numbers look like. It's so funny. Whenever people come in, it's so funny whenever people come in and we go, Hasan, you're rich too. Big dog. You and I are not even a speck of fucking dust together, okay? In comparison to one guy's wealth. This is just one guy. There are hundreds of guys like Elon out there. Yeah, I mean, eat the rich text format. Wealth shown the scale. Here. Wait, why can't I scroll? I'm scrolling. It's not working though. Oh, you got to go right. Yeah. $1,000. 63 is the median U.S. household income. Here's $1 million. Here is $1 billion. Here's $139 billion. And that's Jeff Bezos. It's still going. Still going. Still going. Jeff's so wealthy that it's quite literally unimaginable. Let's keep going. Still going, still going, still going, still going, still going, still going. Maybe it'll go, maybe it'll be done eventually. We rarely see wealth inequality represented to scale. This is part of the reason Americans consistently underestimate the relative wealth of the super rich. Still going. Look at the bar down here. Like, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this because it still goes. It's still, like, look at the bar. Anyway. And by the way, this was when Jeff Bezos had 139 billion. His wealth has gone up, obviously, since then. Please, please, please try to comprehend. This is not only one rich person. He's not the richest person. Elon Musk is almost 3 times wealthier than Jeff Bezos. Now, that in and of itself is not even the full scale of the problem. Okay? That in and of itself is not even the full scale of the problem. The entire system is designed from the bottom up to represent the interests of people like Elon Musk, all the way down to the individual small business owner, those who own capital, those who hire people, hire wage laborers. Do you understand? So it's not even just like one singular billionaire could potentially solve this issue. It's not even that Elon Musk could, if he tomorrow got hit with like the socialism beam, would be able to dismantle the capitalist structure. One person cannot do that. Elon Musk, being as wealthy and as powerful as he is, would still not be able to do that on his own. Okay, he would not be able to buy his way to socialism. That, of course, would be stupid anyway. Why the fuck would he do that? Of course he wouldn't do that. The only way to change this system is through the bottom up. The only way to change the system is by recognizing your class position. Okay? The only way to change the system is by organizing. Because at the end of the day, the one thing that you have, the one thing that we all have is numbers. If this was a truly democratic process, we would have been able to undermine this current existing hierarchy a long time ago. That's it. I could have $1 billion and it would be nowhere near, that money alone would not be able to put a dent in the structures that exist. As opposed to me doing this every day to 35,000 people. That is significantly more important. Okay? That's it. Let's continue.
With the left, boy, that animates them because they're trying to say, to make an example, you are not allowed to leave the ranks of high society left-wing thought.
Oh, sharp analysis, Charlie. All right. Turning Point USA, I know, spoke to some of these protesters in Phoenix. Let's watch.
We need to focus on getting Musk out.
And he has absolutely no right to have his sticky rich fingers in the American people's money.
Elon Musk is in our Treasury Department with his 19-year-old cronies, and I'm worried about my Social Security.
He should be locked up and removed from this country.
He has absolutely no idea what he's doing. It is my understanding that Elon Musk does not have any kind of degree in economics.
No.
So I don't get it. None of those guys said anything wrong. Oh, sorry, I burped. None of those guys said anything wrong. They were correct. What's the problem here? That they just like disagree? Is that what it is? Normally, at least they try to find people that they can like belittle and claim are just like silly or whatever. But in this instance, like they didn't even get any. They didn't even catch anyone like being silly or whatever. They just disagree with them, I guess.
Oh, I'd like to see his degree. Charlie, it's all the same tired talking points. Some of them don't even look like they believe what they're saying. It's almost like a performative experience for them.
That's right. First of all, credit to our amazing Turning Point USA team of front lines of gathering that footage. Some of those protesters can get rather violent, so they've done a great job. The left right now, if they get their way, they want to destroy the singular most successful American manufacturing story of the last couple decades. We're actually building cars in our country, and we're building rockets in our country, and we are the world leader on both, and they want to destroy both of that. Why? Because the politics don't align. And you can hear with some of those protesters, I totally agree, Laura. There's no thought. It's just repeating what the media has told them. But one thing that they mentioned at the end, what's his degree in economics? That's so important because Elon Musk is not an approved credentialed elite. He's not an expert. He's not a Dr. Fauci type. Instead, he built something. And that is a true threat to the American left. Someone that has taken a risk, that has built something of value, especially in the hardware space, not just the software space.
Charlie, very briefly, this Wisconsin Supreme Court race tomorrow is critical. And the media coverage of this is, Elon Musk is pouring all this money. Yeah, he is pouring a lot of money. And it's not as much as Soros and the gang, the billionaires on the left, because they want to take at least those 2 seats that could be gerrymandered with the Supreme Court's help and flip the House. That's what the ultimate goal is, and they hope ultimately impeach Donald Trump. That's what this is about, and the media coverage of this is, it's typical.
It's massive. Wisconsin is the biggest election of 2025, according to the Wall Street Journal. We have Turning Point Action folks on the ground right now chasing ballots. We need massive turnout. If we lose in Wisconsin, We will not lose to the Democrats. We'll lose to the couch. We will lose because we did not go and show up in record numbers. We need a working class movement tomorrow in major numbers to make sure that Schimmel wins the Supreme Court race, because if not, it might result in the Democrats winning the House in 2026, and then impeachments and subpoenas, and the sequence of events from there would be detrimental to our republic. And it all starts tomorrow in Wisconsin. Also the special election for Randy Fine in Florida. Big
XQC's SF90. XQC has more money. XQC has more money. Yeah, he does. I know. What? What's the point? He also is, he has no motion in comparison to fucking Elon Musk. Juicers are so funny. I think the amount of money you have does not make you a better person regardless. I don't even think XUC would agree with that. Who cares? Why are you flexing another man's wealth? That's so strange. So odd. I have more money than you and your dad combined. Does that make me a better person? Probably not. You know? The fuck? I would go so far as to say having more money usually, more often than not, makes you a worse person overall. You know?
Big election time. I know people feel we just got over an election, but tomorrow, big election day in Wisconsin and Florida. Go out and vote.
You bet, Charlie. Everyone's got to get off the couch and get to vote. Charlie, thank you, as always.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interview.
Meanwhile, it's Democrats pull an all-nighter protesting Trump and Musk on the Senate floor. Careful, there's an increasingly large possibility that Chatter is Elon Musk's kid. Is Charlie Kirk so successful on TikTok because he's convinced right-wingers that they are the party of the working class? I mean, it's just the algorithms have boosted him. And it was most likely to get a guy who's in Trump's ear, who's in Trump's orbit, to feel safe about TikTok. And they succeeded. TikTok opened up the algo faucet for the likes of Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk popped off big time. Donald Trump got a lot of benefits off of TikTok. It's not just TikTok, of course. I think all social media platforms have been pumping right-wing comments, right-wing commentary, like flooding the marketplace with unrestricted right-wing commentary for quite a while. And they did it in a way where they could finally see the benefits. Like the Republicans could finally recognize the benefits. And therefore, we are where we're at now, where the right loves TikTok. Trump loves TikTok. All but Reddit and the right-wing grifters are so mad about that. I mean, Reddit is also kind of right-wing from where I'm standing. Because they're knapsack liberals, you know?
Didn't take no hero to fly.
Yeah, their filibuster is getting like 67,000 views on the live stream.
And I knew then and there that I really liked
But
him,
like,
because he was right. The real heroes were the buddies who carried me out.
it's weird. Like, yeah, as chatters are saying, Megaphonics is right. It's not even a particular bill or nomination. They're just doing a long speech for PR. I just don't understand like why they didn't do this for the clean, like for the supposed clean continued resolution. Like if they had deployed this filibuster, if they filibustered in some bitches during the fucking CR, this would be a fantastic opportunity. All eyes locked in. This would be great. This would be the right opportunity. Megaphonics is right. Now say April Fool's please, or we'll never hear the end of it. I mean, he's right. When he's right, he's right. I'm fair, man. I call balls and strikes. Cory Booker's anti-Trump speech on the Senate floor has lasted 19 hours and counting. It just doesn't, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. I mean, look, I'm not going to discount it. It's not the worst thing. I'm glad that they're like fighting, I guess. But even when they are, it just doesn't make any sense. I got to pee again.
Let's talk a little bit about while you were sleeping. It all started about, 11 hours ago. It looked just like that. Cory Booker, the senator from the state of New Jersey, started a marathon speech, and he made it very clear. He said, I'm going to keep going as long as I'm physically able. And what he's doing, and is doing live right now as he puts on his glasses, is he's talking about the actions taken by Donald Trump over his administration thus far. Not happy about any of it. But keep in mind, he's part of the Democratic leadership in the Senate, and Democrats are under pressure from their base to do more to stand up to Donald Trump.
How does this work?
So he's standing up against Donald Trump, even though Donald Trump is down the street.
Do the senators all have to be there?
Nope.
They have to stay there all night?
No, it's not even blocking any
Is he speaking to anyone?
Nobody.
So he just wants national
Maybe
attention.
he has a few fans.
Well, there are a couple other senators who occasionally ask him questions, and he yields the floor. But by yielding for a question, then he still controls the floor. This is not a filibuster, by the way.
So here's what did you miss last night when you made that dumb decision to sleep?
I rise with the intention of disrupting the normal business of the United States Senate for as long as I am physically able. I rise tonight because I believe sincerely that our country is in crisis. We are not solving the deficit in what they're proposing here. They're cutting and cutting and cutting things that make no sense to cut, and they're doing it for tax breaks which disproportionately go to the wealthiest. Placing tariffs on our biggest trade partners is beyond unfair. This drives the cost of goods up, and the consumer is the one who ends up paying the increase. Even with universities got too woke and had too excesses, the antidote to that isn't to try to shut down the thought of the left. It's to try to make a fair, more competitive marketplace for ideas from all around the political spectrum.
How would you do that?
I mean, there's just several things that he said are just not true. He's still running on the tax cut for the rich. Not true. And most Americans understand it, and they believe that under the past administration.
I really hate Fox and Friends. I really, really hate it. It might be my least favorite program on television. It's just like objecting to observable reality every day of the week. That's all they do. All they do is just up is down, right is wrong. That's all they do. They just sit there and go, everybody knows it. This is wrong. It truly is mind-boggling. There is not a single point that they make that is correct. Not a single one. Why do we even watch it every day? Genuine question. Because Fox is one of the most successful broadcasters. It's the same reason why we watch Asmongold from time to time. Okay? You have to understand what your ideological enemies are saying and thinking in order to claw back your parents and your coworkers from the faucet of misinformation. You have to see what their notes are, where they're getting their notes from. This is why my entire career is overwhelmingly listening to right-wingers. And in that process, as a dedicated watcher of right-wing commentary, I have noticed that in the last couple of years, this has gotten significantly worse. Things have gotten spectacularly stupid. Genuinely. It's just, there's not too much you can say or do about a person that is getting their notes. A person that is getting their notes from Fox News is not living in the real world. They are living in a made-up universe. They are not. It's just, there's no way that you can have a consensus.
When Donald Trump had his first term, that they got a tax break. They know that to be true. He also talks about the university campuses. So you're going to side with the people that are blocking the Jews from going to class right now? That's not going to work with the American people. And just over and over the talking points. If you want to get the American people attention.
Like every single thing he said is wrong, okay? He started out by saying, everybody knows that it's just not true that Trump is not looking for taxes to the wealthy. Yes, he is. He is looking for taxes to the wealthy. That is precisely what he did his first term, and that's precisely what he said he's going to do the second term. I don't know why you would even deny this. That is precisely what he said.
Understand it, and they...
Okay. Then he turns around and talks about university campuses, claiming that the students are blocking Jews from going to class. Also, not true. Completely not true. It's not happening. Not real. I was there. And members of this community were there every day. It's not true at all. Okay? They were in a public space in the middle of campus. They were not blocking Jewish students from going to class. It is made up.
With the people that are blocking the Jews from going to class right now, that's not going to work with the American people. And just over and over the talking points. If you want to get the American people attention, you don't do it on the floor of the Senate.
Wait, I'm sorry. And then he follows this up by hitting one of the dumbest points, which is to turn around and be like, you can't protest this way. This filibuster is not allowed. It's like, what are people supposed to do then? Just quietly whisper to one another what their discontent is with the administration? Like, what are we talking about? That's so funny. The Fox guy's saying he has like 50,000 viewers on YouTube, 58K on TikTok, and like 30K on Twitter. Yeah, I think that this right here, even if it's like aesthetic resistance, paired up with Bernie Sanders and AOC getting a lot of attention, a lot of positive attention, should be a reminder to every Democrat that, like, you have to fight back. You have to fight back against the Trump administration.
You go and you start talking with voters. I'm not sure he's going to...
town hall, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure this is going to get much attention. We're probably the only people that are covering this right now. I don't think the American people care what he's saying on the floor.
Lord, here I am. And so I could confess...
Be in a world of Schumers, be a Booker. Oh, my God.
That I have been imperfect. I confess that I've been inadequate to the moment. I confess that the Democratic Party has made terrible mistakes, that have given lane to this demagogue. I confess we all must look in the mirror and say we will do better. And it's not just defining ourselves what we're against. We, the next generation, as the baby boomers are leaving the...
Yeah, they're not even doing like a real filibuster because there's no motion. There's no quorum. There's no motion or bill that they're blocking. It's just they're taking space. That's what it is. Overall, I think I'm leaning on the side of this is not the worst thing. I am not going to yell at Democratic Party senators or any representative, really, for that matter, any congressperson for that matter, that is at the end of the day doing anything. I wish they were doing this in the appropriate moment, which was, 2 weeks ago. That would have been cool.
And now it's our generation. We have to redeem the dream. We have to excite people again. He, in the highest office of our land, wants to divide us against ourselves, wants to make us afraid, wants to make us fear so much that we're willing to violate people's fundamental rights. We're willing to go after the speech on college campuses. We're willing to go after law firms, go after the freedom of the press. Don't let him do that. Don't become like him. Be an American that says, I look to the future and I'm excited. Yes, things are tough right now.
Oh, God. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. It's just like, it's just, I'm thinking about all the Democrats that love this, where they're like, this is so sick. This is, oh my God, it's making me quiver a little bit. You know? Dual chat. Sorry, I turned on the wrong thing. Look, I said the same thing about AOC and Bernie's rallies. It's great that they are getting people excited. It's great that they're getting people excited. It's great that they're, getting people to turn out. But you got to use that people power. You got to take that momentum you have and that energy you have around your causes and your initiatives and move it into developing mechanisms of pushback, mechanisms of pressure, whether that be labor organizing, union organizing, community organizing, or whether that be individual issues that you give voice to. Okay? Says you. Like what? I like that people are saying like what as I'm in the process of describing, as I have described time and time again. And this is a worse version of what they're doing, what AOC and Bernie are doing anyway. I'm glad that they're doing this, but we need more. Also, ironically enough, a lot of people think I'm a politician, I think, or have any sort of power in changing the outcomes of the legislative body. Like, I yell at the Democrats every day. I yelled at the Democrats for capitulating to the Trump agenda and not using the one weapon that they had to push for concessions from the Republicans when they had the budget. I'm not a politician. I'm not within these caucuses. I can't talk to my coworkers who are also politicians and get them to be on board. I wish I had that power. But if I had that power, Chuck Schumer wouldn't be the minority leader in the Senate. And even if he was, he would be listening to me, don't you think? Starting Monday, I'm ending dual citizenship under the Espionage Act and all these traitors. Wait, this is not real, dude. What? This is not a real tweet, chatter. What are you talking about? Come on. I like, you can immediately tell that that's not a real tweet. This is, people are coming in with like the lowest form of April Fool's tweeting. Thanks for giving me a heart attack. What? How did I give you a heart attack? I immediately told you it's not correct. It's not real. It's not a thing that he posted. Baits are getting worse. That's a recession indicator. True.
They're hard, they're scary, they're hurting, but we can overcome this. Our American history, if it's nothing else, American history, if it's nothing else, it is a perpetual testimony to the achievement of impossible things against.
First of all, Trump would never end dual citizenship because that would mean he would have to end dual citizenship with Israel, okay? And he would end his own life before he would do that. Give me a break. I'm ending dual citizenship except for Israel, which is more America. It's America, extra America. It feels like if you have an Israeli citizenship, you're American plus. It's like we have Americans and then we have extra Americans.
Impossible odds. We are a nation that is great not because of the people that are trying to whitewash our history. To remove great people, Native Americans, black people, and women from our military websites. I don't want a Disneyfication of our history. I don't want to whitewash history. I don't want to homogenize history. Tell me the wretched truth about America, because that speaks to our greatness. And so what do I want to people to do? It starts with us, man. And you're doing it. I've seen courage of my colleagues. We're doing it, but we have to do more. And I'm sorry. I'm not going to be a politician that's going to say, we are going to do more for you. I'm going to be a politician. I'm going to be a leader that demands more from America.
What?
Will the senator yield for one last question?
MSNBC spoke to Columbia students about Trump's attacks on academic freedom. That's interesting. It's especially interesting because MSNBC itself, with like Morning Joe, was actively daggering Columbia students and demanding that this basically happen. You know what I mean? What the Trump administration is doing those were the desires. Those were the fucking desires of Morning Joe. Directly. They spent every morning talking to Greenblatt. Oh, God. My mom loves Cory Booker. She just texted me. Oh, no. All squishy liberalism is back. Oh, man. Yep. Okay. Everybody loves. Okay. This is I think people are so unimaginably desperate for any kind of motion, any kind of change, any kind of movement, whatsoever from the Dems that like this is enough for them to get like libbed up on it. She is right. You are wrong on this. He needs more from you. He's talking about you. Dude, what do you want me to do? Actually, like, do you want me to do acts of violence or something? Like, what are you talking about? I go to fucking protests. I fund resistance networks in general. I actively urge my relatively large audience to also partake in this. The fuck are you talking about? I think everybody just wants someone else to do some shit. You know? Everybody's like, not me, someone else. What are you talking about? These are the people who have the power, albeit limited, to actually undermine the administration's agenda. I speak to an auditorium, a stadium full of people every day, like-minded people. Urge them to also organize. What are you talking about?
More right now.
I think he just wants to be relevant.
Yeah, it's
I think
thirsty.
that the progressive group has gotten so much attention lately. I think he's seeing like all these younger people or people who are new in Congress.
It's so funny. People go, okay, you got to run for office. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? If I ran for office, I couldn't do the most effective thing I do every day. If I did anything else, I would not be able to do the thing that I'm the most effective at.
Get all this attention, like AOC, she's not new, but she's always out there. Jasmine Crockett is new. We're hearing a lot from her. I think he's doing this so that we all cover it on the morning show and he gets some attention.
But can I just bring up one other thing? If you want attention, Lindsey Graham showed you the template. John McCain showed you the template. Joe Manchin showed you the template. You go out and you make news and you say things that are relevant.
Dude, Claudia streams every day. Come on. You're comparing me to the president of Mexico, chatter. What are you talking about? She wasn't a streamer that became the president of Mexico. She became the president of Mexico and is using the pre-existing streaming network that she has surrounding her. What are you talking about? This is not... You have to be Joe. It was a joke. Okay. Oh my God. I can't tell because I feel like people are so stupid. Not saying you need to run for office, but we can stream while running for office. You get record numbers. You are wrong. You're just not correct. Oh my God. This is what I mean. People are just like, it's fine, Hasan. I'm lazy. Dude, I fucking stream 8 hours a day. I do agitprop 8 hours a fucking day, 7 days a week. Motherfuckers are like, bro, you're straight. You're just lazy. That's why you won't do more. No, you all at the end of the day still believe in a singular person being a leader that is going to be that is going to change everything magically. I can't even change the politics of the fucking website that I'm one of the largest content creators on. What are we talking about?
And then all the reporters follow you around, Hillary Vaughn and everybody else. They go, okay, we got to get this interview. But just doing a filibuster saying, I really have no agenda, I'm just going to rail against the administration overnight. It's like I'm volunteering to do something when no one's watching. Right. So congratulations. I don't know who your PR guy is, but just go stay active.
He has been active. He's been going at it for 11 hours and 12 minutes.
Today.
But if he wants to break the record, he's got to go another 13 hours because Strom Thurmond actually broke the record. He holds the record. He filibustered for 24 hours and 18 minutes back
in Nancy Pelosi
1957. Strom Thurmond was railing against the Civil Rights Act.
Remember when Nancy Pelosi did it in those 4-inch high heels all night?
Right.
That's a workout.
But I will say this, next hour, we will play that Strom Thurmond filibuster. We'll play the whole thing top to bottom.
Why is he laughing? Why are you laughing? You think that's funny? Segregationist Strom Thurmond's filibuster? What was he filibustering? Funny, huh? Why is that so funny to you? That's a funny joke? That's crazy. I'm sorry. A black news commentator on Fox News laughing about this douchebag being like, oh yeah, segregationist Strom Thurmond's filibuster is actually the record-breaking filibuster. What was he filibustering? Oh my God. How funny. Oh, that's right. He was doing a filibuster intended to prevent the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1957. Oh, that's funny. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Imagine being that racist, by the way. Imagine being that fucking racist where you were just like, no thanks. Didn't Strom Thurmond also literally have a half-black child too, like a secret child? Am I crazy? Yeah. Yeah. Ezzie Mae Washington Williams was an American teacher and author. She was the eldest child of Strom Thurmond, governor of South Carolina and longtime U.S. senator known for his pro-segregation politics. Of mixed race, she was born to Carrie Butler, a 16-year-old African-American girl who worked as a domestic servant for Thurmond's parents. And Thurmond, then 22 and unmarried. Ezzie Mae grew up in a family of one of her mother's sisters. He did statutory rape on a black woman that worked for his family. Washington Williams did not reveal her father's identity until she was almost 78 years old after Thurmond's death at the age of 100 in 2003. Yep. Hell is not hot enough for demons like this. Yeah, you know who eulogized them, by the way? That guy, this piece of shit. You know who eulogized him at his funeral in 2003? Joe Biden. Joseph Robinette Brandon. That's who. Joe Biden loved this guy. Joe Biden also wrote a lot of the draconian laws that in the 80s, 90s, and onwards destroyed the black community alongside this dipshit. American politics is so messed up. It's so messed up. It's so crazy. And liberals yelled at you for bringing this stuff up where you're like, maybe he's not the best guy.
Good idea.
But haha, very funny. He thinks it's funny.
People would love that.
Do that on your radio
shows. Right. Oh, I can't do that. That would be a bad idea.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian.
10 days.
Sexual violence by the state against black women and people have been foundational in this country. This is also true for indigenous people in this country as well. Yes. You just hate me because I'm black? What? Hype train has been started. Okay. Let's listen to Columbia students talking about Trump's attacks on academic freedom. Now, this is interesting to talk about, and I will be talking about it before we get into the new email saga that's going on, by the way. Members of Trump's National Security Council, including National Security Advisor Michael Waltz, has conducted government business over personal Gmail accounts, according to documents reviewed by the Washington Post. Interviews with 3 U.S. officials. We'll obviously talk about that as well. Fantastic stuff, by the way. Fantastic. You fuck with Booker's legendary run or nah? I think it's hype. No, I don't think it's hype. I think it's nothing. That's what I think. We'll see. I mean, I'm not going to discount it. At the end of the day, it's good that they're doing anything, I guess. And I'm glad that people are excited. But if you think it's anything beyond like a performance, if you think it's anything beyond theater, I don't know what to tell you. It's like a filibuster. A filibuster is supposed to be directed towards a filibuster is a hurdle. Okay, it's a procedural hurdle placed upon the passage of a bill. Okay, that's what a filibuster is. They're not doing that right now. There's no bill that they're launching a procedural hurdle against. There was an opportunity for them to do that. There was an opportunity for them to do that a couple weeks ago when Chuck Schumer whipped votes to do a cloture, to vote for a cloture so that there was no filibuster opportunity for the continuing resolution that passed that gave Trump the opportunity to legally undermine a lot of the federal funds that were going to key mental health initiatives and the like. That is where they were supposed to filibuster. That was the expectation. That's what I wanted them to do. They didn't do that. And they're simply just like taking up space at this moment. I wish they had done this back then. Then it would have been infinitely more impactful. I would have been super on board. I'm still on board with what they're doing, but make no mistake, this is symbolic. It is not dissimilar to like Nancy Pelosi taking a performative knee, wearing the kente cloth in the aftermath of the George Floyd murder. It's PR. It's PR in the right direction. It's I guess, good starting point. But I need you to understand that there's a reason why they're doing it now rather than 2 weeks ago when this would have been incredibly effective. You understand?
What is it like on campus?
So to say that campus is charged right now would be kind of an understatement.
Yeah.
There's a lot of division, a lot of chaos. The kind of atmosphere is defined by paranoia, I would say. Everybody is afraid of other students, whether or not they're going to get doxxed, whether or not, ICE is going to show up at their dorm hall, and whether or not the administration is going to be able to stand up for them at the end of the day.
You're involved with campus journalism, right?
Yes, I'm the editor for the Columbia Political Review, which is our largest project in political opinion journalism on campus. We're not a newspaper, but we're just basically a venue for any students. We've got a staff of 220 to share their opinions, to share their commentary. And yeah, that mission's absolutely been threatened by what's going on.
Are people freaking out on staff?
Yeah, absolutely. Literally 10 minutes ago, I got an email from one of our former writers, an alumni, not a current writer.
Oh, wow.
Who wanted to have all of her articles taken offline because she's threatened because she's an international worker now. And that's not new. It's something that people have been trying to do ever since doxing became a problem on campus, removing articles about Gaza. But I've gotten at least 5 of these emails in the past week.
And is it about Gaza or is it just about political dissent generally?
It's definitely about political dissent generally. But the reality is that nobody knows what's on the table because there's been absolutely no transparency in any of the deportation processes or just what demands the Trump administration will be willing to accept capitulation on and restore our funding.
So this is presumably driven by the protests here at Columbia over Gaza. But you're suggesting that the aperture could widen to include anything from trans rights to, DEI. Do you think the university would capitulate on those topics? I mean, do you think that there's a red line for them?
I'm not sure. I think when you're threatening taking...
The answer is no. There is no red line. It's over. There is no red line. They completely caved on academic receivership. What are you talking about? What kind of question is this? Once a college, an independent private institution of higher education, decides to cave to the administration's incredibly unreasonable demands, including but not limited to academic receivership, where they get to choose who the new deans are, okay? Like an outside force that will then control what is being taught at that college campus. You are no longer a real college. This is exactly what they did in Nazi Germany as well. It's over. It's over. It's quite literally thought policing, okay? Ironically enough, the very same people that constantly go, oh, it's 1984, George Orwell, you're trying to do mind control, it's fucking bullshit, blah, blah, blah. All these people that say that when someone goes, hey, man, maybe you shouldn't say the N-word, okay? Those people are literally looking at the government doing that and going, hell yeah, we want more. Or they're probably oblivious to it. That's it. They're doing it at the Smithsonian. They're doing this to Harvard. They're doing this to every college campus right now. Harvard quietly went to the administration when they saw what they were doing to Columbia, what the Trump administration was doing to Columbia, revoking $400 million in grants as a threat to make Columbia concede to their insane demands, which Columbia happily conceded to, mind you. Okay? Harvard went to the administration quietly and said, we will work with the anti-Semitism task force. And in the process, Harvard actually fired one of their tenured professors. Here it is from the American Prospect on March 31st. Today on tap, it's a law school faculty shames the university's general strategy of appeasement. On Saturday, 82 members of Harvard's law school teaching faculty out of 118 sent an open letter to Harvard law students, warning of the dire threats to civil liberties and the rule of law. The letter in part said, the rule of law is imperiled when the government leaders single out lawyers and law firms and retribution. This is a separate issue as well. This is a separate issue. Trump has also been going after law. Trump has been directly going after law firms as well. And he has gotten a lot of capitulation from the law firms as well. Now, ironically, Harvard talked about how the administration is threatening law firms and legal clinics for their lawyers' pro bono work or prior government service, relent on those arbitrary threats, punish people for lawfully speaking on matters of public concern. Meanwhile, Harvard, as an institution of higher education, turned around and fired a important, I forget what he's a Turkish dude. I forget what his name is right now. Columbia forced Catherine Frank, a tenured professor at the law school, into retirement due to her pro-Palestinian stances. Never mind the fact that she was its most famous professor in legal academics in the United States. Jamal Kafadar is the name. Jamal Kafadar. Okay. Harvard dismisses leaders of Centers for Middle Eastern Studies. Jamal Kafadar was dismissed by interim Harvard Dean of Social Science David M. Cutler. Faculty leaders for the Center for Middle Eastern Studies on Wednesday, according to a faculty member familiar with the situation. The reason why they did this is because they didn't like what he had to say. The CMES director, professor of Turkish studies, Jamal Kafadar, and his associate director, history professor Rosie Bashir, both were forced to leave their posts, according to the faculty member. Global health professor Salman Keshavji, the center's interim director, while Kafadar was on leave, will continue to hold his post. The departure comes after CMES has repeatedly faced public criticism from Harvard affiliates who have alleged that some of the center's programming has been anti-Semitic and has failed to represent Israeli perspectives. These are the nation's top elite institutions. This is where the next crop of society's elites are learning information and will inevitably become people in positions of power. And in that aspect, they're supposed to be bastions of liberalism, bastions of learning the truth about the world, okay? Protecting the liberal attitude. And yet here they are saying even a little bit of criticism of Israel, because it is necessary to understand the truth. Whether you are going to become anti-Israel or pro-Israel after that does not matter. Like, you are learning the truth about Israel, that's too much. It's a bridge too far. We have to fire these people. This is outside pressure on education. It is insane. And these institutions are completely fucking caving. Amid a mounting pressure campaign by the Trump administration, Harvard's peers have begun shuttering or overhauling programs that the White House says require supervision. At Columbia University, where Trump administration announced $400 million in federal funding cuts, administrators acceded to White House demands to place the school's Middle Eastern Studies programs under closer administrative supervision. They are literally fucking firing deans and professors because those professors are like, yeah, Israel's an apartheid, which is objectively correct. Why? Like, how? How is this appropriate in any way, shape, or form? My Palestinian American friend, as a grad student at Columbia, has had her paper postponed from publication and her discussion series for teachers postponed. Both are on Palestine and education. She has no idea what to do now. Yeah. It is disgusting. It is disgusting to me. It is disgusting to anyone that cares about education, that cares about learning the truth. This is an administration that is actively suppressing the truth. They're disappearing students for saying the right thing about Israel. They're firing professors. This is crazy. July 2024 poll to Academia on Israel Gaza, page 9, Harvard Snap poll. It's additionally damning considering the massive amounts of wealth that these institutions have at their disposal. Okay? Harvard's endowment is $50 billion. What the fuck are you doing with those $50 billion fucking dollars if at this very moment you're not using that to defend your students and to defend the integrity of your academic institution? What good is the $50 billion endowment? You are just a gay hedge fund at that point. And when the administration comes down and says no more DEI, you are no longer a gay hedge fund. You're a homophobic hedge fund now. Yeah, the pressure from Trump was laughable. $400 million is about 2.7% of the endowment Columbia raises every year. They could afford to lose 5 times that money and appeal to donors to back free speech and independence, but no, it suits them to obey. Part of the reason why is because a lot of the big donors there are pro-Israel or have businesses in Israel. They have financial connections to Israel. Jewish or not Jewish, doesn't fucking matter. Okay? That's it. That is part of the reason why they're like totally on board with this. Oh. Israel and Gaza. Do you approve or disapprove of the military action Israel has taken in Gaza? 76.9% of the academics polled on this said they disapprove of the military action Israel has taken on Gaza. Do you support or oppose college selling their investments in companies with ties to Israel, which is boycott, sanctions, and divestment? Almost 10% say strongly support, 11.5% say support, 18.85% say somewhat support, 16% say somewhat oppose, 14% say oppose, 14.6% say strongly oppose, 14.5% say not sure. Do you think students should have a say in what their college's financial endowments are invested in? 41.4% say yes, 41.4% say no. It's a direct 50-50 split. I mean, direct split there, perfect split, with 17% say not sure. Should your college or university boycott all collaborations, e.g. study abroad programs, authorships, visiting scholar speakers with Israeli universities, and scholars at Israeli universities in response to Israeli military action in Gaza? 86% say no. This was in 2024. LMAO, at least half of those that disapprove of the actions don't support BDS. Liberalism in a nutshell. It's bad, but we shouldn't divest. Exactly. It's bad, but we shouldn't do anything about it. No way to create pressure upon Israel. We don't like what Israel's doing, but we also don't want to do anything about it. Why are your universities investing something? Aren't they supposed to educate, not do banking law? Brother, this is the United States of America. This is the most hyper-capitalist country on the planet. Every institution, every sector is a bank now, okay? Boeing is a bank. Harvard is a bank. Everyone is a fucking bank. No one just makes things anymore. No one provides services anymore. You only make things or provide services until you can turn into a bank. It's a valid question that you're asking, but the unfortunate reality is everything is a fucking bank. That's it. There's an argument that boycotting Israeli academic institutions hurts science. What do you think? Yeah, I don't agree with that. There's an argument that boycotting apartheid South African academics hurts science. They don't have any issues boycotting fucking Russian academics. They didn't have a single issue boycotting Russia across the board. They divested from Russia like that. Why is it that when it's fucking Israel, all of a sudden it's like, oh, we can't do that? You know what hurts academia? Bombing every fucking university in Gaza and killing virtually every professor in Gaza. And also, boycotting academics, for the record, is like a total, it's like the maximalist position. Okay? Sure, there's no academic boycott against Israeli academics. Fine, okay. That is an area where the university and the student protesters can reach a meaningful agreement. The major point here is divestment. Divestment from Israel. Any kind of victory that you get on that front is good. It's moving the needle in the right direction. I will never make perfect an enemy of good, okay? But these guys are not making any concessions whatsoever. And instead of making any concessions whatsoever, they are directly attacking those who are making very reasonable and moral demands. That's it. That's it. Yeah, Khafadar was on leave for the 2024-2025 academic year, by the way. Khashoggi, who also is affiliated with the anthropology department, is an Adams House faculty dean, has served the center's interim director in his absence. The apparent firings at Harvard are a notable move from Cutler, an economist who's only expected to hold a social science divisional deanship for one semester, while Dean Lawrence D. Bobo is on leave. Cutler announced in an email to some center affiliates, which was obtained by the Crimson, that Kafadar would depart from the CMES directorship at the end of the year. Cutler thanked Kafadar for his work at CMES before asking colleagues to suggest potential candidates for his future leadership by April 16th. It's wild to me that you can be a straight up fucking neo-Nazi professor with a tenure and you will never have your position be called into question, but God forbid you have an accurate analysis of history in Israel as your job demands, as is quite literally your fucking job. That's the expectation. Then, you know, you're done. You're out. It's so fucked up, dude. How do people not see this? How do people not see how fucking insane this is, dude? Yeah, you can be Alan Dershowitz. Harvard still has Alan Dershowitz as a professor emeritus. Like, he is he has permanent tenure, if I'm not mistaken, at Harvard. Alan Dershowitz, constitutional law scholar. Some of his formative work in terms of constitutional law was demanding that we lower the age of consent from a constitutional law argument, of course. From a constitutional framework, we must lower the age of consent. That is a real piece that he wrote, by the way. That's not even a fucking joke. Alan Dershowitz, who very famously defended Jeffrey Epstein, was friends with Jeffrey Epstein. That Alan Dershowitz. Yeah. Good friend to Jeffrey Epstein. The Professor Alan M. Dershowitz is a Brooklyn native who's been called the nation's most peripatetic civil liberties lawyer and is one of his most distinguished defenders of individual rights, the best known criminal lawyer in the world, the top lawyer of last resort, America's most public Jewish defender, and Israel's single most visible defender, the Jewish state's lead attorney in the court of public opinion. Alan Dershowitz, while simultaneously talking about free speech as a constitutional law scholar, has actively worked against free speech. Alan Dershowitz probably loves all of these things that are happening in college campuses right now where, you know, pro-Palestinian students and professors alike are being disappeared or fired from their positions. Alan Dershowitz famously, his famous contributions to the field of free speech and free association in academia especially, was to blacklist Norm Finkelstein, blackball him, and ruin his academic career for the crime of Norm Finkelstein calling out Alan Dershowitz's horrible, plagiarized book filled to the brim with faulty information about Israel. And then also destroying him on Democracy Now! That's what Norm did. It was crazy. When institutions are pro-Israel, it's so crazy. For example, FIFA banned Russia for invading Ukraine, banned Pakistan because they don't have fair democratic elections, and haven't banned Israel for their war crimes and for committing genocide. Yes, because Israel is an extension of America. Banning Israel is seen as like banning America from shit. And ain't nobody's moving to do that yet. It's funny, yeah, because Alan Dershowitz not only plagiarized this book defending Israel, but he plagiarized it from another book that also was just incorrect. The information was completely incorrect in the book that he plagiarized. Truly horrifying nonsense. Let's see what the White House had to say about the thing that I covered yesterday, by the way. Speaking of Israel, it came out that Israel had assassinated 15 Red Crescent workers and first responders in Gaza. and then hid those murders in a, mass grave, including the ambulances that they struck, that they buried. We found out about this. The New York Times itself reporting on this was such an abdication of duty that I find it to be criminal negligence, by the way. They reported on the matter and said, hold on, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, IDF buried the ambulances, chat. Burying the ambulances themselves along with the medics they executed is one of the elements that makes this latest crime so extraordinary and also revealing. A group of IDF soldiers collectively agreed to use a bulldozer to bury the ambulances in the sand with the men they had just killed on the apparent hope that nobody would notice 15 men were missing. Consider how far down the path of dehumanization you have to be to get there. That's what they did. Yes, they buried the ambulances that they blew up, chatters. We watched them do excavation and find the ambulances buried under the sand. Yes, the entire ambulances that they blew up, they buried those ambulances alongside the first responders they killed, that they assassinated. I need you to understand something. Red Crescent engages in deconfliction, which means that every move that Red Crescent takes in the Gaza Strip is done with the knowledge of Israel. They don't go anywhere without informing the Israeli authorities when they're in the Gaza Strip, which means that the Israeli authorities knew exactly where these ambulances were going and still assassinated them, just like they did to the World Central Kitchen aid workers, as a matter of fact. Most moral army on the planet. Mohammed Al-Safin says the UN filmed the video at the site showing the bodies of the medics in their uniforms being dug out of a grave under their crushed ambulances, Radio Rwanda-ass newspaper. The reason why Mohammed is saying this is because, speaking of burying, the New York Times buried the fucking lead on the only coverage that they did at the time, yesterday, on the Gaza medics. Here's how they reported on it. And this is also like further down in the article in and of itself. On Sunday, the Palestine Red Crescent Society said it recovered the bodies of 8 emergency medical technicians, 5 civil defense personnel, and a United Nations employee in Rafah in southern Gaza. The medical organization said it had lost contact with 9 of its crew members more than a week ago after they were directly fired upon by Israeli forces. The Israeli military said in a statement late Sunday that its forces had opened fire on March 23rd at several vehicles that had been advancing suspiciously towards the troops without headlights or emergency signals and without prior coordination. The military added that an initial assessment had determined that the forces had eliminated a Hamas operative and 8 other terrorists without explaining any connection to the emergency and rescue crew members who were killed. The Times could not independently verify the claims of either side. They wrote the Israeli claims, okay? They wrote the Israeli claims. And they did not write the claims of the Red Crescent. Now, or the UN, mind you. Now, what's interesting about this is that this is the New York Times. It is the paper of record. Do you think that the New York Times does not have the phone number of the Palestinian Red Crescent Society or the United Nations? Do you think that the New York Times simply could not find this information? You think they couldn't just call up a journalist at the New York Times? They have like 4,000 of them. Not a single one of them could call up the United Nations or the Palestine Red Crescent Society? Red Cross in Palestine or in the Muslim world is called Red Crescent. Okay, just so you understand, that's what it is. They just could not dial them up. They could not independently verify these claims. They could not look at the video footage of the excavated ambulances. Insane. This is not incompetence. This is not negligence. This is actively omitting key information from your coverage in an effort to shelter the public from the truth. The New York Times has moved beyond being stenographers of the State Department to be stenographers for the Israeli occupying force. They do this in a way where even Israeli outlets don't do this. Like Haaretz is more critical of Israel's war crimes than the fucking New York Times is. It's insane. If there was any sort of real justice, some of these journalists would be tried in the same way that the press were tried at the Nuremberg trials. Straight up. This is fascist collaboration to the highest degree. This is crazy. It is mind-boggling to me that they've just kept doing this, that they just refuse to do their job at a time when journalism is the most necessary. Good journalism is an absolute necessity. They're doing everything they can, everything they can to shelter the public from the truth. The truth that Israel is doing a genocide, and the truth that Israel will stop at nothing to complete its exterminationist policies in the Gaza Strip, and then also in also in the West Bank. Oh my God. It's horrifying, man. It is truly, truly horrifying shit. Here's how the White House responded to the reported killing of rescue workers in Gaza.
Sure. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline.
Yeah.
In Gaza, the bodies of 15 rescuers have been found in their sort of ambulances where they were apparently killed by Israeli forces. Just wondering if the White House is going to be calling on Israel to investigate that and to try and avoid similar casualties involving rescue workers in the future.
Well, as for the specific situation you just mentioned, I'll talk to the president about it and our national security team. What I can tell you is what I've spoken with the president on. He very much remains committed to backing Israel, and it was only because of this president and his team's leadership that we had a temporary ceasefire in Gaza, that we were able to bring many hostages home. And the president made it very clear to Hamas, you get the hostages out, all of them, or there will be hell.
You didn't answer the question at all.
President Trump's tariff.
Anyway. This is why I don't hate the tariffs as much, where I'm like, we do deserve punishment. You know what I mean? As a society, we deserve it a little bit, okay? We do deserve Donald Trump a little bit. You know who doesn't deserve the pain that Donald Trump brings on them, though? The Palestinians. They don't deserve it. They're getting it anyway. Israel eliminates all tariffs on U.S. goods. Things are getting worse and worse at an alarming rate all around the world, dude. It is crazy. Here's the State Department spokesperson on the Israeli military summarily executing one by one 15 aid workers from the Red Crescent, UN, and local first responders in Gaza. By the way, I want to repeat something that I hope people are aware of, but this answer to this question is identical to the State Department procedures when Biden was in charge. Make no mistake.
The UN's Humanitarian Affairs Office has said that 15 paramedics, civil defense, and a UN worker were killed, in their words, one by one by the RDF. They have dug bodies up, they said, in a shallow grave that have been gathered up, and also vehicles in the sand. Have you got any assessment of what might have happened, and given the potential use of American weapons, is there any assessment of whether or not this complied with international law?
Well, I can tell you that for too long, Hamas has abused civilian infrastructure, cynically using it to shield themselves. Hamas's actions have caused humanitarians to be caught in the crossfire.
This is no different than Matt Miller, Kirby, Anthony Blinken, or even all the way down to like the lowest level of doing Hasbara, someone like Ethan Klein saying Hamas is putting command and control centers under Israeli hospitals. It is a way to justify Israel's actions against the healthcare infrastructure of Gaza. Okay? Anyone that even remotely entertains this nonsensical fucking bullshit, anyone that entertains this bullshit is doing propaganda for Israel. Whether they recognize it or not, it does not matter. Okay?
The use of civilians or civilian objects to shield or impede military operations is itself a violation of international humanitarian law. And of course, we expect all parties on the ground to comply with international humanitarian law.
But this is specifically a question on any, it's a question about accounting and accountability, given that it may have been the use of US weapons. So it's a question about the State Department rather than Hamas. Is there any action to assess?
Every single thing that is happening in Gaza is happening because of Hamas. Every single dynamic. I'll say again, I've said it, I think, in every briefing.
Yeah. Here's Matt Miller under the glorious Brandon liberal regime saying the exact same thing. Ericott persisted with his line of questioning. Why is it so difficult for this government to say we condemn the killing of children, Palestinian women and children, he asked. That earned him a reproach from Miller. Whenever you ask me these kinds of questions, I do think you continue to kind of just elide over the fact that Hamas bears a great deal of responsibility for putting those children in harm's way, the State Department spokesman said. Remember, it was Hamas that launched this war in the first place with an attack on Israel that killed men, women, and children, and that Hamas that hid and continues to hide behind children as human shields, Miller added. In order to construct a narrative such as this one, you have to avoid so many glaringly obvious fucking truths, which is that Israel is not doing a genocide, even though it is, right? Which is that Israel just has no other option but to bomb the children, even though it is a fucking war crime to bomb hospitals. It's insane. Here's the Israeli ambassador and Biden advisor clashing over Gaza war legacy. Israeli ambassador Yechiel Leiter had a tense exchange with Brett McGurk. You might remember him, former President Biden's top Middle East advisor, after Leiter condemned the Biden administration's Gaza policy in a closed-door briefing at the Atlantic Council last week, according to 4 American and Israeli sources who attended the meeting. Brett McGurk said, "What the fuck are you talking about? We let you do a genocide, and you're still shitting on us. Do you understand?" The sources noted that Leiter even claimed all the Biden administration wanted to discuss with Israel was a number of aid trucks entering Gaza. McGurk was an audience, and he asked the opportunity to comment after Leiter ended his presentation. I want to make sure the ambassador knows all the details about what the Biden admin did for Israel since October 7, McGurk told Leiter, according to sources who were in the room. McGurk then detailed many steps Biden took, like traveling to Israel, sending aircraft carriers to the Middle East to deter Hezbollah and Iran, giving $13 billion in military assistance, using emergency procedures to ensure the delivery of weapons, helping defeat 2 Iranian missile attacks, and blocking anti-Israeli measures in the UN. Look how honest Brett McGurk is. Remember that. Brett McGurk is speaking for the Biden administration here, and all of the wonderful actions of the Biden administration took. After McGurk's pushback, Leiter said he stands corrected but thanked McGurk personally, but not the Biden administration as a whole, the sources said. Here he is, brutally honest about all the things that they did for Israel. So remember that whenever fucking dumb fucks in the chat go, oh, the Biden administration wouldn't do this. Like, what are you talking about? They did do this. They did it. They did it, and they were so horny to continue doing it that they lost the election to a fucking fascist. What do you mean? And this is just the sum of the many things that they did, by the way. This is just like the tip of the iceberg, I guess. So remember that whenever someone tries to tell you like, oh, it's totally different. It's totally different. Anyway, now let's get to the freaking tariffs. It's Trump tariff time.
Tariffs. The president is set to impose new sales taxes on imports, and Wall Street is bracing for the impact. We're going to have the latest from Wall Street first. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, Georgia. President Trump is poised to upend the global economy with these unprecedented tariffs coming tomorrow, but the details still remain unclear, creating even more anxiety for the markets and American consumers. This morning, President Trump is touting his upcoming blitz of tariffs against American trading partners.
They're reciprocal, so whatever
No,
they
I'm not going to
charge
finish
us,
the college
we charge
student video.
them,
I
but
don't
we're being
care.
nicer than they were.
But it's still unclear how big these tariffs will be or which countries will be targeted. Has the president decided on the scale and scope of these tariffs?
It's time for reciprocity, and it's time for a president to take historic change to do what's right for the American people.
The president is adamant his tariffs will encourage manufacturing in the U.S. and ultimately boost the economy. But experts caution it could take years to bring industries back to American soil. And in the meantime, American consumers will likely pay the price. Economists warning tariffs are just taxes on imported products paid for by American businesses. Those costs passed on to consumers in the form of higher prices. In just days, prices could skyrocket on everything from groceries and clothing to electronics and cars. By one estimate, the cost of a new car could go up by more than $8,000 when tariffs on foreign-made vehicles kick in later this week, sending some consumers scrambling. In Ferndale, Michigan, Karen Petke had planned to buy a new Subaru in June. Instead, she rushed to the dealership.
I didn't want to take a chance that this car could go up thousands of dollars.
Small businesses are also bracing for the impact of Trump's trade war.
The chaotic nature of how these tariffs are rolled out and how it changes every single day. How am I supposed to plan for that? I can't plan for that.
In Buffalo, New York, Dave Sheffield sells custom sports products, many imported from Canada. Now with tariffs in place and potentially more to come, he says he could lose thousands of dollars.
We're having to either, take that hit on our bottom line and just at the end of the year, I make $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 less for my family, or we have to pass it on to our customers, which when customers see a higher price, then sales typically go down. So we're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place.
And a new poll from the Associated Press shows Americans aren't sold on the president's trade policies, 60% disapproving with 38% approving. And on his handling of the economy overall, 58% disapproving with 40% approving. Robin.
All right, Mary, our thanks to you.
Europe did not start this confrontation.
Hey all, Peter Zion here, coming to you from a bright and sunny
What is this? This helped you understand the tariffs? There's a little on the high end. Goldman estimating 10-15% increase in new car prices after dealerships eat through the current inventory. Additionally, 60% of raw materials are imported to the U.S. to make cars. Is so fucked.
We think it is wrong. But my message to you today is that we have everything we need to protect our people and our prosperity. We have the largest single market in the world. We have the strength to negotiate. We have the power to push back. And the people of Europe should know that together we will always promote and defend our interests and our values, and together we will always stand up for our Europe. Tariffs will just fuel inflation, exactly the opposite of what we wanted to achieve. We are open to negotiations. We will approach these negotiations from a position of strength. Europe holds a lot of cards, from trade to technology to the size of our market. But this strength is also built on our readiness to take firm countermeasures if necessary. All instruments are on the table. Our immediate response to tariffs is unity and determination. Our objective is a negotiated solution. But of course, if need be, we will protect our interests, our people and our companies. Europe has not started this confrontation. We do not necessarily want to retaliate. But if it is necessary, we have a strong plan to retaliate and we will use it.
Donald Trump's blueprint for America looks something like this. Big industry, power and might. Made in America, made by Americans.
How many people work here? It's 1,100 and some.
We're inside a metal plant in rural West Virginia. It is one of the largest.
I think one of the ironic aspects of like American domestic manufacturing also taking somewhat of a hit is that like my merch is made in the United States. I'm proud of it. Okay. And it's made in facilities that have unionized workers. Okay. It's labor union made. It's American made. Having said that, the raw materials necessary for the garments, I suspect, at least some of them, are probably not sourced from the United States of America to make the garments, right? So even in that process, I suspect that the price of the actual T-shirt, like the blanks that are still produced in the United States of America in union facilities, are most likely going to go up. So even if someone is working with American-made manufacturing, even if someone is making American-made manufacturing, you better take the hit. That's so funny that you're saying that. Brother, I don't know how to describe this to you, but people that have tried to... people that have tried to look at the will you absorb the cost? One, yes, of course. But I don't think you understand that, like, there's a reason why people that make their shit in China sell their T-shirts for a higher price point than I do in the United States of America with union-made manufacturing. I'm already eating the cost. It's fine, and I don't have an issue with it, but just know that there is, there might not be more cost to eat. I basically already sell it at cost. Just understand, there's a reason why the shirts that I sell at ideology.shop, Union Made, American Made, there's a reason why it's cheaper than every other merchandise that you see from other streamers that are making their merchandise overseas. It's because of the fact that I have eaten the cost in terms of the profit margins. Okay? And I will continue to do so. I saw a few Twitter Andy saying the shirts are not union made because they're cheap. I know. That's what's so funny about it, is because the expectation from people is that it's virtually impossible. It's virtually impossible for someone to make shirts and sell it at $35 fucking dollars if those shirts are made in the US and with union manufacturing. They consider it to be fucking unbelievable. And the only reason why they consider that is because they think, well, where's the profit then? There's no profit here. This doesn't make any sense. That's it. Also, Elon Musk is on the 5.
Massive amounts of money off of the federal government, like Nancy Pelosi. Please.
Yes. So we've encountered, there's really so much for it. It's deciding.
$35 is cheap, huh? Wait, what? Yeah. For fucking, yeah. For have you bought merchandise from any other goddamn streamer? What are you talking about? The fuck? Yeah, in comparison to a product made in Indonesia at PacSun, yes.
In that regard as well, because these are fake charities where mostly Democrats, almost, well, I don't want to be clear. There's sometimes a little bit of Republican in there because they sometimes throw the Republicans a bone to say, hey, be quiet about this. So that's where you start getting the uniparty thing going on. Mm-hmm. But it is overwhelmingly to Democrats, and they give give billions of dollars to NGOs run by Democrats that then go through a whole network of additional NGOs. It's a giant money laundering scheme. Really, at this point, I think the word NGO and money laundering are almost synonymous.
Okay.
Wow. Thank you.
Makes sense to me. Kennedy?
Hello, Judge. And hello, Elon. Welcome to the 5. Great to talk to you. So let's talk a little bit about some of the anti-Tesla violence. Your car company was...
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, it was a leftist dream come true. It was technologically advanced. It was the word of mouth was better than any car company, arguably, on the market. And now the left is trying to make it a pariah by tying their anti-Elon politics to violence. How do you talk the unhinged off the ledge, and how do you counter that violence that you're seeing at Tesla dealerships?
Yes, it is remarkable that there is so much violence. People have burnt cars, they've fired bullets into dealerships, they've scratched swastikas into Teslas of the innocent people that they're just going about their lives. They've done nothing wrong. And Tesla's done nothing wrong as a company. And so I find it ironic and incredibly hypocritical.
Uh-oh. Clapped.
20 years simply for watching things at January 6th, but not actually doing any violence. You don't hear a single word from them about the actual violence happening against Tesla. What incredible hypocrites they are. It's outrageous. I mean, really, this is fundamentally a case of terrorism. It's wide-scale domestic terrorism with the purpose of intimidation. And it's
vandalizing your ugly ass car. Look at these terrorists, dude.
What we actually have to get to are the people who are organizing and paying for these attacks and protests. That's who we really need to go after, because the people who are actually throwing the Molotov cocktails, they are the foot soldiers. But we need to go after the generals, and we're going to do so. The president has made it very clear that we're going to go after those that are paying and organizing these violent attacks. And Attorney General Bondi has said the same thing. I believe that is exactly what will happen.
Do you know who they are?
We're coming for them.
Do you know who those generals are?
We know. We do.
Yes. And hopefully the prosecution will be for RICO and an organized criminal enterprise, which makes the penalties even more serious. And now to Jessica.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, Jessica,
these
give him
are
hell,
serious
Jessica.
crimes.
Come on,
where
Jessica.
The organizers and pushers of
Come
mass
on.
violence will go to prison for a very long time.
That's right. Okay.
And I hope they see this segment.
Well, we'll play it again. Jessica.
Okay, well, liberal Tesla lover here. My sister has two in her family, so have not thrown any Molotov cocktails recently. But I wanted to talk to you about what DOJ has been doing. So you've been making cuts to a lot of the agencies that have open investigations and regulatory battles with your companies. At the same time, you continue to get billions in government contracts. Tesla gets billions in subsidies. How do you explain that to the American people?
Well, everything that DOJ does is an open book. So I think the most transparent the most transparent organization in government ever. Every single DOJ action is listed on the DOJ.gov website. It's also listed on the X handle. So if anyone has a concern about any one of those actions, they can bring that up. They can raise that. And I do want to say, like, sometimes we make a mistake. Nobody bats 1,000. We will at times make a mistake, and make a mistake. We'll act very quickly to correct it. I am under such an extreme spotlight, so much scrutiny, that it's literally impossible for me to get away with anything nefarious. And obviously, nor do I wish to. So this is a case where we have radical transparency. We're actually willing to admit that we do make mistakes. Often people are not willing to admit they make mistakes, but we are. But we want to emphasize we fix them quickly, and we're trying to do the right thing for the American taxpayer, for the American people. And I think history will be the judge that what we've done here and what we're doing is a very good thing for the strength and future of America.
Okay. So, Elon, for one last time, why don't you remind the viewers
They 100% were like, Jessica, don't fuck up the bag here. We got our glorious king. Our glorious king.
Absolutely. So the reason that, because it does seem like, why isn't this rather a small thing? And it's happening, ironically, of course, on April Fool's Day. This is not an April Fool's joke. This is very real. So a judge race election in Wisconsin will decide whether or not the Democrats can gerrymander Wisconsin in order to remove 2 House seats from Republican to Democrat. Because of the razor-thin margins in the House, that would mean potentially a flip of the House from Republican to Democrat. That means at the next election, roughly less than 2 years from now, the House will then immediately take action to stop the president's agenda. And it's always worth reminding people the president was elected with a majority of the people of America, the majority, a meaningful majority of the popular vote. So all the president is trying to do is implement the will of the people. And they're trying to stop the will of the people through judicial trickery. And in fact, in general, there is a huge problem with activists that are actually politicians in judges' robes. And that needs to stop. It's undermining the integrity, the reality, and the perception.
They're like, we want our activist judges in every court. That's it. That's what they want.
Of themselves, they're just pretending to be judges.
Yeah. Big money is interfering in the political affairs of this country, which is why the representation, the physical manifestation of big money interfering in politics, am interfering in politics with the big money that I have in order to put my activist judge in a position of power. Incredible stuff.
All right. Elon Musk, thank you so much for being with us on The Five. Thank you.
Right.
And
thanks for having me.
You're very welcome. All right. And there's so much more to come on our exclusive interview as radical liberals take courses on how to resist President Trump.
Oh, I hate this LARP so much. Anyway, let's get back to how U.S. companies are reacting to Trump's
Facilities
tariffs.
of its kind in the world. Aluminium.
They literally think he is a god. It is crazy.
Aluminum, they call it here.
There's a lot of power, there's a lot of force coming down on that slab.
Heated, molded.
It's like pastry. They're just like...
It's exactly, same principle.
Transformed from massive blocks into coils and sheets. It rolls through here to customers far and wide.
So space, aerospace, transportation, general engineering products, military products.
Well, you do get a real sense here of the president's vision. American manufacturing, American jobs, and American product. But expanding all this, that is a true challenge.
Because the competition here is cheaper aluminium from overseas, from China mostly. It is a familiar story, and it's what's behind Donald Trump's core tariff plans.
We believe in free and fair trade, and the point is that trade has been free but not fair in aluminum.
The boss of the multinational firm that runs this plant says tariffs are blunt but necessary.
There's been massive growth in the capacity installed in China, but a lot of that has been allowed by illegal subsidies. So what it means is that overall trade of aluminum products is broken as an international system. It is clear that not all countries, not all products are unfairly traded. But there is a history of Chinese production making its way through third countries into the US. So a blunt approach was required.
Blunt for sure. Blanket tariffs are causing huge angst precisely because resets create uncertainty. Short term, pain. Gain only maybe down the line.
And what about people at the other end of the supply chain that you're at the sort of top end of, the small businesses? That's going to hit them hard. How can you at the other end of this process reassure them?
I'm not going to say that an increase in cost is a good thing for a customer, but I think it's important to look at things and put them in proportion.
Proportion is not a luxury all can afford. In the northeast of Washington, D.C., just 4 miles from the frenetic policy decisions at the White House, the Right Proper Brewery is a dream realized for Thor Cheston, a small business owner with a thriving company.
These are our grain silos.
And the grain is from where?
Canada.
Thor relies on the international supply chain. The cans, aluminium from Canada too. The malt is from Germany and Britain.
We are always looking for the best quality ingredients, no matter where it comes from.
It is a complex global web of manufacturing to make American beer, and margins are tight.
A small increase in the aluminum price would have a massive impact for you.
We don't have the luxury of just raising our prices. We're in a competitive landscape.
You could face some real increase in costs if they start tariffing from Germany, from UK, Canada. It could have a really existential impact on you.
Yes, absolutely. And so, we've dealt with major problems like this before.
There are some products that once tariffs hit, people may just adapt to buying less of that item, so there would be permanent deflation in demand. Yeah, but that would also mean layoffs, job cuts. What is it? Hasan, do you attribute your success to your rich parents? Yes. They're no longer rich. I'm the rich one. I take care of them, but yes. Many times over, as a matter of fact. I've talked about this quite a bit. Are you happy with the answer that you got? Oh, nope. Still spamming it. Got it. Okay. He admitted. He admitted.
We've had to pivot a lot. We have survived the global pandemic. We've done.
Dunking on your parents' law? No, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm proud of all the things that they did. I'm proud that I can take care of them now. It's fucking amazing. I'm an endlessly fortunate individual who comes from a loving family who now has the capability of taking care of my loving family. What is the problem? So which influencers have been pushing the rich parents accusation? I mean, it's not even an accusation. Like, it's not even a fucking secret. I mean, people lie about my father's wealth. They say he's, I think, the third richest person in Turkey or something. It's very funny. There's like a bunch of AI articles that were written about it at the time. They say he has $5 billion, which is very funny. That's not the case. 36K viewers and I'm living in your head rent free? Wait, what? I don't think you understand what rent free is. Chatter, I don't think you understood. I treated you like a human being and not the bot that you are. I will forget about this interaction as soon as I'm done, as soon as I'm done responding to you. You should be endlessly grateful that I took you as a human being with a question and responded to it. And then your immediate reaction was, I'm rent free in your head. That's not what rent free is. That's not how that works. I hope you get better, chatter. Oh, my new Vox.com article / podcast hit came out.
Done it before, we just need a break.
I guess the government's argument is buy American, but it's not as simple as that.
It's not as simple as that, no.
Back in West Virginia, right next to the aluminium plant, a reminder of what once was and what Trump says could be again.
Here's the thing.
Yeah, this person got timed out by Fossabot for spamming. They got auto time. What? Fuck Turkish invaders, long live Cyprus? Are you okay, chatter? I don't think you are, but anyway.
Though, all that aluminium.
Here, I untimed you out, even though you got botted.
Being squashed and squeezed in that plant down there is sourced from abroad these days. And so the ultimate ambition is to reopen smelters like this, to make the aluminium here in America, make the whole process American. But that requires massive investment and a constant supply of reliable energy to keep the smelters going 24 hours a day.
From the factory, the Ohio River still carries what's left of America's heavy industry.
Living in West Virginia, we're big on coal.
Through towns like Parkersburg, not the thriving place it used to be.
We used to have a really nice aluminum plant right down the river here, and it shut down.
Here, you can see why so many rolled the dice for Donald Trump.
Obama, he shut down mines and ruined a lot of people's lives.
I think it'll bring jobs back. Definitely bring jobs back to the U.S. He's putting the tariffs on the other countries, bringing their things in, and then that way, it equals out.
I know that it's probably going to end up jacking up prices here in the U.S. I am a registered Republican, but I don't support the man in any way, shape, or form.
I'm for.
Americans only care about their pocket, dude. You can't fuck their bags up.
Republican, but I'm not exactly aligned with Donald Trump.
The Trump tariff blueprint is full of jeopardy. If it fails, it will be here, places like this, again, that will be hit hardest.
No politician with millions or billions of dollars cares about me or you. Nobody.
Mark Stone, Sky News, in West Virginia.
A major CNN investigation and
corporate interests pay for luxury trips. State attorneys general join for free. I don't care about this. So we are going to talk about the deportations. One of the stories that has actually penetrated public consciousness a little bit is a man of Salvadoran descent who actually in 2011 got legal status from the United States of America, like permanent protection from the United States of America, because he had escaped El Salvador due to gang violence. Okay? Now, that person has been disappeared alongside the many others that were deported. And we're going to be talking about this because J.D. Vance actually replied to Jon Favreau. My moots are fighting on Twitter on this issue. And he responded in the stupidest ways possible. Right-wing commentaries like a blanket they comfort themselves with. Hasan Piker, your interview with NPR is being re-aired. J.D. Vance is not my moot, but Jon Favreau is. My moot is fighting with the vice president, which I find to be odd. Because why is the vice president getting into Twitter beefs? But also, I guess I'm not too upset about it because, you know, more of this, please. We'll cover all of that in a second. But yeah, this is it. ICE admits to an administrative error after Maryland man is sent to El Salvador prison. A Maryland man with protected legal status was sent to the notorious prison in El Salvador following an administrative error. A U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement official admitted in a sworn declaration on Monday. Let's take a look.
I trust our intelligence agencies and the intelligence individuals that are within the Department of Homeland Security, that the individuals who are there are members and a part of this.
I guess it's not that crazy that the vice president is getting into Twitter beefs, considering that the real president, Elon Musk, was getting into Twitter beefs with me a couple days ago. So
this organization and have worked with them. And while we were there at that prison, we not only talked about how to identify these members of these terrorist organizations, but what they did, their actions they took, the case files we built on them, and how we verified that those individuals should be there in that prison. I'm very confident in the fact that those individuals that are there should be there, and that by belonging to these organizations, they were choosing to be on the side that wanted to destroy the United States of America.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem expressing confidence that her agency is only removing criminals from the U.S. On Sunday night, 17 additional men were deported to a notorious prison in El Salvador. According to Secretary of State Marco Rubio, the U.S. military only transported violent criminals, including murderers and rapists with gang affiliations. El Salvador's president posted another video yesterday showing the men in restraints as they were let off a U.S. Air Force plane. According to a senior State Department official, 7 of the men are Venezuelan citizens, while the other 10 are citizens of El Salvador. Meanwhile, the Trump administration acknowledged in a court filing yesterday it inadvertently deported a Maryland man to El Salvador because of an administrative error, but that U.S. courts are...
Now, he's not the only person that has been deported, even though he's not the only person that has been deported that did not deserve this deportation. He's just the only person that ICE has taken responsibility over so far. Even though ICE has taken responsibility and then doubled down and said, sorry, nothing we can do about it. No way to bring him back. Now, what is completely psychotic about every part of this process is, ironically enough, if these deportations that are being done without due process were conducted with due process, that person would not be trapped in a slave labor prison in El Salvador right now. That's kind of the whole point of my argument that I have been talking about nonstop. And I don't think people understand how devastating this is. No amount of Cory Booker filibustering is going to change this reality. The Democrats need to take stronger action than this. This is changing the very fabric of American society. Okay? This is the most pressing issue with this administration. I need you to understand this. It is more important than the tariffs. It is more important than Doge layoffs. It's more important than fucking Elon Musk being annoying. This is the number one issue. And I'm not saying that because I have a soft spot in my heart for migrants or whatever. Okay? Because this is not even just about immigrants. This is about eroding an incredibly important part of the judicial structure in this country. This is the number one issue with this administration, if I were to rank them. And before people go, oh, is it more important than Gaza? Ironically enough, it touches on the situation in Gaza as well. When due process is eroded, nothing else matters. Do you understand? Nothing matters. They can just kidnap you and put you through the system without any sort of recognition or any care or consideration because you have no defense. Anyone and everyone will be harmed by this. Like this dumb fuck who says, who cares if they kidnap a terrorist? This story is quite literally ICE saying this guy wasn't a terrorist. This guy was a legal resident in the United States of America. Oopsie, we fucking kidnapped him and shipped him off. But that's not the point. That's not even the point. The point is you will be considered a terrorist tomorrow and you will have no defense. Yeah, I want to watch this video. Because I saw this. I saw this and it just like broke my brain.
Powerless to order his return. Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a Salvadorian national who came to the U.S. at the age of 16 in 2011 after fleeing gang threats in his native land. According to Politico, he was deemed by an immigration judge in 2019 to be a likely member of the MS-13 gang, a decision he sharply contested and that the government credited to information.
Yeah, except guess what? That was a claim made by another prisoner, okay? And guess what? The judge found that the claim was erroneous. It was made up. As in, he was able to contest successfully a false claim that was made against him in a court of law when there was fucking due process.
Gleaned from a confidential informant. But the court also agreed at the time that he should not be deported to El Salvador, finding that his fear of being persecuted or tortured was credible. On Monday, attorneys for the government admitted that Abrego Garcia was deported accidentally. Although ICE was aware of his protection from removal to El Salvador, Abrego Garcia was removed to El Salvador because of an administrative error. Trump lawyers said the...
For those of you who at this point still don't know what due process is, I'm going to tell you, okay? The principle of the due process guided the framers of the U.S. Constitution. The Fifth Amendment and the 14th Amendment, for example, prohibit federal and state governments from depriving people of their life, liberty, or property without due process of the law. As in, if your freedom is going to be taken away from you, and it's understandable in certain instances, obviously, if you're like a fucking violent criminal or whatever, innocent until proven guilty matters. You must be able, you must be found guilty beyond reasonable doubt in a court of law. As in, there has to be an investigation. Your side will defend the claims being made by the prosecution. A jury will judge you. A judge will adjudicate. So that this doesn't happen. Do you understand? Here is directly from the Cornell Law School Legal Information Institute. The Constitution states only one command twice. The Fifth Amendment says to the federal government that no one shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law. The 14th Amendment, ratified in 1868, uses the same 11 words called due process clause to describe a legal obligation of all states. These words have as their central promise an assurance that all levels of American government must operate within the law, legality, and provide fair procedures. Most of this article concerns that promise. We should briefly know, however, 3 other uses of that word have had in American constitutional law. The Fifth Amendment's reference to due process is only one of many promises of protection the Bill of Rights gives citizens against the federal government. Okay, it's there to protect you from the government, from government overreach. That's what the Constitution does. Originally, these promises had no application at all against the states. The Bill of Rights was interpreted to only apply as against the federal government, given the debate surrounding its enactment, blah, 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 blah. Okay? But substantive due process. The words due process suggest a concern with procedure rather than substance. And that is how many, such as Justice Clarence Thomas, who wrote the 14th Amendment's due process clause is not a secret repository of substance, are guarantees. Okay, this is like boring legal interpretations coming from Supreme Court justices. But basically, the clause reflects the Magna Carta of Great Britain, King John's 13th century promise to his noblemen that he would act only in accordance with the law and that all would receive the ordinary procedures of law. It also echoes Great Britain's 17th century struggles for political and legal regularity. It is at the heart of what like Western liberal democracies have maintained. Okay, it's like other countries and other cultures have had similar versions of this as well, but it's like long-standing precedent. It is one of the most significant aspects. That's why when you watch like historical fiction or whatever, and those guys are wearing the wigs, even all the way back in the fucking 13th century, there is some kind of legal work being conducted. Because every man has a right to a fair trial. Because without that, you can just go up to a random person and say, I'm a member of the law enforcement. I'm a member of law. I am a law enforcement officer. And I have declared you to be engaging in illegal acts. I do not have to prove any of those things. I can simply claim you did so, and you have no recourse. I am now kidnapping you, I am putting you in jail, and I am deporting you. In that process, you have no way of going, no, I'm an American citizen. No, I am innocent. Nothing. That's what that fucking means. It's insane. And that's precisely what's going on. And it's shocking to me that Americans can't recognize this and think, as a matter of fact, that non-citizens shouldn't get this procedure. It is quite literally what happened in the witch trials. Due process is at the heart of innocent until proven guilty. You have to be able to prove your innocence. If you can't, then everyone is guilty. I can't believe I'm describing the most basic concept. Because guess what? If due process does not exist in this country, and currently as it stands, the Trump administration is actively eroding this constitutionally protected right that everyone has. If due process is eroded, then all of us are non-citizens. You understand? Every single person in this chat, no matter how fucking white or rich you are no longer a citizen. You are a terrorist. It is entirely up to the person that brands you as a terrorist. If you think it won't harm you, you are wrong. Giving this unimaginable amount of power to a bunch of fucking psychos is insane. Conservatives know this, but they think constitutional rights are only reserved for citizens and non-citizens are exempted. It doesn't matter because you can't prove your citizenship if due process doesn't exist. That is my point. There is no citizen and non-citizen if there is no due process. Your citizenship is now entirely in the hands of the person who's apprehending you. That's how this works. Yes, of course that includes me. That includes every single person on U.S. soil right now, citizen or non-citizen, tourist alike. Jewish last name hack? What? No, that's not a hack, chatter. You will not be spared. The fuck? That chatter wasn't, he wasn't being anti-Semitic. That chatter is most likely Jewish themselves. He's just... So 49-month subscriber. Yeah, he said, I'm Jewish. Come on. A 49-month subscriber isn't going to fucking magically be anti-Semitic out of nowhere like that. By the way, this just also this is breaking news, but judge rules that Mahmoud Khalil's a habeas case should go forward in New Jersey because that's where he was when the petition was filed. They poured over 67 pages of analysis on the issue. This is a part of that structure. This is a part of the due process, ironically enough. The very fact that he's still in the custody of the state is insane to me. It is a real crime in and of itself. The Trump administration wanted to move it expeditiously to Louisiana, but they failed. As of this moment, the case will proceed in New Jersey, where the activist judges will most likely take a fairer approach to the matter because they're not the actual activist fucking judges in Louisiana. Are you going to cover Senator Booker making history right now on the Senate floor? I am going to make history by Brian Kilmeeing on a live stream. I feel like you should be boosting his speech right now. No, man, I don't care about fucking Lin-Manuel Miranda-ass speeches on the fucking Senate floor while I'm talking about constitutional rights being shredded, okay? Shut the fuck up. He's making history, he says. I covered it this morning. If you want to see my reaction to it, I'm sure one of the HasanAbi fan accounts have already probably posted it. Ay, ay, ay. Libs literally don't fucking care about this at all. It's insane. I know. Let's continue.
Court has no ability to bring him back now that he is in Salvadorian custody. The man's attorney is asking the court to order the Trump administration.
My filthy leftist crafting group is praising Cory Booker and yelling at everyone who says it's performative. These hacks ain't leftists. I mean, you should ask them what he's filibustering. Like what Senate procedure are they limiting with this action? Because that's what the filibuster is supposed to be. A filibuster is not supposed to just be about like talking.
Ask for his return and, if necessary, to withhold payment to the Salvadorian government, which says it's charging the United States $6 million a year to jail U.S. deportees. Trump administration attorneys told the court to dismiss the request on multiple grounds, including that Trump's primacy in foreign affairs outweighs the interests of the man and his family, and also noted that he was not likely to be tortured or killed in El Salvador. According to his attorney, Abrego Garcia has no criminal record, is married to a U.S. citizen, and has a 5-year-old disabled child who is also a U.S. citizen.
So John, you're covering the story, and of course, the judge in 2019, during President Trump's first term, said that if he went back to El Salvador, he was likely to be tortured, right?
Yes.
So he's in El Salvador right now, and they're admitting that they made a mistake. President has a very close relationship with the El Salvador government, Salvadorian government. Can't they just say, we made a mistake? We need...
please return this man.
Please return this man, and we'll process him correctly.
President Trump just yesterday took to Truth Social to praise the president of El Salvador, thank him for his help in his immigration policies. This is the first time the administration has admitted a mistake. This is not the first time that others have said there's been a case of mistaken identity. We've heard from other family members, other immigration activists who say, look, you've swept up some of the wrong people and deported them to this prison in El Salvador, which is known as a hell prison. And this, though, the Trump administration is saying, yes, we shouldn't have deported him there, but are claiming, and again, let's make clear, claiming that they have no ability to get him back. Now that's the crux of it now. The families, this man's attorneys are pushing to say that's ridiculous. Of course you can withhold payment. Reverend Sharpton, this is something where this man needs to be returned. He's committed no crime here in the United States. He has no criminal record. Police at the time, when he was first rounded up, they said they had no evidence he was a gang member, though an immigration judge said deemed it, quote, likely because of information they got later from a confidential informant. But the fact of the matter is, this is someone who has not committed a crime here in the United States other than being here illegally. And in defiance of court recommendations, the Trump administration put him to El Salvador and claims they just can't get him back.
And I think that this is the kind of example.
Bro, it's crazy that they can't even fucking, they still, when they're covering the story in a critical tone, they still have to hand it to the Trump administration a little bit, where they're like, well, he might have been a criminal. There's actually some veracity to these claims. It's like, no, there isn't. There fucking isn't. And once you file a claim to be here, and a immigration judge decides that there is enough reason for you to fear for your safety, and therefore allow you to be here, something that the fucking current ICE administration has, the current administration's ICE agents have recognized. Why the fuck are you bringing this up?
That those of us that resist this administration ought to really be amplifying, because you have to make people in Wisconsin, in Florida, understand that could be you. This guy has no reason to be in a jail in El Salvador. He's only there because of Trump's policies. And now the Trump people are saying we can't do anything about it, whether we believe that or not. I mean, how do you do that in the United States of America? And to say to a court, well, his interest, the president's, outweighs the family. Well, I thought the president's interest was to protect all the citizens of the United States. Here's a woman who's a citizen whose husband is there, admittedly for no reason. This is a threat to everybody, but you have to drive that to the public to understand.
First of all, no one believes that the Trump administration cannot get this guy back. If they actually want to get him back, they may not. They've been dictating the terms of this relationship with El Salvador from the beginning, paying $6 million to take all these alleged criminals. And I think the larger point, Joe, something we talk about, which most Americans say, if you have gang members who are here illegally committing crimes, get them out of the country. Right. People support that. But what happens when you go in with a big net and scoop up a lot of people, in some ways indiscriminately, you're going to get stories like this.
Well, and this goes back to what we said the morning before Jeffrey Goldberg came on with the second signal info dump, which is sometimes the best political move, the smart political move, is to say we made a mistake.
Yeah.
Not going to do it again. In fact, we've learned from our mistake. And while we think this is a policy that most Americans want, and we said we were going to do, we made a mistake with this one gentleman. We're going to bring him back, and he's going to go through the correct deportation process, and he'll have due process, everything else. So, yeah, but to say we don't have the power, nobody believes that. So, again, sometimes it's just best to say, hey, we're doing a lot of stuff. We messed up. We're going to bring this guy back and do the right thing.
The problem is...
And Americans will say, okay, this policy, I support the policy, and they're admitting when they make a mistake.
The entire flights are in question because these people did not receive due process, and the judge, so there's a bigger issue going on about the entire group of men that were sent to El Salvador, and more being sent now. And now they're saying a mistake, but we can't fix it. My God, we'll be following this. We'll have much more.
But again,
tomorrow.
The thing is, this is something that, first of all, was promised on the campaign, but it was promised for criminals, right? Number one.
Right.
Number two, it is a policy that the overwhelming number of Americans support. So carried out in a way.
This is the voice of the opposition, dog. We're in Nazi Germany, okay? Like, even in an instance where the only reason why this is a story is because the ICE facilities, the ICE administrators admitted to their wrongdoing and then said, my bad, nothing we can do about it. This is not the only person who has been deported with erroneous claims. Okay? This is the only person so far that they have recognized they've deported with erroneous claims. And this is the coverage that you're affording to the matter? Oh, well, Americans did vote for this. They wanted this. Like, that's insane. That's fucking insane.
Way that will keep the overwhelming the Americans on your side. And when you make a mistake, admit it, fix it, and Americans are like, okay, they fixed it.
I'm losing my mind.
El Salvador recognizes that these gang members are members of a terrorist organization, which is exactly how President Trump is approaching MS-13 and TDA as well.
That's Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem on her recent trip. She joins us now. Thank you for having us at the department.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here today.
First, I want to ask you about President Trump. He said the attacks on Teslas. Do you see that as domestic terrorism?
I do, and it's an act of violence, and it has ramifications on community members and at times has risked people's lives. I do see that as an act of domestic terrorism, and we certainly have a president who's willing to use his full authorities to go after people that choose to destroy people and communities and businesses in the way that people have.
I want to talk to you about your trip. El Salvador, Colombia, Mexico. What did you take away from that?
Well, my task as Homeland Security Secretary is to secure the homeland of the United States of America. So I have jurisdiction over every person that comes in and out of this country, every product that comes in and out of this country, and everything that transpires over the internet. Talking to these presidents of these three countries was very productive. I had a conversation with the president of El Salvador about the TDA members that he accepted and took into his CCOP prison. We toured that prison, which I'm sure you are well aware of, and
that was
saw
some
the
of the most
conditions
striking
there.
images from that trip of you touring that prison. Just the image alone, was that sending a message?
Yes, people need to see that image. They need to see that the United States is going to use every tool that we have to make our communities safer, that is a consequence of someone who is a terrorist. The president has declared Tren de Aragua and MS-13 as terrorist organizations, and the president of El Salvador has as well. The only people allowed in that prison are terrorists. And to tour that and to look at that was giving the American people the transparency that they want out of their government. They were able to see exactly where we're sending these people who have murdered and raped Americans, that have decimated communities, and there's going to be consequences for individuals who continue to do that. My conversation with that president was, will you take more of these terrorists? And he said, absolutely, we will. We will take the worst of the worst and make sure that they're facing consequences for what they've done to your country.
I think there's a lot of people who look at this, Madam Secretary, and say, yes, get the bad guys out. But they want to make sure that the people that are rounded up and taken out are really those guys. There are some allegations from activists and media and immigration attorneys that a few of the people you sent to El Salvador via the Alien Enemies Act are not members of criminal gangs, or that they might not be. Do you see those as credible at all? And if you found out, would you work to take them out of El Salvador?
I trust our intelligence agencies and the intelligence individuals that are within the Department of Homeland Security, that the individuals who are there are members and a part of this organization and have worked with them. And while we were there at that prison, we not only talked about...
The activists he's talking about are literally the legal counsel of these victims, okay? They're not fucking activists. They're immigration attorneys. And depending on what he's talking about, it could even mean federal immigration judges. These are not fucking activists, dude. What are you talking about? These are people who are trying to defend their clients, as the federal government is actively taking away every point that they could defend their clients, including due process.
How to identify these members of these terrorist organizations, but what they did, their actions they took, the case files we built on them, and how we verified that those individuals should be there in that prison.
So we'll
continue to do that. I am very confident in the fact that those individuals that are there should be there, and that by belonging to these organizations, they were choosing to be on the side that wanted to destroy the United States of America.
Immigration enforcement is one of the biggest things that is a positive for President Trump right now, yet Democratic lawmakers talk about it a lot. Take a listen.
Any immigrant can be accused of association with gangs and cartels, and they will be deported without due process of law.
There's not much to this president's agenda. It's tax breaks for the rich and rounding up immigrants. That's the whole program.
You have to have due process. What if you got the wrong person? That is the whole point of all of this.
So what do you say to those Democrats and what's happening now with Tom Holman and what you're seeing on the border?
I would say those Democrats are doing exactly what they've done for years. They're trying to use fear to control people. They're using fear to promote their agenda and lying about what the situation is really here on the ground. We are doing due diligence to make sure that we're going after these criminals that have perpetuated violence on American citizens, and we're removing them from our country. Our president has told us clearly he's prioritizing these criminals and the worst of the worst, those with final removal orders, and that we're making sure that not only did we secure our border, but that we're making sure we don't let those people back into this country.
Lying is OP. Projection is OP. Yeah, it's the Democrats that are going, hey, these Democrats aren't even against deportation, okay? They're against no fucking legal setting, no fair trial, no trial whatsoever, no due process whatsoever, and then doing deportations. They're saying if you're going to deport people, like, you have to investigate whether or not they are deportable. It's fucking insane. I'm losing my mind. Holy fuck.
We have deported over 120 people that are on the known terrorist watch list out of this country, over 800 TDA members, and over 100,000 different arrests have been made of criminals that are out of this country. Every single family that can identify with Laken Riley's family, Jocelyn Nungary's family, people who were devastated by these criminals are thankful that they're gone, and President Trump is on the right side of history.
Do you think the Mexican president, you talked to her, is doing enough to defeat the cartels down there?
You know, we talked extensively about that. I gave her some options of more she could do. She's participated a lot on our southern border, but we want her to secure her southern border with Guatemala. We want her to share some more information with us. Right now, we don't scan every single shipment that comes into this country over air freight. We have some information sharing that could happen on criminal background checks. So I gave her a list of things that President Trump would be very happy to see, and she was remarkable. It was supposed to be a half-hour meeting. We met for almost 2 hours. Very productive. She did sign some of those agreements with us, and I asked her specifically to share biometric information with us, and she's willing to discuss that, even though that in her country would be a little bit controversial. But she's putting a good faith effort. But President Trump is clear. He doesn't want people to keep talking. He wants to see action. And she has an opportunity to do some things that I will give a report to the president on and see if we can deal with the tariff situation that may be facing her people.
Madam Secretary, you talk about the terrorist watch list and the people rounded up. We are removed from 9/11, but the terrorist threat is still there. What do you tell people about what you see every day, knowing what you know, about the terrorist threat facing this country?
That it's very real. It could happen today. It could happen.
She's like, yeah, these loony leftists are complaining about due process being violated, which I just defended and I think is awesome. But also, they're doing it with, they're trying to spark fear through erroneous claims. Also, immediately after, I'm going to tell you that a 9/11 can happen at any given moment. A 9/11 today, a 9/11 tomorrow, a 9/11 every day. I'm actually stopping 9/11s happening 9 times out of the 11 days that I've been in office, actually. I love 9/11. 9/11 is the best. 9/11 all the time. Please, panic. Please, panic. 9/11 all day, every day. Please panic. Psycho. Yeah, good thing Republicans don't try to stoke fear in the hearts of Americans, in the minds of Americans with ridiculous claims, dude. Good thing that's just a Democratic Party thing that the Democrats do.
happen tomorrow. We have people in this country that would do 9/11 all over again if given the opportunity. And we have to have a strong president that stays dedicated towards securing not just the interior of our country, but the exterior, and using every tool that he has to fix what Joe Biden broke. Joe Biden purposely broke this country and our democracy and put us at grave risk. So I'm so thankful that we have a president that recognizes the threats that we have and lets me do my job to follow through on what task he gave me.
You know, we had a lot of focus on the Doge interviews I did with Elon Musk and members of that Doge team. They've been in every agency. I assume they're here.
They are.
You're working with Doge. What are they finding, and are they rooting out some of the waste fraud?
Yeah, they've been fantastic. We have worked with them. I take a lot of extra items to them, all my contracts, evaluations, people who are in position, should they be there? Is this the mission that that agency was created for? What can we do to become more streamlined and efficient? They have been extremely helpful in helping us identify that and looking at where the American people are getting ripped off. And that they're tired of. I tell everybody that every dollar that goes out the door that shouldn't be spent is somebody's Social Security check that won't be there someday when they need it. And President Trump, by allowing Elon and the Doge team to be in here and evaluate everything, really brings a new accountability to government that we've never seen. And is it going to be ugly? Absolutely. For these bureaucrats here who are fighting us every single day, who don't want the dollars to quit getting spent, who want to keep their jobs, yeah, they're going to fight back. But I will tell you, this government is more responsive than it's ever been before. It's refreshing to be here.
Surprising that Kristi Noem now loves dogs all of a sudden. The real Doge annihilator over here, all of a sudden, is a fan of Doge.
Under an administration that truly gets up every day and decides, you know what, today I'm fighting for the American taxpayer. You know, taxpayers oftentimes in our offices don't have a lobbyist that shows up for them. There's lobbyists that show up for every other industry and every other contract and every other business. The American common man deserves a person that will sit there and lobby for them, and that's President Trump.
Well, Madam Secretary, thank you very much. We'll talk down in the National Operations Center in a bit.
Sounds good.
Honestly, that's basic stuff. In fact, if you violate the law, that's exactly when due process kicks in, because you get to have a hearing of some kind to determine whether or not the case against you is true. I don't understand why that's even something a congressperson would say.
Well, just to the overall premise, President Trump was elected by the American people to secure the border, end human trafficking, and defeat the drug.
You fucking bots, bro. Every conservative spokesperson for the admin is a goddamn bot. They just straight up repeat the same points over and over again. President Trump has the heavens mandate. God ordained him to save the American people. And that's why we have to kill every Guatemalan. You don't understand. Jesus Christ, dude. Do you feel more secure under Trump? No. What? Who? Who feels more secure under Trump? You have to be a real fucking baboon to think that an administration that's like disappearing people in broad fucking daylight and defending it and actively fighting the courts and eviscerating the crumbling power, the already crumbling power of the judiciary. Like, people go, oh, they're white, but dude, you don't understand. White people are not safe either. You're a fucking idiot if you think, oh, I'm white, I'll be fine. You're a moron. Due process goes away. It doesn't matter. They just go, you're a non-citizen. What are you going to do about it? You can't, there's no court system. There's no mechanism where you can just go, hey, I'm going to prove my whiteness and citizenship.
Drug cartels, hands down. That is what the American people are expecting from him. Just last night, there was 17 additional illegal aliens that were deported, 6 of them who were had raped children. Like, these are people who need to go. The administration has made it very clear
I
that they are
agree.
prioritizing criminals.
I'm going to interrupt because I want to make sure we're staying on the premise here. It's not about actually those people who, you named the 17 of them, had final orders of deportation. They had actually had their cases adjudicated. They were using basic immigration deporting tools to deport them because they did have their day in court. We're talking about the people who didn't.
But the bottom line is that, first of all, they're doing it very quickly. They're deporting illegal alien criminals. The one thing that I will say is that there's a lot of information that we don't know that Department of Homeland Security does have. They're doing their job. They have the intelligence.
No.
It may not be shared publicly.
No, they're not. You know why I know that? Because when they reveal the information that they do have on the people that they're deporting, we very quickly find out that, no, they don't have fucking any information. They're just making shit up as they go along because the goal was never to deport criminals. The goal was to deport brown people. Enough brown people that will make the dumb fucks feel like, you know, we've done enough racism. That's why I kept repeating in the beginning when they kept saying, like, oh, we're deporting all the criminals. I was like, what are their crimes? Because the notion that the average undocumented migrant living on U.S. soil that has done a heinous crime that never got their day in court is so idiotic. That would imply that the entire police system, the entire court system was just actively letting undocumented people do fucking rapes and murders. Like, you're out of your fucking mind. That wasn't happening.
But some of it may not be able to be shared publicly at this
with
point.
the courts either. Go ahead.
They're not doing that. The person that Joe Rogan was talking about, and I actually think he might have been conflating multiple cases, is the story of a gay makeup artist named Andre who had some crown tattoos with the name Mom on them.
There's still so much we don't know about that.
Are you suggesting that the gay makeup artist is a member of Tren de Aragua, which was the accusation? That was the stated claim. And by the way, there are many more of them. There are three. The reason why I think Joe Rogan is a little bit confused, he mentioned a gay barber. It's actually a gay makeup artist. He might have also been a barber. I found in a 5-minute Google search 3 separate barbers who were sort of rounded up because of their tattoos that were apparently Tren de Agua tattoos. One of them is the Nike Jumpman logo. Another one, multiple crowns. I mean, you know, LeBron has a crown tattoo. Is he a member of Tren de Aragua? Like, this is ridiculous.
Caroline Lovett was asked about this because there was a document that the administration submitted in court that basically said, if you have a tattoo, you have clothing that might be associated with this gang, you're in the gang. She was asked about it. Here's what she said.
You can get classified by simply having certain symbols in your tattoos and wearing certain streetwear brands. That alone is enough.
By the way, the process of revoking people's citizenship, declaring people who are legal permanent residents, the people that have proper documentation to be on U.S. soil, the entire "you are no longer a citizen here" attitude is literally what the Nazis did. Okay? That's it. Like, Jews became non-citizens after the racial laws were passed. That's it. They did not deport Jews or put Jews in concentration camps over any other metric. That was the legal standing that they utilized. That was the pre-existing legal construct that they utilized. German folk were real citizens. The white Germans were the real citizens. Jews were not considered citizens. It is the process of denaturalization that took place. What? Technically, an undocumented migrant is an illegal alien, which is a crime to enter the United States illegally. Dude, we've moved so far past that point right now. You are so fucking stupid. First of all, the process of crossing a border in an effort to get an asylum claim filed is already a legal process. So you're wrong about that. Number two, it's a civil fucking violation. There's a difference between crossing the border and like murdering someone, okay? And we're not even talking about that right now. We're talking about people with the fucking paperwork that ICE is deporting erroneously. Wake up! The law's the law, dude. Sorry. The only difference between an undocumented migrant and a documented one is just paperwork, okay? That's it. That's the only difference. But we're not even talking about that right now. We're talking about the government is doing to legal permanent residents and people with the proper documentation to be in the United States. You're a fucking moron.
Enough to get someone classified as TDA and sent to El Salvador.
That's not true, actually, Andrew.
According to this document, it is.
Shame on you and shame on the mainstream media for trying to cover for these individuals who have. This is a vicious gang, Andrew, and you are questioning the credibility of these agents who are putting their life on the line.
That is what the document said.
Yeah. Can we go back just?
Yeah, the agents putting their lives on the line while they deport the fucking gay hairstylist who has no criminal record whatsoever after going to his permanent residence as a person who keeps telling the fucking government where he is at all times. You understand that, right? The people that they're going after are the easiest targets. They're not even going after undocumented migrants. They're going after documented non-citizens, documented migrants, because they have to constantly tell the authorities where the fuck they're at. So these lazy, fat, piglet pieces of shit in the fucking Department of Homeland Security are like, oh, well, you know, there's not really any criminal gang members that we can find, so let's just make it up. They're doing dragnets across the board on legal residents here, okay? They're doing it to people who are constantly telling the federal government where they're at, collaborating with the federal government because they were silly enough to believe that America had some semblance of fucking morality. Do you understand that? What happened? I thought these were the scary criminals that we're deporting. Read the ICE document for yourself that Caroline Levitt refused to answer questions about. It says exactly what Andrew Feinberg said. All it takes is 8 points on a made-up rubric, and that can be just a tattoo, 4 points, or displaying logos or symbols, 4 points. And those tattoos are insane. One of the people that they decided was a Trinidad gang member was a dude who is a swimming instructor for autistic teenagers, because his cousin is autistic. And because of that, he had an autism ribbon tattoo, an autism awareness tattoo. That was enough to be like, yep, nope, this guy's a fucking real criminal. Get his ass out of here. It is fucking insane.
Just to the premise of what Joe Rogan was talking about, because he's right. It's horrific to believe that in a constitutional democracy like the United States of America, where it's supposed to be guaranteed that we are having to rely on information based on an administration that does not have a good relationship with the truth. They're not even willing to provide the judges who are part of these cases with the documents to prove that some of these individuals actually either did have due process or had been found to be criminal gang members. And let's be very clear. I don't think anybody at this table wants criminals in this country who are murdering children, who are hurting people. I think that's we can probably go baseline there. But what I think we have to ask ourselves is, if you believe in a constitutional democracy, do you not want your president to follow the law? And by the way, in our own...
Dude, Democrats are so bad at responding to this. Just destroy the false claim. Why are you entertaining this? Why are you conceding to this? Just ask. Do you honestly think that the cops and the judges under the Biden administration let rapists roam free when they found out that they were undocumented? Are you fucking insane? Are you experiencing a significant series of mental setbacks that have caused you to truly diminish the processing power that you have in your mind? Because if you believe that, you are the dumbest person I have ever encountered in my fucking life. Not only is there no evidence to suggest that that was what was going on, it would be an incredibly complex web of individuals from all different aspects of the federal law enforcement agencies collaborating with one another under one singular woke banner for God knows what fucking reason. What are you saying? The Biden administration did not just go, oh, are you a rapist, but you're an undocumented migrant from El Salvador? I guess you can go free. My bad. You have to be the stupidest fucking person on the planet if you believe that. And not only that, but also the evidence that is readily available for criminal convictions, charges, arrests, prove the exact opposite reality. What is effing? It's not effing for me. What are you talking about? I fucking hate this goddamn platform that shuts off a server in like one part of the fucking country, and everyone from that part of the country immediately goes, oh, the stream is over for me. Oh. As I was saying, there has never been a moment in the United States of American history where the government has gone, oh, you've done a crime, but you're undocumented. Oops, nothing we can do about it. You're free to do more crimes. That's not real. And not only that, but also there is a process that takes place, of course, when you are an undocumented, when you are a non-citizen across the board, documented or undocumented, you do a crime on U.S. soil, you get prosecuted, you go to jail. And in that process, there is information that's readily available for all of you at the Department of Homeland Security's website, at the Customs and Border Patrol website, where you can fucking look for yourself. The rate of criminality amongst undocumented migrants is far lower than natural-born U.S. citizens. Far lower. Undocumented migrants are responsible for less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens are. You are a fucking moron if you don't recognize that. That's just the truth. So my statement to Karen Finney, former senior advisor of the Hillary Clinton 2016 campaign, is, what the fuck are you doing? What are you saying? Why are you conceding to the made-up hysteria of a white supremacist psychopath? The fuck is wrong with you? Maybe because there's a lot more U.S. citizens, maybe, Lol. This is exactly what I mean when I say people want to sound smart, but they're so fucking stupid that they just don't hear the words that are coming out of my mouth. I said per capita. Undocumented migrants per capita are responsible for less crimes than natural-born U.S. citizens are. That is proportional, okay? I'm not telling you in totality. Of course, undocumented migrants are responsible for virtually no crimes whatsoever when you look at the totality. Oh.
CNN poll, a vast majority of Americans said they're concerned and want to see Donald Trump follow the law.
Scott, isn't this exactly what we denounce other countries for doing? Not giving our own citizens, when they get wrongfully detained around the world, our own citizens the due process that they deserve?
Well, I think multiple things could be true. Number one, I delineate between American citizens and everyone else. If you're a U.S. citizen...
No, you don't delineate. That means you don't care about the Constitution. There's no delineation in the Constitution. Non-citizens, okay? Non-citizens, migrants, documented and undocumented alike, still get constitutional protection as long as they've crossed the fucking border, okay? When they've crossed the border, they are on U.S. soil. When they're on U.S. soil, they get the same fucking constitutional protections. It's in the Constitution. It doesn't matter what your opinion is on this, okay? It doesn't matter. Either you say, fuck the Constitution, and maybe you do think that way, and that's fine. I don't like the Constitution either, but there are certain things that I do like within it. This is one of them. Every single person on U.S. soil, citizen and non-citizen alike, have constitutional protections. And one of those protections is obviously a free speech protection from the government taking action against them, which the government is currently violating. And another one is the 5th and 14th Amendment that requires there to be a fair trial. There is no delineation that you can individually make. Unless you want to say, yeah, I don't really care. Some of these non-citizens, yeah, they shouldn't get any fucking due process. They shouldn't get anything. The problem with that argument is that if that is what you want to entertain, if that is your argument, if you are making this argument, you can be one day branded as a non-citizen because now there's no due process. That means they can do whatever the fuck they want to you. Due process of privilege, not a right, like a driver's license. Okay, this person is memeing, dude. They're fucking LARPing in the chat.
I put you in a different category.
On due process, that's not a distinction that the law makes,
Then if you've come here and you've broken our laws and committed violent acts or murdered and raped and whatever, I put you in a different category.
When it comes to the law and due process, that is not a distinction.
Well, if you'd like to argue that Trinidad should have the same rights and that you get as an American citizen, go ahead.
I would change the Constitution.
Hold on a second. The argument
Yes, I will argue that. Yes. Of course. What do you mean? What the fuck do you mean, dumbass? Yes. They should. Because it's not about the actual fucking criminals. It's about people that you have branded as Trinidad. That's precisely the point. How do I know Scott Jennings is not a part of Trinidad? How do I know? Let's say I'm now a fascist little piggy working. I've gotten 100 pounds fatter so I can work for the Department of Homeland Security. I'm a Customs and Border Patrol fascist pig, okay? I knock on Scott Jennings' door. I arrest him under the suspicion that he is a Trinidad member. Scott Jennings luckily doesn't have his ID on him. He says, what are you talking about? I am a Republican consultant. I'm Scott Jennings. I'm on CNN every night. I say, shut the fuck up. And I beat the fuck out of him. And I black bag him. And I put him in a fucking prison cell. Then he says, wait a minute. What's going on? I'm an American citizen. Hello? I'm Scott Jennings. I'm on CNN. I beat the shit out of him even further. Okay? I beat his fucking ass over and over again. He begs me for the aluminum foil that they give to the little children in a fucking deportation facility. I say, fuck you. You don't get it. You're Trinidad. Scott Jennings keeps saying, can I see a lawyer? I say, fuck you. You're Trent Aragua. What do you mean a fucking lawyer? Then I put him on a fucking plane and ship his bitch ass to El Salvador to a slave labor colony. Okay? Every step of the way, he's like, I'm an American citizen. I'm an American citizen. No, you're not. I have decided, I am the law. I've decided you are Trent Aragua. Fuck are you going to do about it? When you don't have due process, it's all up to me. That's why I keep saying everyone is fucking Trent Aragua if there is no due process. Everyone is. And it's not like this is a hypothetical that I'm entertaining. This is literally the reason why they're having this fucking argument on CNN. Due process gives you and every single other person the opportunity to defend themselves, to make sure that we're just not nabbing random people and then claiming they're Trent Aragua. That's it. That's the point. But I'm not illegal. That's the answer. That's the only answer these fucking dumb fuck Republicans have. I'm not illegal. Okay, you can't prove it though. You can't prove it. If there's no due process, you can't prove that you're not illegal. I say you're illegal, so you are fucking illegal. That's how it works.
You're saying that a terrorist can walk across the border and become effectively a U.S. citizen?
That's not what I'm saying.
Hold on. Scott, look at me. Okay.
Yeah, let's give the host
you and I are
welcome
talking.
back.
You and I are
Let's give her
talking.
respect.
Okay.
Not
What I'm saying to you is that the law does not make a distinction between U.S. citizens and everybody else when it comes to being accused of crimes. Are you saying that that should not be in place? That if you happen to not be a citizen, you get to be thrown into a jail with no process at all?
I'm saying that these people are effectively terrorists. They walked across our borders illegally.
Okay.
They are violent, and I don't really want them
here. But doesn't the government have to prove that they are who they say they are?
Correct.
That's
all we're saying.
That's all.
I think.
I mean, you can say it.
Eventually,
it's not a concession that you like Trent Aragua. It's just a question of the basics of civics in this country.
I think eventually the government will have to show all of its cards on everybody that they have detained, deported, or done anything to in this arena. But there is no doubt.
Eventually.
There is no doubt that the Trump administration is rounding up effectively terrorists who came across here illegally, committed horrific acts.
Not yet. But eventually they'll have to. But also, I will defend their right not to do so. Yeah, what eventually. They'll do it one day. Don't worry. You fucking coward. Goddamn Nazi piece of shit. Scumbag. Why should they? When there's loyal propagandists like Scott Jennings on CNN, on liberal media, turning around being like, oh, well, you know, I just don't want any Trent Aragua in the country over and over again. When the conversation itself is about due process, because without due process, turns out there's innocent people being fucking deported under the suspicion that they're Trent Aragua. That's the whole point. You can't just like avoid that point by repeatedly saying, oh, well, what about Trent Aragua? Okay, you're fucking Trent Aragua now. Suck my dick. I hate these goddamn morons, dude.
And do not need to be in this country.
They are doing that, perhaps, but they're also doing a lot of other things, too. And that's why the courts are asking questions about it.
Of course, if anyone's harassing Jews on campus.
How this rabbi's argument actually hurts Jews? Steven Crowder? Oh, my God. Schumer breaks news to Booker on the Senate floor. The Republicans are planning to sidestep parliamentarian on current policy. They don't care anymore about norms, about rules, and even about going nuclear, he says. Booker says it's further breaking of the Senate. Next time around, there's no going back now. Wow, that's crazy. I don't know if this is what you meant with right-wing infighting. Bro, it's so sad. This motherfucker's got 2,000 views in 34 minutes. Let's see.
That's completely impermissible, just as harassing any other students on campus. Communists do it too. I'm with you. But as it relates to government institutions and then public figures, that is an anti-American view.
Idaho Republican state rep dared to speak out against Trump, then ICE raided them. Wait, what? Stephanie Mickelson was falsely reported to ICE by local Republican Party. 3 days later, her farm was raided. What's worse? It worked. The next debate, I remained silent. I didn't speak up because I didn't want to put a target on my family's back, she said, admitting that weaponizing ICE to intimidate her had actually worked. I did change the way I did things. What is this?
Investigate West dropped a...
And I think a lot of it has to do with I've been one of the few that have stood up to the far right extremism.
And because of that, Republican Representative Stephanie Mickelson believes she's had a pretty big target on her back the last several years. We've talked about this before, when Representative Mickelson was censured and then told she could no longer run as a Republican by her local legislative GOP committee. That leadership has since been replaced. But last week, we learned how big that target actually is. Daniel Walters of Investigate West dropped a story of how far-right Republican activists have tried to weaponize a federal agency against those who don't agree with the new administration's approach to immigration enforcement. Specifically, how a ranking member of the Ada County Republican Central Committee targeted Representative Mickelson with threats of raids by ICE. Well, that raid happened back in January. Mickelson, who owns several food production and seed potato companies in southeastern Idaho, says immigration enforcement isn't really her biggest concern about this. It's more about the culture of politics these days and how intimidation tactics like this could impact anyone's effect as a legislator.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me.
For many people,
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
The second inauguration of Donald Trump
Solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute.
Was a turning point.
Faithfully execute.
For Idaho Representative Stephanie Mickelson,
They showed up at our business, days later.
that point came later that week.
He started targeting me on Tuesday, and they were there by Friday.
Representative Mickelson is referring to a January 21st social media post by Ada County GOP Vice Chairman Ryan Spoon, in which he asked the Deputy Director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement if he could please send some illegal...
Wait, it's another Republican? Hey, yo, these people are fucking crazy, bro. It's Republicans doing it to one another. Oh my God, bro. It like not even a random guy, like actually a Republican in a position of power, like a party representative. Like, I thought, yes, they said it like 12 times. No, I thought it was just like fucking random Nazis online. Not the Republican in her own district.
Immigration raids to the businesses owned by Idaho State Representative Stephanie Mickelson. She's been bragging about how many illegals her businesses employ. Representative Mickelson says,
So I was actually home that Friday.
It was an off day during the early legislative session when ICE showed up at one of her eastern Idaho farms.
And then when they couldn't get a hold of me, then they start texting 911, Mom, which means I have to call.
Not coincidence?
I don't think it was coincidence, but, could have been, but I doubt it.
Yeah, they keep pointing to something you said during last session, though.
So what it was is we were having a discussion, and it was a Texas force style bill, which was already tied up in the courts.
This right here is another key component to us protecting and defending the people of Idaho, and that is protecting the very borders of our state.
So on this particular case, and I feel like this has been happening a lot lately, is we target a certain ethnicity or a certain group, and we want to...
Bro, this is why it's so funny when people go, nah, this won't be an issue for me. Bitch, she's a Republican state representative with not one, but multiple farms. A rich white lady who is in the Republican Party. You're so fucking stupid. Be for real if you think it's not going to actually hurt you. These people, herself included, don't even give a fuck about you. You don't have any money. You have no motion and you have no bitches. Okay? You're gonna fucking die alone and you're never gonna be able to retire. You think these fucking elites give a shit about you? They don't even care about one another. And you're like, no, dude, no, this won't happen to me. Ah, due process, fuck it, violated. Who cares? Fuck it. It's fine that the ICE is, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement is basically the personal Gestapo force of the most right-wing person that you've ever encountered at any given moment. You're fucking cooked, dog. You're cooked.
demonize them.
For debate on motion, Late 32.
It was during the House debate on last session's immigration enforcement bill.
I think you need to remember that every food processor, probably in the state, from the large food processors to the small ones. But I stood up and I said, I think we need to be really thoughtful before we're passing some of these bills because I think they have unintended consequences. So if you guys think that you haven't been touched by an illegal immigrant's hands in some way through either your traveling or your food, you're kidding yourselves. So because of that, then they claimed that I had admitted to something which I had never admitted to.
Which is likely what Spoon referenced on January 23rd of this year, calling Mickelson a, quote, plantation mistress, and said, we're going to take your farm slaves away. However, Spoon told Investigate West, quote, her own testimony drew attention to herself.
And the fallacy in all this, every employer out there has to follow the law. But the law is very narrow as far as what we can get, what we can ask, and what we can do. If we don't follow those laws, and if we were knowingly hiring undocumented workers or illegals, you can get a fine of up to $27,000 per employee.
For Representative Mickelson, her biggest worry isn't necessarily her family business.
Double checked.
But the chilling effect this had on her ability to do her other job, like when a similar immigration bill came back this session. When this came around for you to stand up and speak your mind on a topic like this, did that change?
This year, I didn't stand up and talk about it.
Why not?
I felt like that I didn't need to make myself and my family and our businesses a bigger target than it needed to be. And so I simply stayed quiet on the issue.
So you've had to change the way you do things?
I did have to change the way I did things, and I had a lot of sleepless nights where I said to myself, if I can't be effective anymore, then maybe it is time, then maybe I need to not be here. I need to do something differently. Or my choice was, I'm going to have to.
Republicans will ignore the Senate parliamentarian. I know. We covered it earlier. Shocking, guys. Shocking.
To stand up and find my voice again. And so I finally decided that I'm going to do the best I can do while I'm here. I represent my community. I represent my constituents. I represent the people of Idaho. And if we lose good statesmen in this body, then where will we be?
Is this a bigger problem in this building or in this realm of politics where people feel like they can't say something because they'll get a target on their backs?
I think you're seeing more and more of that, especially in the last couple of years with the rise of social media and confrontational politics. You see this situation where people really think about whether or not they're ever going to make a public statement. Part of the problem with these extremist groups is they've come in, a lot of them have come in from another state, and we welcome out-of-staters to come in and move into Idaho, but to come in and then tell us that they know the Idaho way. The Idaho way is when we have a problem, we roll up our sleeves and we work together and we help our neighbors, or we have differences, but we sit at the table and hammer through what's the best solution for Idaho. But I think until some of us start standing up and saying this is enough, if you want to have a conversation, that's great. Let's not be an.
They sound nervous. Am I just projecting? No, it's double speed. I think that's part of the reason, but also, yeah, of course she's nervous. Another member of her party, as a state representative, she's a state representative, spoke out against this bill. Another member of her party called ICE on her facility. Yeah, it's insane. This is just a liberal. No, she's not a liberal. Dude, no, she is a fucking Republican. She is a Republican state rep. Hello, she is a Republican state rep. Called ICE, look like an ex-post. Dog, if you fucking post on Twitter and you demand that ICE go to her facilities, and then ICE goes to her facilities, you just called ICE. You don't have to dial them up. That's what you did. That's what happened.
Anarchist or an arsonist, let's be an architect, let's find a good future for Idaho.
Well, according to Investigate West's story, after that January raid of Mickelson Farms, one employee was arrested by ICE and sent to a detention center in Las Vegas. Both she and her family say they would never knowingly employ an undocumented worker, and they follow all federal and state laws.
Yeah, knowingly. Yeah, of course they do. Of course. That's why she doesn't want to fucking... That's why she doesn't want ICE to fucking round up all of her workers. That's what it is. That's the real reason. It's not like she even cares about the humanity of these people. Maybe she does to a certain degree. It's so funny that chatters looked at a Republican from Idaho, a place where liberalism does not exist in theory or in praxis, sorry. And you went, Oh, she thinks like brown people are human. She must be a libtard. No, she's just a Republican who has a disagreement. One disagreement. That's all it took for another Republican to sick ice on her. What the fuck? If you think a federal government that is willing to do this will, to a wealthy Republican, multiple farm owning a state representative, if they think that they won't do that to you, you are stupid.
To be in compliance. By the way, Mickelson did vote in favor of that immigration bill last session, despite the debate. And this ICE episode,
and it worked. It worked. She voted in favor of it. I'm an actual leftist in Idaho. There are dozens of us here. Dozens. Yeah. This is what's going on.
Donald Trump will become
I want to watch the fucking right-wing infighting that's going on.
When Donald Trump won the US election in 2024, it was something of a shock to the system. As I've explored on this channel before, commentators described it as the great vibe shift, a sense that Trump's populist vision was now victorious in America. But his victory also had an effect in other countries. In the UK, it was another boost to Nigel Farage and his party Reform, with speculation, not least from him, that he could even become the next Prime Minister. In Germany, with elections approaching, the momentum was with the far-right AfD. In Canada, Pierre Poilievre seemed on course to become the next Prime Minister. And generally the news was...
What's the difference between a sponge and you? Nothing. A sponge? Like an information sponge? Is that what you're trying to say? Is this like a weird way to compliment me? Like I'm just sucking up all the info? This is an old video. Dog, is from 4 days ago.
Was full of commentary about the inevitable rise of the far right. But since then, things have changed a bit.
We are likely just days away from a federal election campaign, and the winds in Canada's political sails are changing course.
I cannot think of a swing that happened as quickly.
Europe is in shock just days before the German federal elections.
Sparked anti-US demonstrations.
Farage's run of good news seriously stalled this weekend.
From Canada to the UK and other European countries, the seemingly inevitable rise of the populist right seems to be faltering. Some are even speculating about whether this is the twilight of the populists. On this channel, I explore the ideas that explain the news at a deeper level, and when Trump won, I used some of these concepts to argue Trump's presidency would soon falter. But what I didn't consider is that his actions would also damage populist right-wing movements around the world. In this video, I want to explain what's going on, and share 3 ideas that will explain not only why this is happening, but that will be useful to you in...
Sometimes it calls me and just bullies me on the phone. This is real. I can confirm. I do that. 100%. I do that. And it's valid.
And understanding the news long after today's headlines have been forgotten. Okay, let's do this.
How else am I going to get away? How? I need to get out all my anti-Semitism. So I call my Jewish lawyer and yell at him so that I don't do it in public, chat. That's how it works. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, Felix moved and Alex lives in New York, so I have to call him. And because he's my lawyer, attorney-client privilege. It's confidential. So all my anti-Semitism to my Jewish lawyer is confidential. The state can't use it. Anyway, wait, hold on. Oh, before we move away from this, there's two things I wanted to show you. I'm sorry, I forgot. Number one, Tarlov. Does anyone have the clip of this? Because I want to show you how fucking disgusting this little cretin is. Here is Jessica Tarlov talking about the Venezuelan hairstylist / makeup artist, the gay one that was deported. Okay?
Every day. And I'm going to...
You are probably... I was about to say you are probably not going to believe what Jesse Waters has to say, but honestly, I spent 2 hours pulling up clips to prove that you weren't anti-Semitic or racist because of those clip chimps, bro. Yeah, I ruined it. I ruined it. I spent years on this. Ethan Klein be like, I spent months compiling all of the Redditors' posts to make an argument that this man is anti-Semitic, and he just came out and said it. It's over. All that work. Years of work, and he just tweeted it out. Why do we have to prove this shit is clear as day? Dude is an anti-Semitic. I mean, I think there are varying degrees of people who have information on this process. Like there's some who are in the margins who might be convinced that I am anti-Semitic with clips out of context. And then there is a ginormous number of people who are out there who just will say it even though they don't believe it themselves. They don't really care about the truth. If you find someone who is in the first camp, then yeah, it's valid to try to explain to them what the truth is.
to continue because getting an assurance from the El Salvadorian government that they're not going to torture anyone who they haven't confirmed is a gang member is not the same as not putting these people on the flight in the first place. And there was an interesting back and forth with Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, and Andrew Feinberg earlier this afternoon, because Andrew Feinberg was trying to talk to her about this new guidance that shows that you need 8 points. Then there are a bunch of different ways that you can qualify 4 points to prove that you are a TDA member. And you can get 8 points alone for a tattoo that they say is a gang tattoo. And we now know of 2 separate cases of people who have tattoos that met that criteria, but it was just for one of them, a crown that said mom above it, and another one, another crown tattoo. So that's obviously something they're looking for. But it turns out that that guy had a crown tattoo because he got matching tattoos with his ex-girlfriend, and they had done that. So those people have been sent to this El Salvadorian
The
prison
lesson,
camp.
do not get matching tattoos
Correct.
with your
I
girlfriend.
agree.
Parents everywhere
I'm
are
not
taking notes.
very pro-ink, but you can't take away people's due process like that. And I don't trust the El Salvadorian government to be making sure that they're not torturing people, that they're vetting them properly. They need to be vetted on this side.
Why do the Democrats always say this could happen?
It did happen. It's not.
Yeah, what do you mean this could happen? She's giving examples of what has happened thus far.
It didn't could
They're
happen.
torturing them?
Did you watch the video?
Torturing?
Yeah. Did you?
Yes, CCOT, unironically, is a torture slave labor prison. That's what it is. Human rights groups have been criticizing CCOT since its inception. Yes. It is happening. Yes.
Did you read
them
the
shaving
Time
their
magazine?
heads.
Time magazine was there when the gay barber from Venezuela who had a crown tattoo that said mom was being processed coming into the El Salvadorian. Oh, am I boring you again? I'm sorry.
No, but you've been talking about this gay barber from El Salvador with some stupid tattoo for weeks.
Yeah.
Weeks, Jessica.
Come on.
That's a person, man. That's a human being with a life, with friends, with loved ones, with family. And now all of that has been stripped away from him for no reason, literally no reason whatsoever. And the way in which that was stripped away from him was also illegal. He wasn't. The actions of the government is. And he's like, oh, come on. I want to jerk off over the thought of brown people being rounded up, and you're ruining it for me by constantly yapping in my ear about how a lot of these people are innocent.
It's just a gay barber.
He's not into you.
He's an innocent guy who got swept up in a deportation, and hopefully we get it figured out and straightened out. But a lot of people in this country, Jessica, get arrested for things that they didn't do, get falsely accused, falsely convicted.
I'm also against racial profiling.
Yeah, Lemon Towel is correct. Imagine if someone told Jesse Waters, man, shut up about Lake and Riley. You talked about her for an entire fucking year, you know? Like, if someone had said that, these people would go to that person's house and kill them, okay? They would assassinate. They would assassinate that person. There would be round-the-clock coverage over the horrific monster that said this thing. And eventually, someone would do a lone wolf-style assassination. Stochastic terrorism.
That doesn't mean used falsely convicted.
I'm also against racial profiling.
That doesn't mean you just stop arresting people. That doesn't mean you stop arresting.
Yeah, that's not the argument, you fucking asshole. That's not the argument at all. No one is saying, no more arrests, please. Innocent people get arrested sometimes. No. She's saying, once an arrest has taken place, there has to be a mechanism to make sure that this person is innocent or guilty. Otherwise, everyone can be arrested and everyone can be shipped off to the fucking slave camp.
Criminals because one guy was arrested who was innocent. It just means you just try to do it better the next time. And I have nothing against the gay barbers. Gay barbers usually give the best haircuts. So we should bring them back just for that.
Anyway, with the administrative error, the Maryland man that was sent to El Salvador prison, J.D. Vance also got in on it. Here's what kickstarted the process. Vance here, mocking Jon Favreau for not reading the court filing, says the deported man was a convicted gang member. The court filing does not say that. It says he was denied bond in 2019 over an informant's claim that he was in MS-13. That is not a conviction. J.D. Vance, Jon Favreau says, any comment on this? Marco Rubio, how about you? You just admitted to accidentally sending an innocent father from Maryland to a torture prison, right? And he responded, he reposted that and said, my comment is that according to the court document you apparently didn't read, he was a convicted MS-13 gang member with no legal right to be here. My further comment is that it's gross to get fired up about gang members getting deported while ignoring citizens they victimize. Okay? And then he and the actual fucking court filing does not show what he claims it shows. Kyle Cheney responds, senior legal affairs reporter for Politico, says Vance here, mocking Jon Favreau for not reading the court filing, says the deported man was a convicted gang member. The court filing does not say that. It says he was denied bond in 2019 over an informant's claim that he was in MS-13. That is not a conviction. The issue is not whether Abrego Garcia was removable. It's that the court agreed he shouldn't be sent to El Salvador. The administration has scoffed at the notion there have been errors in March 15 flight determinations. But here they acknowledge one. Now, of course, considering that this administration also moved forward with the Lake and Riley Act, something that people must understand is that they don't care. They don't fucking care. Because someone else claiming that they're fucking MS-13 is all it takes. Someone suspecting you of doing a crime is all it takes for you to be deported. Here's how the Republicans are defending it. Let's tell the story of Kilmer Armando Abrego Garcia, the Maryland father. Reed, likely member of MS-13. No, he's not. Who was removed to El Salvador and who the Atlantic and apparently the entire political left are demanding be returned to the United States. First, his detention. He was detained in March 2019 and charged with removability. Abrego Garcia is a native and a citizen of El Salvador. He crossed the border illegally in 2012 and thus was removable totally independently of whether he was an MS-13. The finding that he was a member of MS-13 only came up because he asked for bond. The immigration judge reviewed the evidence and found that it showed he is a verified member of MS-13. It did not. And therefore, that Abrego Garcia did not demonstrate that his release from custody would not pose a danger to others. The immigration judge also found that Abrego Garcia was a flight risk, noting his only history of failing to appear in the proceedings pertaining to his traffic violations. Thus, on 2 independent grounds, the judge denied his bond. Abrego Garcia appealed the Board of Immigration Appeals, which affirmed the immigration judge's finding on the dangerousness, thus dismissed the appeal. Fast forward 6 months with a new tactic. Instead of challenging the finding of removability, Abrego Garcia filed a new claim, 1 for asylum, 2 for withholding of removal from El Salvador, and 3, protection under Article 3 of the Convention Against Torture. And what happened after that? We have to remember the situation that Abrego Garcia is in. He's facing imminent removal given the ruling of his first immigration judge. I like that he only posts positively about judicial decisions that he agrees with, but not ones that he disagrees with, where he just makes up excuses. Yeah. Please pay no attention to the judges that looked through all of this information and still decided that he should not be deported. What does that say about the previous decisions that were made? Perhaps it maintains the position that the previous decisions that were made were erroneous, which is precisely the fucking reason why the goddamn Department of Homeland Security openly admitted that they made an administrative mistake. They openly admit it. These guys are outflanking the DHS by saying, oh, well, the one time someone claimed he was MS-13, that's all that matters. That's all that matters. Don't look at anything else. Yeah. At his hearing applying for asylum, he testified he fears return to El Salvador because the 18th Street Gang was targeting him and threatening him with death because of his family's pupusa business. He argued that the gang was extorting his mother, which is a common practice for MS-13, by the way, which is such a common practice for MS-13 that the American fucking federal immigration judge also was like, yeah, that makes sense. A fact that gave him protection from deportation in this country until ICE black-bagged him and kidnapped him and sent him to El Salvador anyway, which is ironic because then the Department of Homeland Security turned around and said, yeah, guess what? We fucked up, actually. Sorry, oops. But this guy's still defending the decision. Despite the convenience, also, by the way, of course, they never reported anything to the police. Still, he fears for his life 8 years later. He testified, even though the family had closed down the pupusa business. I wonder why they did that. Despite the convenience of Abrego Garcia's claims now being made 8 years after the fact while facing imminent removal, and despite the lack of corroborating evidence from beyond affidavits from his family. Wait. Okay. So there is corroborating evidence. You just don't like the corroborating evidence that exists. Okay. Cool. The new immigration judge found Abrego Garcia's account credible. Even after this finding, the new immigration judge could not grant Abrego Garcia asylum claim that was obviously time barred. Ergo, Abrego Garcia does not have legal status in the United States. However, Abrego Garcia was granted a withholding of removal from El Salvador or to El Salvador. That is not a legal right to stay in the United States, only a legal right not to be removed to one specific country. Any third country would be sufficient. A withholding of removal, as far as I understand, I might be wrong on this, I'm not an immigration attorney, has a higher fucking proof. Like it has a higher standard of proof than asylum even. Which means if a withholding of removal to El Salvador was granted to him, that requires a higher burden of a higher threshold of proof than fucking an asylum status. What are you saying, Will Chamberlain? So that's the issue. The United States didn't need make an administrative error, the removal to him to El Salvador when they were withholding the removal to El Salvador. But that begs the question, could the administration terminate his withholding of removal? Oh my God. Fuck. But getting back to the matter at hand, J.D. Vance responded to Kyle Cheney, a legal affairs reporter, is apparently unable to or unwilling to look at the facts here. In 2019, an immigration judge under the first Trump administration determined that the deported man was, in fact, a member of MS-13 gang. He also apparently had multiple traffic violations for which he failed to appear in court. A real winner. That is literally not enough to deport someone. You fucking animal. That's the crime. Aside from allegations that were later found to be erroneous, okay, the crime is failing to appear in traffic court. It is telling that the entire American media is going to run a propaganda operation today, making you think an innocent father of 3 was apprehended by a gulag. Here are the relevant facts. The man is an illegal immigrant with no right to be in our country. An immigration judge determined he was a member of MS-13 gang. He did not. Because he is not a citizen, he does not get a full jury trial by peers. In other words, whatever due process he was entitled to, he received. He edited the original post because he had said that the determination was made under the Biden admin. It had not been. He initially wrote, "Oh, your own fucking Biden admin actually made this determination." Here it is. Here's the initial post. No, this is not the initial post. Where the fuck's the initial post? God damn it. Yeah, here. Kyle Cheney, illegal in 2019, an immigration judge under the Biden admin determined that the deported man was in fact a MS-13. Yeah, also, you're right. Jay Mershon is right. J.D. Vance is not being a dumb fuck here. He's a Yale-educated lawyer. He is deliberately manufacturing consent. Or, in this case, fucking lying. Okay? He knows exactly what took place here. He's just fucking lying. He's a dumb fuck for saying Biden in 2019, ironically enough. Yeah. This person replying is correct. He is not a convicted MS-13 gang member. That is a fucking lie. But you can do that. You can lie about whoever the fuck you want. Here's how he was even ID'd as an MS-13 gang member in 2019 in the first place. Yeah. Alberto Garcia is not a convicted gang member. He's never been charged or convicted of any crime. The only thing he's done is fail to show up to traffic court, chat. Police accused him of being MS-13 after stopping him and 3 other men for allegedly loitering outside of a Home Depot where he says he'd gone to apply for a job. It was his first time and only time in state custody. Law enforcement separated the men and interrogated them about gang membership. They told Abrego Garcia he could leave if he gave them information, which he said he didn't have. One of the other men pointed the finger at Abrego Garcia and accused him of being affiliated with a gang that operates in New York, which he's never lived in. That, along with the fact that he was wearing a Chicago Bulls hat and a hoodie, is the evidence law enforcement said showed he was in a gang. The standard for evidence for a cop to fucking assume that you are a criminal is already low. The standard of evidence for ICE is just you're fucking brown. That's it. I swear to God, that's it. Everything else is make-believe. Okay? I'm telling you right now, they literally don't care. They're like, oh, you're Mexican. Oh, you're El Salvadoran? Doesn't matter. You're Mexican now. That's literally it. You just look Mexican enough and they will fuck you. The cops already do that for black people and brown people in general. This is on steroids, okay? When his lawyer went to find the police report for the Home Depot incident, Abrego Garcia wasn't even named on it. And what about the subsequent gang evaluation? The investigator who authored it was suspended. In late 2019, Abrego Garcia won his case and was granted protected status and was released from custody. He has had no arrest since. Those are the facts. Vance complains a lot about dishonesty and fake news, and here he is spreading an outright lie about someone the administration he's serving in just mistakenly sent to a third world prison without due process, a staggering level of incompetence. He should be deeply embarrassed. But Abrego Garcia was denied bond. That is because the law requires that judges view ICE allegations as inherently trustworthy when the agency submits someone for deportation. Worse, ICE erroneously noted on its form that Abrego Garcia had been arrested as a part of a murder investigation instead of a loitering investigation. Being denied bond does not make you guilty under law. Conservatives used to define themselves with a skepticism towards government, blah, 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 and then the rest of it is because he's a fucking libertarian Reason Magazine lawyer, Reason Magazine writer. So he's just fantasizing about how conservatives used to be. Liberals and libertarians at Reason Magazine fantasize about a conservative movement that never existed and will never exist. But that's besides the point. Everything else is correct. Mind you, they're outflanking this. Yeah, exactly. That's what's so crazy about it is that the administrative apparatus that is responsible for mass deportations unironically came out and said, we actually made a mistake. Holy fuck. These guys are literally just trying to play catch up and defend. They are outflanking ICE. They're saying, yeah, ICE is some woke nonsense, actually. This story is fucking insane. It's insane because it's indicative of the attitude that the administration has demonstrated towards their mass deportation policies. It is insane because it's even happening. It's insane that... What? You got banned again? What do you mean? No? It's insane every step of the way. Are you typing with the screen off and audio off? Yeah. In any case, here is Cory Booker.
Deficits in the trillions and trillions of dollars? Or are we going to do something different like John Lewis would call us to do? He would call us...
We're in the final 5 minutes of Cory Booker breaking the record that previously was held by segregationist Strom Thurmond against the Civil Rights Act.
John, don't hate each other.
He is now at 100,000 live viewers.
Hate them. I said this about the presiding elder. Different parties, but he showed me an act of kindness during this speech. He and I have talked about energy policy. He has amazing ideas. I want to partner with him. Don't hate anybody. Did the folks in Birmingham, Martin Luther King, Fred Shuttlesworth, Dorothea Cotton, James Bevel, did they bring bigger dogs and bigger fire hoses to match the sheriff's? Bull Connor, thank you. I've been standing here a long time. They didn't do that. They were creative artists of activism. They called...
Dude, libs are going crazy mode over this, by the way. They're locked in. They're dialed in. They love this. 140,000 on the Associated Press. The one good thing about this, I will say, the one good thing about this is that there is appetite for a lot of people. There is appetite from a lot of people that want to see Democrats do something, anything. Now, of course, this is still, it's an optics play in general. And I hope the lessons that the Democrats learn from this isn't make an optics play with no tangible results, but instead to actually recognize that people are very angry, people have a lot of resentment towards this administration, and to organize and to mobilize. I do fear that liberals will only learn the wrong lesson from this.
But as long as this is a democracy, that we can still protect the power of the people is greater than the people in power if they use their power. As a great African-American woman author once said, the most common way people give up their power is not realizing they have it in the first place. I've been calling out names, folks, to tell them they have power. I read the stories of Deanna, of Wendy and Cassie, of Tanya, of Cameron, of Jean, of Susan, of Edna, of Randy, of Dylan, of Teresa, of Pamela, of Sally, of Mike, of Carol, of Rosemary, of Danielle, of Judith, of Elizabeth, of Sandra, Alicia, Maggie, Nibel, Laura, Michael, Robin, Mary, Allison, Ash, Roseanne, Carrie, Samantha P., Raphael, Will, Anthony, Sean, and so many more. I read their stories here because while we were elected, they are the power of our country. I've made mistakes. We all have. Both parties have a lot of mistakes to account for. The ballast of this country, what will anchor us to our ideals, what will call us to new heights, lift our heads, lift our hopes, what will call us to rise is each other. We need each other. We need a greater love in this country. We need a greater fight in this country. We need a greater determination. We can't act as if this is normal times. These people's stories that I wrote were calling out for help. Senator, help me. Someone help me. I'm in danger of losing my health care. Someone help me. I'm a veteran. Look what happened to me. It's not fair. I fought for this country. Help me, help me. I'm worried about my Social Security. And the rural office I go to is being closed. Help. People calling out for help. And what Americans do when people are calling out for help? They built an infrastructure. The greatest project ever, called it the Underground Railroad, where Quakers, white folks, joined with black folks to shuttle people to freedom. What did they do when people were worried and fearful? They called people together from across our country. Let's have a conference. Let's go to Seneca Falls. What did they do when they faced violence? Well, look at the people at Stonewall who stood up, who pushed back, who organized, who won. What do they do when the dogs are unleashed on us, the fire hose are unleashed on us? Look at what they did in Selma.
He's loving this, dude.
I'm getting close to a record, folks, but there's a room here in the Senate named after Strom Thurmond. To hate him is wrong.
No, it's
maybe
okay.
My ego got too caught up that if I stood here, maybe, just maybe I could break this record of the man who tried to stop the rights upon which I stand. I'm not here, though, because of his speech. I'm here despite his speech. I'm here because as powerful as he was, the people were more powerful.
Like, the irony is that Strom Thurmond did that for a specific purpose, right? So that, you know, people like Cory Booker, black people, would never be able to, you know, would never have the same liberties as white people.
Decades later, he was a congressman.
Like, Cory Booker's doing this right now in this very moment against no bill, no policy.
I heard about this story when I was in the car in Georgia with him.
It is so.
What did you do, John? This man that so viciously beat you.
Perfectly Democrat Party, like modern day Democrat Party. By the way, Strom was also a Democrat, ironically enough, a Dixiecrat.
What did you do? And a good Christian man of faith, simply said, every one of us needs mercy.
Randy Fine won.
Every one of us needs redemption.
Against Josh
I forgave
Whale.
him. I hugged him. We wept. And I looked at the boy.
Damn, they came in fucking close.
John?
Would the senator yield for a question?
Chuck Schumer, it's the only time in my life I can tell you no.
I just want to tell you a question. Do you know you have just broken the record Do you know how proud this caucus is of you? Do you know how proud America is of you?
All right, search Rosario Dawson on Twitter. Cory Booker just asked his girlfriend, Rosario Dawson, why his girlfriend likes Bernie more than him. This is the throwing themselves on the railroad tracks they promised? No, it's not, because there's no train. No, this is Democrats throwing themselves. This is Cory Booker throwing himself on the railroad track after the train killed like 30 fucking families and then passed by, and he knows there's no new train coming. And it's crazy that, oh God, liberals are eating, dude. Liberals are eating this. We all laughed at him, but who's laughing now?
Ladies and gentlemen.
I don't even like Cory Booker, but this is exactly the kind of performance shit Democrats should have been doing when there's more substantial option available. Also, this is why it's nice to have senators under the age of 70. I mean, that is true.
Does not wish to take away from this moment, but I think the best way to honor this great accomplishment to our guests in the gallery, to make a rare exception and let you stand to show your appreciation, I will not constrain my fellow senators.
Thank you. I'm Chuck Schumer. I have yielded for a question, and you asked me, did I know? I know now. I want to not quite wrap this up yet. I don't want to wrap this up yet. My mom's senator, my mom's been watching. I know Catherine Cortez Masto has a podium in front of her. She can give me a rest. I'd like to go a little further if we can, just a little further. I love, and again, I know people are trying to train each other, and all of our media operations, they give the worst images of the people of the other party. But I want to tell you, one of the funny tweets my staff gave me is something Ted Cruz said. Is he's around 19, 20 hours, he said, maybe I should pull a fire alarm. He's going to break my record. I'm going to pause in a moment.
How is this a filibuster if it's not filibustering anything? Is it just yapping? Yes, it is.
My mother, but I do want to just say again, 2 points to make if I can. One is how grateful I am.
So do you hate this stuff? Because I don't know personally.
When we decided to do this
the only
days
thing
ago,
that I get annoyed by is that Democrats think this is a pure optics play, which is fine. I don't have an issue with a pure optics play. Okay? But Democrats, like the base, will get really excited at this and will go, oh, okay, you've given us nothing, but we're happy that you're at least like wasting energy. He's not delaying anything. There's no like bill that he is delaying. I mean, if he goes long enough, maybe he can fucking eventually they're going to have to pass a bill. He'll delay that.
Funding goes below 90%. They stopped the Medicaid expansion. My staff really worked hard to not make this just Democratic voices, to make it people in our country, that Republicans and Democrats, you heard mentioned in the speech, the Cato Institute, the Manhattan Institute, all people who are honest arbiters and are saying that what Trump is doing is wrong. That
no, Manhattan Institute is not an honest arbiter. What the fuck is wrong with you? They are literally responsible for Christopher Rufo, DEI, CRT. All of that shit came from the Manhattan Institute. God damn, I hate liberals. Oh my God. You don't have to hand it to the Manhattan Institute, man. Even with Cato, when it comes to fucking immigration, sure, but Cato is a libertarian think tank. The fuck are you talking about?
They did such a good job bringing together authorities on both sides of the aisle. I just want to thank them. I want to thank my cousin Pam and my family. Cousin Pam, like Chris Murphy, was here for the whole time. I want to thank Chris Murphy again. Who never stopped telling me we could do this, we can do this, we can do this, and said, I will stay with you. He's been with me on the floor. I hope you don't look as tired as I look, because you look beat, man. Do I look that bad? No. All right. I want to go a little bit past this, and then I'm gonna deal with some of the biological urgencies I'm feeling. But I'm going to wait here because I have the power, I have the floor. Somebody has to ask me, perhaps from my mom's state, the way that's supposed to work.
So will the good senator from New Jersey yield to her question?
I don't think it's a net negative. It's a net negative if it's a net negative if the Democrats are like, this is the way, which is a filibuster without any real direction, any bill, okay, and just simply an optics play. Then it's a net negative. It's a net positive if the Democrats recognize the popular momentum behind even fucking optics plays like this that causes them to go, okay, we have to resist. We have to resist no matter what. Like, we have to do something, anything. So as it stands, it's a net neutral, I will say. It's positive because at least the Democrats are doing something. Holy fuck. But if the lessons that they learn from this, which is likely to be the lesson that they will learn from this, is that we don't really have to do anything. We just have to like optically make moves like this, like make PR moves like this and say Trump is bad. We're against Donald Trump, but never at a moment when they actually have to do it. And I know people are going to fucking yell at me and say, Hasan, you're such a fucking leftist nuisance, blah, blah, blah. Like he is doing something bold and brave or whatever. But you have to understand this should have happened last week or 2 weeks ago. This should have happened. Yeah, everyone is so proud. This should have happened against the continued resolution. That's where they should have filibustered. A filibuster without a bill that they're stopping is not a filibuster. It's just yapping.
For it to support caregivers and their families. And Congress just reauthorized this funding. And now we have a president that has stopped
I'm not the one homie that's too woke, man. I'm telling you actually what this is.
To your attention.
I want to add praise and appreciation for Senator Booker. Hope he's able to keep going. Props to them asking him questions. Thank you, Senator Booker. You're such an inspiration. Yeah, people are that fucking desperate. I look at this. It's symbolic, you idiot. Wait, what?
And she died at a time in Las Vegas when there
That's
was
what I'm
not
saying.
enough research, when there was not enough health care.
Yeah, I'm the one who's saying it's symbolic. I'm saying it's symbolic. If it's pure symbolism and the Democrats only go after pure symbolism and not direct action, then it's just symbolism. Why are fucking liberals literally still doing this after Donald Trump has put his dick through every orifice of the fucking federal administrative state? What are you saying right now? This is in a way, maybe it's not as Herculean of a task of Nancy Pelosi kneeling because she is physically incapable of doing such things, but it is an analog to Nancy Pelosi kneeling with a kente cloth. You understand that, right? That's symbolism.
Las Vegas. And he's continued to cut the grant for essential research for so many reasons. We've seen these funding cuts, we've seen mass layoffs, and the impoundment of grants that have already been proved by Congress. This is a violation of the rule of law, and you have been talking about that for the last couple of hours. President Trump is forgetting that this is personal. It is happening to so many families. So my question, Senator Booker, to you is, what do you think families and caregivers of those impacted by Alzheimer's, how they are feeling about what is happening right now?
So this bothers me for two reasons, and the first you've already mentioned is this is the points of bipartisan work that we do. I talked about Chris Murphy.
Part of Booker's comms job as Senate Dem leadership is to help his caucus gain exposure and traction in a D.C. dominated by Trump GOP. Seems like a mission at least somewhat accomplished.
My state is that some of that community violence intervention money that I worked so hard to get in that bill is being clawed back by a president. There are people in this room, I know so many of you, and I know on the other side, that have done such great work to work with our colleagues to find common ground and get really important programs passed that bring resources to families. and it's being clawed back by our president, not with consultation, not with a hearing, not with a discussion of even why you would target Alzheimer's research. That is a violation of the separation of powers. And I wish my Republican colleagues would hold more hearings about that. These are programs that they like. I saw that with USAID. I worked with Marco Rubio on some of that programs and those investments that are now been cut and clawed back.
Yeah, I wonder why.
So it's a separation of powers issues. It's an offense to the common goals that we share in this community of leaders. But the second reason it bothers me is an article I read hours ago by Fareed Zakaria.
You want Schumer's spot so bad, this has to be at least just a little selfish to push for that leadership spot, right? I mean,
that cuts so dramatically what is one of the best taxpayer investment dollars.
he's not filibustering anything, chatters. He's not. He's just filibustering some bitches, okay? He's not filibustering anything.
$1 you invest, you would get $5 back for your economy. Folks would be invested in that vehicle. Well, that's NIH funding. Every dollar you invest, who would cut a profit center? It's not just a profit center, though. The outcomes,
I think
discoveries.
my analysis of Congress is that every single one of them, even the ones I like, okay, and there's not many, is that they're all a bunch of vultures, lecherous sharks, okay? And therefore, that is the framework that I analyze their movements through. For me, right now, there's a knife fight behind the scenes in the Democratic Party for who will lead the way in 2028. That's why Chris Murphy is doing what he's been doing. I'm sure he's not very excited about what Cory Booker has been doing as well, because it kind of takes away from what he's been trying to do. And that's why Cory Booker's been doing this. Okay? That's it. It's not the party propping him up. He's using the influence that he has as a senator to be able to do such things. That's it. Yeah, that's also the reason why Chuck Schumer inserted himself in that last moment to tell him that he was there for the record break.
Will they be democratic values, or will it be the values of the country that's competing with us to beat us, and right now we're giving them a head start? And then the final reason that question bothers me is because my father died of Parkinson's. And
Chris Murphy's been with him all night. No, I'm saying Chris Murphy probably hates this personally because he's like, damn it, he took the spotlight away from me.
And my mom, we were in the movie theater.
I assume always that they are in contest with one another for party leadership.
It's in Georgia. And so many people here in this room
have had the
same experience.
I'd be fucking seething.
We're in a movie theater, and my
Did you hear his love for Israel rants? Oh my God.
You need to take your dad to the bathroom. I never imagined the years of my dad as a 2-year-old and 3-year-old taking me to the bathroom, that one day I'd have to take him. And so in this Atlanta movie theater, in the middle of a movie, which I was like, okay, it's time for me to do this ritual that so many families know.
So the chatter's asking, yes, he loves Israel, chat. Yes, he fucking absolutely loves Israel.
I'm not seeing any light in his eyes that he's there. I'm just letting him hold me, and he's shuffling into the bathroom.
He literally welcomed Yoav Gallant, okay? He personally hung out with Yoav Gallant, the war criminal, when he was in America.
So many families know this, and my ego, I'm sorry, I was leaning over and I'm saying, wait a minute, I'm in a public bathroom, leaning over, I'm buckling another man's pants. Please, please, God, don't let somebody come in. And as if God heard my call, someone walked in. And I hear the person walk, and I'm like, just please keep walking. Go into a stall, please keep walking. And then suddenly I hear the feet walk past me and stop. And then the man turns around and says, oh my God, Cory Booker. And then I look up at my dad, and I see the clarity in his eyes.
There he is.
He is 100%
there. He is. I saw an unmistakable bald head or balding head. Christopher Murphy.
Alzheimer's. It's devastating so many American families who are watching the loved one of their lives diminish. And we're cutting funding. Donald Trump is cutting funding, democratically, bipartisanly approved. So forget the separation of powers. It's important. It's so important. If that doesn't get you, then maybe think about the competition with China. If that doesn't get you, if those two don't get you, America.
Oh, think about how much more we can do for Israel.
Think about the millions of Americans struggling with Alzheimer's. The struggles it does to those families. This is a moral moment, America. This is going to define the character of our country for years and years to come. Has the Senate called a hearing on your bipartisan funding, Senator? No. Have we done our oversight responsibility? Have we checked, as I read from the Federalist Papers, as our founders wanted us to do, is to check the executive, be the check at the executive that balances our governmental powers? No, we're not checking that executive. With Signalgate, I have heard from Republicans that serve in Congress, of the 535 with us, I know other colleagues here have heard, they're mortified. You talked about that. Mortified about that. And again, this is not partisan. The Biden administration made foreign policy mistakes. Obama made foreign policy mistakes. Reagan, when I was growing up, I was hearing about the Iran-Contra scandal. So I'm not going to be one of those people that the pristine, perfect Democrats. We've made mistakes, we've made failings, we've let the public down. We have some reckoning in our own party that we're working on right now. But that doesn't say that you should just be one of these people that says, well, Biden did it. No, you should be a leader of character that says there's something wrong here, and in fact, it could point to real problems in the national security of our country. And the laws that we established. One of those laws is very simple. You're supposed to preserve records. How can a signal chain that disappears not be a violation of the law of this land? Is there a hearing on that? Head of the Intel Commission, not a hearing at all. Where are the checks and balances spelled out in the Constitution? We are derelicting our duties here in the Senate. We really are. And the consequences of that is the very national security of our country. How many times do you think this was the first time they created a signal chat? Or is this a pattern of practice? You're a really rational man. I keep looking at you, Mark. You're my leader on these issues. Or Jack Reed. No, this indicates a real problem, and the Senate, the United States Senate, should get to the bottom of it. This is a moral moment. I keep saying it's a moral moment. Who are we going to be? What's going to define us? And it's time not for the typical tribalism. It's time for leaders to start standing up and saying, you know what? We can go a different way. We can imagine a different country. That's why I pointed out the new leader of the Democratic Party on the House side. We're a different generation. There's a rising generation of people. I've talked about my friend who wrote this great book, Abundance. There's a whole bunch of new ideas out there that are about the future, about the possibilities, about the hope, about the greatness of America, not the greatness that is braggadocious, not the greatness that says, I'm better than you, not the greatness that says, only I can fix things. That's not the America we want. We want an America that says, we the people. An America that says, e pluribus unum. An America says that our history shows that rugged individualism and self-reliance are important values, but rugged individualism didn't beat the Nazis. It didn't take us to the moon. We did that together, America. We need bigger visions that can unite us beyond our narrow partisan divides to get a real mandate. And you know what a real mandate should be? It should be government efficiency. It really should be. God, I have heard from so many of my colleagues on this side of the aisle that have said, if they formed a commission of former executives in this body, I see you, Maggie Hasan, it was hard, but I had to cut 24% of my budget, 1 out of 4 employees. It was really hard, it caused a lot of pain, but we had to reduce my government. There are a lot of people here, there are executives on both sides of the aisle that would have said, pick me, let's form the most exciting team possible. Because Jack Reed knows that the military of the United States of America could do things more efficiently. It's a little bit of waste over there, because they haven't passed an audit. Where's Maria Cantwell? The Commerce Committee. So many ideas about how to create profit centers in the American government. You have talked to me about them. You're brilliant on some of these ideas. I look around here, but I could look to the other side of the aisle.
Yeah, Cory Booker has received $750,000 from the Israel lobby. For the record, just pointing that out. There's a reason why, apparently, in the 24 hours that he was doing this record-breaking filibuster against nothing, he mentioned Israel as well.
We passed a big bipartisan bill because people like him, like the presiding officer, I've met with you, you still have big ideas. You still have big ideas that aren't partisan.
He also never went to Congress to vote in 2020.
From his inaugural address to his first speech before a joint session of Congress said enough.
He's making up for it. He's making up for it now by being inside of those hallowed halls longer than anyone else should be without taking a single piss or dookie.
In America for all Americans. I trust the genius of America, the kindness and the decency, but this president doesn't do that. He violates all of our common senses of decency. And don't say it doesn't happen, folks.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about.
I listen to him. I listen to how he talks about people. We have a government now,
in front of Frederick
as I
Douglass,
said earlier,
is nasty.
that isn't ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. We have a country now where a president says, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for Donald Trump. And you're seeing who gets the special treatment. Some law firms are really threatened right now with being bankrupted by Donald Trump targeting them. Others have decided a different path. I'm not hating on them, but they said we're going to go to Trump and we're going to offer him.
Why? Hate on him, pussy. Hate on him. Give him the fucking smoke. Say capitulating to fascists is exactly what happened in Nazi Germany. Say it.
In my city, what are the standards here of our government? You want a merger? Well, maybe you should put a lot of money in Donald Trump's meme coin. I read the document, there's something word called emoluments. And we sit by and act like, oh, no big deal. He's made millions and millions of dollars from who we don't know. We haven't held one hearing of oversight to know who is giving him millions of dollars to that meme coin. Is it the Turks? Is it the Saudis? Is it the Chinese?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Chill.
Is it the Russian oligarchs?
Chill. Hey, yo!
Should we know?
Why you say fuck
America,
me for?
Stop falling into tribal lanes and closing your eyes to things that should not be normalized. Why are we normalizing these things? They're wrong. They're patently on the face of it is wrong.
Man.
If you use signal to discuss a military attack, the time of the attack, the weapons that are going to be used, and you do it on a commercial app and decide to include a reporter, there should be accountability. Am I crazy?
Order. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just remind you, expressions of approval and disapproval are not permitted by the gallery. Thank you.
He was forced to say that. Look at you, defiant man.
No, bad.
The Senate and the House should be checks and balances on the President of the United States. The Senate and the House should not allow business as usual in this moment
Anneme dönüştü.
when the President is insisting that no one has the power to check and balance him. When a judge does it, when a judge decides on the soundness of his legal observations to have a ruling, and then the President of the United States doesn't appeal the ruling like most people kind of do, but starts to drag and insult and threaten that judge with impeachment. And some people, astonishing to me, in our government said, oh, that's right, we should impeach this guy. That's not a question of left or right, that's a question of right or wrong. We're normalizing this behavior. We're letting him do things that Republicans and Democrats should say together are wrong.
You live with your mom? Sometimes.
And so
my
I
dad.
want to say, I'm going to stop soon.
And my brother.
Well, for a question?
Oh, yes. God bless you. I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
What happened to the top of the hour ad breaks? I stopped running them, but you can still subscribe regardless of whether or not we're at the top of the hour. I stopped running ad breaks at the top of the hour or in the middle of the hour when my contract ended, when my contract expired. That was the only reason why I was running ads to begin with, because I had a contractual obligation. But you can still support the stream by subscribing for $6 or for free with the Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub. Subscribing will allow you to use emotes all around the platform, be able to send me links, be able to avoid the follow time limit or the slowdown time limit, things of that nature. It will also maintain my editorial independence. Thanks to H3, the ADL, and D. Saltman, no. I could still run ads as long as I switched it off of the political category.
So I'm proud of that.
So no, it's not because of them at all. I stopped running ads before all that shit happened anyway.
Earlier this afternoon,
I stopped running ads when my contract expired.
rule of law and the overreach of this administration. And as part of that, you went through a litany of agencies that Congress had
Say
established.
April Fool's, man, you're running ads. Get in the mood. True. I'm going to run an ad break right now. If you want to avoid those ads, all you need to do is subscribe
I just wanted to point out that,
for
and you mentioned this
$6 or for free with Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub. But Twitch Prime is free.
the U.S. Agency for International Development. And earlier today, we had a shadow hearing.
Bro, these motherfuckers love USAID so much. It's like the most significant
Foreign
thing.
Relations Committee. It was on the dangerous consequences of funding cuts to U.S. global health programs. And I know that as ranking member on the subcommittee on Africa and global health policy, you would have really been interested in this. I'm glad you were here on the floor, but I wish you could have heard what we heard from the people who testified. We heard from Atul Gawande, who used to be the
Someone in the chat said, it's because it employs all their nephews. It's so true.
We heard from Dan Schwartz, who is the Vice President of Management Sciences for Health, that's a contractor that works on global health programs. And we heard from Nick Enrich, who's the former Assistant Administrator for Global Health at USAID. And they started out by talking about what global health has accomplished through USAID.
The reason why Cory Booker is doing this filibuster is not to actually fill time to prevent the passage of a bill. But the reason why he's doing this is because he wants the media cycle that has been dominated. This is his own comms team, okay? Gene Shaheen's ass, I know. His own comms team has said that the reason why they're doing this is because they want to dominate, or they want to fight back in the messaging space that has been completely dominated by right-wing sentiment. Now, I agree with that initiative. I think this is something that you have to do. It also has to be associated or tacked along with like real direct action. When you're in power, it has to also follow up with real policy that you can push through. Or when you're not in power, it has to be disruptive. It has to be directional. It has to stop a bill from passing. Or the platform that you're using and the messages that you put out there have to be disruptive against the Trump administration's dangerous agendas. A big part of what they were supposed to do in this process is a call to action, to mobilize, to remind people of all of the fucking awful things that the Trump administration is doing in terms of like erosion of due process, attacks against colleges, attacks against education across the board, attacks against law firms, which he briefly mentioned as well. Outside of that, it just turns into a circle jerk.
Through USAID has been $9 a household in America in a year. $9. think about what we've done with that.
This person only cares about USAID is crazy.
As they were going through the litany of programs that have been cut, the one that caught my eye was 75% of the pandemic threat comes from diseases jumping from animals to humans. That program has been terminated. 75% of the threat of future pandemics. So, as we think about rule of law and the overreach of this president, would you agree with me that there has been no consultation with Congress about any effort to move USAID into the Department of State, and that because Congress created this agency, Congress has got to be involved in reauthorizing whatever comes next, and that this president and his Doge boys need to understand that before they take any more steps at USAID?
Yes, yes, yes. You and I both know that in a bipartisan way, we created some of these programs principally to keep America safe. Many of us remember that dramatic hearing where Trump's Secretary of Defense, James Mattis, sat before the American people when they were discussing the budgets for USAID and the State Department. And John Mattis knew the power of those programs to keep us safe. You mentioned infectious diseases. Well, we live in a world where an infectious disease anywhere is a threat to public health everywhere. So pulling our scientists out of the fight against Ebola, pulling our scientists out of drug-resistant tuberculosis fights, it makes no sense. And then, in terms of our safety, he just simply said, if you...
Hopefully this is a changing tide. Have you ever tried not being a hypocrite? No. A true socialist would send me to Tokyo. A true socialist would pay off my debt. Do you ever think you'll be true to your word? That was rage bait, forgive me, but I will do it again. Have you ever tried not being a hypocrite? Lord, forgive me, I will rage bait again. I've done it once, I've done it twice. I will do it 3 more times until I get banned. Catch me in the wrong moment, because right now I'm not angry.
I sat in meetings in a bipartisan way with ambassadors from other countries where we had the moral authority to tell them you're not doing enough. And in the Myanmar crisis right now, as Chris Coons said, who's standing there? Not Americans. We don't have the capacity anymore to help in a horrific crisis like that, but the Chinese government's there. Again, it's what defines us. I keep saying this is not a left-right moment. This is a moral moment, and we tell our truth with what we do with our resources. And here's the thing. When you poll people and ask them how much money you spend on USAID, they say, oh, it must be 10% of the American budget. It must be 5% of the American budget. It's around 1% or less. A penny of what tax dollars you send down to Washington goes to help us to make sure that around the globe we're countering the hard power of some countries with the power of our light and our soft power. We have been the envy of the world, where people see and know how special America is because we live the value of every major religion, that we're going to love our neighbors, we're going to be there for you in your times of need. And we all know, with a terrorist group from far away to the most horrific attack, that in a lot of these countries, terrorist groups are trying to counter the democratic governments there. Look in the Sahel region. Look what's happening. When I was in Nigeria, I was shocked to say what they're talking about, instabilities in the north, the threats of terrorism in the north. I'm going to go for 7 more minutes and stop, but I want to use these last 7 minutes to return one more time to the people of my state and actually other states who demanded we do things different, who asked for help. Before I do, I just want to thank Mike Lee today. He's my partner in antitrust, a specialty of my friend.
Why did you vote for Trump?
Klobuchar, and I texted,
I don't know if you got
America
my text,
great,
but
you got it.
That's why.
Where I said to you, I'm kind of going to the floor to hold it for as long as I can. And I may not make our first subcommittee together on antitrust where we have a lot of common ground. So I'm sorry I missed it today. I know you'll fill me in, but I know my friend filled in. Thank you. So I want to close back where we started, about us, about why I'm here.
I'm sorry. I know USAID does does have decent programs in terms of combating famine and stuff, but like, as this chatter also correctly pointed out, any moment that you spend talking about USAID inside of Congress without simply hyper focusing on like how it's basically another subsidy for American farmers that Trump is taking away is a wasted moment. And every moment that you talk about USAID, instead of talking about the erosion of due process, the erosion of fucking First Amendment rights, things that Americans do definitely care about, or rather the affordability crisis that Trump is only accelerating instead of fixing, even though he claimed he was going to fix it, is a moment wasted. I don't think Americans broadly give a fuck about USAID, despite the fact that Democrats have talked about it endlessly. And the average American's mind, USAID is just like, you know, trying to trans little kids in Baghdad. That's what they think is going on with Trans Sesame Street. Like, that's what they think. And obviously there are benefits of the program. You could talk about that if you want. That's understandable in order to combat the misinformation. But overall, it is not something that Americans by and large care about. Americans do, however, care about First Amendment. Americans care about free speech. Americans care about due process. And they can be made to care about the First Amendment and due process. They can be made to care about, you know, the upcoming economic collapse. Being a fan of MAGA merch is so lame, Hasan. Take off the fucking hat. Hasan wearing the MAGA hat meme is the equivalent of Kanye and his hood. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm apolitical. Who's Hasan? I'm Hank Pecker. There's no other way that I can signal to people that are watching me. There's no other way to signal to the people that are watching me that I am not political. I am an apolitical man, if you know what I mean, if you catch my drift. I'm apolitical.
Rake up trillions and trillions of dollars in debt that our children and our children's children are going to have to pay for, passing the bucks that will grow.
Also, every single 85-year-old, every single 85-year-old Democratic senator is going to think Cory Booker is the greatest social media monster of all time, since he posted on TikTok and he kicked off his record-setting speech on the Senate floor last night. Now he has almost 500,000 followers overnight. And the live feed on TikTok has received more than 360 million likes. So obviously, they're going to say he's brilliant. He's a genius. He's a social media genius. That's the other side of this.
Not all. Let's not use hyperbole. But most will go to the richest people in our country, who I promise you, I celebrate people who've brought their ingenuity and their expertise and their grit and their tireless work, who've built wealth in this country. Should not be us versus them, but I'm telling you that those folks do not need another tax cut. And the corporations who came here, you all remembered, said we would like a 25% rate. The people I read said that when we kicked it to 21, not even what they were asking for from 35, it exploded. One of the main reasons it exploded our debt. And we read from conservative groups who just said all these promises that we would grow our way out of our deficit, they didn't materialize. All the promises that were made. Trump, for those who don't remember or weren't here when I read it, was going around telling folks that, oh, my tariffs, this is 2017, my tariffs, the money that I get, that will be what we could pay down the debt. The math that they did was that would account for about 1/750th of the debt at that time. But he used that money to try to compensate the farmers that he was hurting with his tariffs. This is a moral moment, and people are getting hurt, and people are afraid because of the threats to Medicaid cuts. There were people writing in and said $880 billion would devastate me, but even small cuts to services, my whole family, fragile architecture of our finances, if you just pull out the transportation money that my disabled child uses, that will crumble my financial world. And so when you talk about the bigger cuts, we know the math. Many states who expanded Medicare have a trigger that if it goes below 90%, all the Medicare expansion goes off in that state, and millions of Americans will be hurt. That's not right, guys. That's not right. And so this is the choices we have before us. Our veterans and the VA. I'm mad at you now. You made me get very emotional with your story. We read John McCain's story. We read the stories of the poems of the unknown soldier looking over us and saying, what are you doing to the Gold Star families? What are you doing to the veterans? Are you living up to your promises that you made? Well, right now, with the cuts of tens of thousands, over 80,000 veterans who work for the VA, but even more, because about 20% or so of all federal workers are veterans. And we read stories from veterans in America who are shaken by what's happening, who are losing their jobs but yet all they want to do is serve. They're not what they're being called. They're not leeches. They're not criminals. They shouldn't be degraded for wanting to continue to serve their nation. This is what we're talking about, our veterans, our seniors, our health care, our financial security going forward. I asked the question to all those people who voted for Donald Trump, who believed in him that he would lower your grocery prices. I asked you, look at your financial self. Are you better off than you were 72 years ago financially? Well, the answer for most people who believed in him is no, because he didn't set out to do anything to lower prices. He set out to rename the Gulf of Mexico, to threaten Canada, to say I'm going to take over Greenland. He's done a lot of things, 140 executive orders. Many of them actually drive up your costs, make it more expensive to enroll in the ACA, reduce a lot of the tax credits there. He's increased your costs. He's taxed your bedrock services. Stock market tumbles, your 401k accounts are less. Inflation is up. Consumer confidence is down. This is what the voices we brought into this chamber, the voices of our constituents, red states, blue states, the voices of Democrats and Republicans, Republican governors, Democratic governors. We brought all the people that are saying, no, this is a moral moment, not left or right, right or wrong. And so I've tried over the last 25 hours and 1 minute to center the conversation back on what will we do of good conscience. People who are saying, I served this country, I risked my life, shouldn't be able to keep my job. People who are saying, this country once made itself the envy of the world because we invested in high quality education for every child. I don't like what's going on at the end of the Department of Education. People who are saying, I worked harder than I ever have, but the prices on everything in my life are getting higher. People who are saying that the America I learned about in school, the one where people's rights are protected, the people who are saying that why are we yet again going through another healthcare battle that threatens millions of people, the people who are saying that I'm worried about the financial security and the future of my country, the voices of folks.
Why would any normal person watch this? I mean, abnormal television-loving libs love this. Look at this. They love this shit.
I don't know how to stop us from going down this road. Chuck Schumer's now told me that they're greasing the skids to do these things. I'm sorry, but I know who does have the power. The people of the United States of America. The power of the people is greater than the people in power. It is time to heed the words of the man I began this whole thing with, John Lewis. I beg folks to take his example of his early days where he made himself determined to show his love for his country at a time the country didn't love him. To love this country so much, to be such a patriot that he endured beatings savagely on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, at lunch counters, on freedom rides. He said he had to do something. He would not normalize a moment like this. He would not just go along with business as usual. He wouldn't know how to solve it. But there's one thing that he would do that I hope we all can do that I think I did a little bit of tonight. He said for us to go out and cause some good trouble, necessary trouble, to redeem the soul of our nation. I want you to redeem the dream. Let's be bold in America, not to mean and degrade Americans, not divide us against each other. Let's be bolder in America with a vision that inspires, with hope that starts with the people of the United States of America. That's how this country started. We, the people. Let's get back to the ideals that others are threatening. Let's get back to our founding documents, that those imperfect geniuses had some very special words at the end of the Declaration of Independence. It was one of the greatest in all of humanity declarations of interdependence. when our founder said we must mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. We need that now from all Americans. This is a moral moment. It's not left or right, it's right or wrong. Let's get in good trouble. My friend, Madam President, I yield the floor.
Goddamn. Powerful moments from the Senate floor as Democrats erupt in thunderous applause after 25 entire hours of Cory Booker protesting against the Trump administration by doing a 25-hour filibuster that was not actually filibustering against or delaying against any sort of bill that was going to pass.
Thank you to the pages. Thank you to the parliamentarian staff.
And now he's now he's calling out the gift subs. 25 hours. Least yappy vegan. So, as I've said already, and I tweeted about this on my profile, I think ultimately it's not a bad thing that they are doing these kinds of optical actions rather than no action whatsoever. I said, I do like that the Dems are finally doing something and it's clearly popular, but this filibuster should have been a real one against the CR that Schumer whipped cloture votes on. There's a lot of real appetite from the base for resistance. Hope it's not just for optics. Overall, I'm not going to criticize Democrats for finally doing anything. And clearly the analytics show that the base wants this. If it doesn't go beyond optics, like Nancy kneeling with a kente cloth, the Dems are going to get pummeled again. That's it. Show maid Hasan? No, I will not be showing myself as a sexy maid. You've seen it under my replies every single time. Now, there's a lot that gets lost. And before people say, because I saw some liberals on Twitter being like, you would love this if Bernie did this. Dog, I've also criticized and demanded more from Bernie Sanders and AOC as well, as they go out all across the country and do these kinds of demonstrations, these meetings, these rallies. The people need more. There needs to be more than just words at this point.
He is a proud Iowan. He is a dedicated public servant, an accomplished leader, a loving father.
Okay. Anyway, the point is, the point I'm making is that this is good. The bar is in hell, and Cory Booker today cleared it. Okay? He cleared it. And the Democrats are giving a tremendous amount of praise to him for clearing that low bar that is already in hell. Why do people keep saying that about you? What? That saying what about me? That I'm a sexy maid? Is that what you're talking about? Or that the bar is in hell? What are you talking about? You're wrong on this one. Yeah, they'll use any enthusiasm to cynically push more lib bullshit, and you know it. No, that's my suspicion as well. But I don't want to be fucking angry and cynical all the time. Okay, give me an opportunity to hope, please. The audacity to hope. Barack Hussein Obama. That's it. I don't think so. I don't think that I don't think that the Democrats are going to learn a lesson from this, that that they need to do more to resist against the Trump administration. I think the lesson that they're going to learn is the Yeah, if the Dem caucus did half as many hours of each filibusters, they would grind the Senate gears down to a stop for weeks. What Booker did was great, but we need the rest of the caucus to stand up too. That's number one. Number two, that would actually be a hurdle. That would place a hurdle in front of congressional action, which would be good. Okay? That's what we need to do. We need to place hurdles against congressional action and use every moment that you place hurdles against congressional action with good messaging that revolves around key policies that the Trump administration is enacting, the harms that they're committing against the American population. No politician is perfect. This is what annoys me against some fellow leftists is y'all can't create coalitions if you're unwilling to give flowers where due. Most people are not courageous, and Booker's filibuster is objectively an act of courage and protest. Okay, I wouldn't go that fucking far. What do you mean? It's an act of protest for sure, but what do you mean it's an act of courage? The person that you're talking about got $750,000 from AIPAC, entertained Yoav Gallant, is an unimaginably pro-Israel congressperson, and is directly in the pocket of Big Pharma as he's a New Jersey state senator, and Johnson & Johnson is a major donor for him. Okay, calm down. I might know a little bit more than you do about Cory Booker's background, perhaps, especially considering that I am also originally from New Jersey. Having said that, as I've also maintained, as I've also repeated over and over again, it's not a bad thing. What he did was objectively good. But I also must caution folks. To not think that this is it. You know, we need to do more. That's it. Rare Hasan L. Oh, okay. Many of you that have liberal leanings and liberal tendencies have said this to me time and time again. There's a reason why you're still in here, and there's a reason why you go, okay, maybe you were wrong, maybe you were right on this, and maybe I was wrong on this. Okay? My fear and my caution here is simply, and it's not even about the fucking Yoav Gallant pro-Israel dick riding shit, okay? My fear here is that the Democrats have two options. They look to left populism coming from Bernie, and they look to what Cory Booker did here today. Both are optics focused. Both are not direct, tangible action, okay? I love Bernie Sanders and AOC, and they're the closest to me politically, even though I have many disagreements with them, including Bernie Sanders specifically on Israel. Having said that, I have great respect for them, and yet, I have also cautioned that the rallies that they hold all around the country are good. It's good at getting people excited. It's good at getting people enthusiastic. But if it stays there, then it's not enough. If it's not associated with some kind of organizing initiative, then it's not enough. Then all you're doing is experiencing catharsis. So if I have that same criticism for Bernard Sanders and AOC, then of course I'm going to have that same criticism, if not more, for someone like Cory Booker. It's good that he did this. I hope the takeaway from the Democratic Party for these actions isn't, oh yeah, we can symbolically stand and do a filibuster against no bill whatsoever and just talk. And then people will get excited for us once again. People will give us money once again. If that's the takeaway here, then this country is cooked. Because it doesn't meet the standard of what the Republicans are doing. It does not meet the standard of what the Republicans have done so far and what they plan to do. It's a shit ton of violence that they're enacting on a daily basis. You understand?
Hey, has anyone checked on Elon recently?
Elon Musk.
Here, let's watch Elon Musk's plan for Europe from friend of the show, JT, aka Second Thought.
Essentially bought Donald Trump an election?
It's impossible not to. The guy is everywhere. Here he is in the Oval Office, in every interview next to his buddy. And now he's in Europe?
Elon Musk has had private discussions about how the British Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, could be removed from power without an election.
Giorgia Meloni is someone that I admire, that has done an incredible job as the Prime Minister of Italy.
Fight for a great future for Germany. Fight for a great future for Germany. Go, go, go.
If it was weird before that a South African billionaire was running the US government and stripping it for parts, it's only gotten weirder that somehow this doesn't feel like enough power for him. Just why is he here? These past few months, we've heard about Europe a lot, and for good reason. You might have seen this already, but back in February, a group of all the major far-right parties in the EU got together in Madrid for the Patriots for Europe summit. Its banner? Make Europe Great Again. Since the Trump victory and after their massive gains in last year's elections, the far-right in Europe is emboldened like never before. Or almost never before. We know this already, and we've seen this coming for a while. The European far-right is doubling down on anti-immigrant politics. They're more explicitly anti-trans and anti-LGBTQ than before, and they're now firmly, unequivocally doing climate change denialism. They've fully adopted the American political strategy. Unlike before,
Does Elon still have motion in Europe? Aren't they torching Teslas more than the USA is? Yes, Europeans hate Elon Musk for good reason. Because I don't think Europeans are as comfortable with billionaires openly interfering in their affairs in the way that Americans have been whipped into shape on. Like, Americans are servile little piggies. A billionaire comes in and says, I'm going to give you money, go vote for my candidate. They go, yes, sir, please, sir, could I have some more? Europeans, on the other hand, although they still have the same exact lobbying influences now, more so than ever before in the past decade, are by and large very angry and resentful towards wealthy people coming in and interfering in their affairs. The fact that Elon Musk is also an American South African probably plays a role in this as well, because they associate him with like American dominance over Europe, and every single European nation state would understandably be resentful towards a country that demonstrates such little care for the sovereignty of European nations. This is the reason why the European population hates him. Having said that, and this is the scary part, Elon has more money than God. And therefore, as someone who is more powerful and wealthier than fucking God, it doesn't really matter, because he can just try to figure out ways in which he can manipulate European politics, either by way of Twitter or direct cash infusions. You know what I mean? So yes, Europeans hate him, but European politicians on the far right love him.
They're not really watering down their politics or trying to be vague about things they used to avoid talking about. After all, most news outlets and the majority of the political spectrum in countries like France, Germany, the UK are now completely okay platforming fascist talking points just to seem reasonable and pragmatic. And instead of bringing voters back to establishment parties, centrists jumping on the bandwagon of anti-immigrant politics opened the door for the far right to start saying the quiet parts out loud and harden their stance. But something else has changed too. Nowadays, rather than just comparing themselves to and supporting Trump, like with this summit, European patriots are also directly inviting Republicans into European politics. After years of telling people that American foreign influence was to blame for all of Europe's problems, that wokeness was being parachuted in from American colleges or whatever, the far right is sending out a very clear message. Just come on and intervene in our politics.
And we look across the Atlantic with envy. We see President Trump in the Oval Office signing off executive orders, and we want some of that in Britain. We want a Trump revolution in Britain.
Disgusting.
We want Elon and his nerd army of muskrats examining the British...
You know what's ironic? You know what's ironic about this? They got it. It's just not going to be the Conservative Party. It is going to be Nigel Farage and the Reform Party. This dumbass that lost to a head of lettuce got her wishes after assassinating the Queen of England with one handshake.
Deep state.
If this seems surprising, it really shouldn't be. Much of the European right can see that the conditions for fascism are ripe, and that the levees won't hold if there's a big enough push. That means more and more people on the European right are hoping that someone like Musk can be the final straw. But we've jumped to the conclusion here. Let's back up and focus on Elon specifically. What is Elon doing giving keynote speeches for a neo-Nazi political party in a country he's not even from and doesn't live in? Before we get to the rest of the video, I just want to take a second to thank my one-channel sponsor, Aura. We've been working with Aura over at First Thought for a while now, and it's been hands down the best sponsor experience I've ever had. Let me tell you about the service first, and then I'll give you my personal reason for working with these guys.
Damn, bro, you sound like you want to fuck Aura.
You might remember that last year there was a massive data breach where hackers stole the social security numbers of just about every American.
Dems lost the second election too? I mean, yeah, it's predictable. Jimmy Patronis defeats Gay Valamont. Both of the special elections in Florida were lost. Florida is lost territory to begin with. Gay Voldemort lost to Expecto Patronum.
And not just social security numbers. Over 2.9 billion records were stolen from national public data. These stolen records include a person's full name, address, date of birth, phone number, and alternate names. Literally everything someone needs to steal your identity, or worse. If you've never been the victim of a data breach before, let me tell you, it's not fun. That stuff is scary, as well as being really intrusive. If you weren't taking precautions with your personal information online before, this should be a huge wake-up call. You've never been more vulnerable online than you are right now. I take this stuff seriously. I've got a 2-year-old daughter, and there are some freaks out there. Thankfully, I don't have to worry about it, because Aura protects me from this exact scenario. Aura alerts me if I find my phone number, email, or social security number on the dark web. They let me know immediately if anyone tries to use this information to access my credit or bank accounts. And for added peace of mind, they provide up to $5 million in identity theft insurance should the worst case scenario happen. They also have a bunch of other features to keep you and your kids safe online, all inside one app, so you don't need to go looking for a bunch of different services for your VPN, your antivirus, and your data security. You can use my link aura.com/secondthought to try 14 days for free. That's plenty of time for Aura to find out if any of your personal data has been exposed. I highly recommend you do this right now, because not only is national public data not going to do anything to help you, they probably aren't even going to face any repercussions for this leak. I'm not leaving myself and my family vulnerable to data breaches, and if you don't want to either, you can go to aura.com/secondthought to try Aura for 2 weeks absolutely free. And because I promised to give you my personal reason for working with Aura, besides it being a genuinely useful service that I use in my day-to-day life, when one of our First Thought videos got brigaded, back to the video. Georgia Maloney.
No, it's been going on for a while now. You know, a couple of years ago, Elon Musk was tweeting in support of AFD because AFD was opposing, you know, these campaigns to help migrants who were coming across the Mediterranean and landing in Italy and other kind of southern European countries. He has been, you know, developing relationships with the government in Hungary of Viktor Orban, which is, you know, a right-wing illiberal government that's closer to Russia, for example. He has this really good relationship with Giorgia Meloni, who is the prime minister of Italy now. And she comes from a party that has its roots in Mussolini's fascist party and things like that, right? And, in general, he has been increasingly speaking out in favor of far-right movements across the European Union, whether it is in Ireland, whether it's in Germany. I have little doubt that we'll see a bit more of that in France as France gets closer to an election as well. In the UK, he has been increasingly active, particularly since Keir Starmer and the Labour Party returned to power last year, where he has been, kind of really...
Henry Ford type shit is 100% correct. You're absolutely right. Henry Ford also famously maybe wasn't interfering, but more so getting his notes from a far right party in Germany. Was awarded for it too.
Explicitly calling out that government and Keir Starmer directly. And how would I say it? Basically amping up conspiracy theories that the far right in the UK have, attached themselves to for a long time, to make the case that on the one hand, this government is doing things that are woke and bad for the country and, letting these immigrants destroy the UK.
So why is Elon in Europe? What is he saying is the reason?
Yeah, obviously we don't know what is going on inside Elon Musk's head, and I think it would be a scary place to be if we did, enter in there, right? It seems like a very confused area, but I think it plays into his broader political goals, right? Some of his companies do operate over there. He has a Tesla plant in Berlin, or outside of Berlin specifically.
Just wanted to stop by and say I miss you so much. Can't wait to see you next week. Don't lie. Don't lie in front of the children. You abandoned them. And you abandoned us. You said you were leaving to go and get milk, just a carton of milk. And now you come back on April 1st, April Fools of all days, in front of the children and say, oh, I'm coming back. Can't wait to see you next week.
But, I think that this fits into some of the talk that he has been, making about the Great Replacement theory and Western civilization and, these more cultural concerns that he seems to have. So he does very much seem to embrace this kind of racist narrative that white culture and white people are under threat from these hordes of immigrants who are entering these countries. And then, of course, on top of that, he does the same way as in the United States, where he benefits economically, his power and his wealth benefits from having this right-wing party in power that is not going to challenge his companies, that is not going to hold them to account. There is something similar playing out in Europe too, right? Where he knows that if these right-wing parties are in power, like we're seeing in Italy, for example, that, it's going to have beneficial outcomes for the companies that he runs.
Following what's happened over here, it might seem like Elon is just taking a page from the playbook he's perfected in the US. If you'll remember from our last video, Musk took the long history of cyber-libertarian and eugenicist politics of Silicon Valley.
Oh my God. Someone in the chat said, he's also an immigrant that's taken our jobs, and it never clicked until this moment. But oh my God, the only undocumented immigrant that is actually taking American jobs is Elon Musk. He lied on his visa application. He dropped out of college, and now in the United States of America, he is eliminating tens of thousands of fucking jobs. Joke older than the election? Wait, really? I didn't even think about that until this very moment. Tell Cutie she's doing to you what Taylor Swift is doing to her with Reputation TV, and she'll understand. Cutie, what you are doing to me is what Taylor Swift did to you with Reputation TV. I don't know what that means, but that chatter made a convincing argument.
And let them run wild as soon as the Biden admin started pulling back from the tech industry. And he wasn't the only one. All of Silicon Valley stood behind Trump at the inauguration with the same mission of leveraging state power to protect their profits.
That joke is on every Boomer Lib Facebook page. Oh, it does read like a Boomer joke, but I like it.
And push the
I am a
cutthroat,
boomer.
anti-democratic politics that they believe in. But Europe isn't the US. What you need to know about the EU is that what pissed off Elon in the US just doesn't exist in Europe. Or at least, it hasn't for a long time. This all started with Bush back in 2001. Wait, nope, not like that. It's something else this time. For around 20 years now, the US has completely destroyed the EU's antitrust process. Back in 2001, the already massive company GE tried to merge with and absorb another huge manufacturer, Honeywell. The merger would have made GE an undisputed global monopoly in things like aviation parts manufacturing, and that would have meant things like more expensive plane tickets for everyone. On the face of it, this merger had nothing to do with Europe. GE and Honeywell, these are two American companies doing what American companies do, monopolizing. But the EU had a rule. Because these companies were making billions of dollars of revenue in Europe, even though the companies were based in the US, the merger had to be approved by the EU to protect European customers. And in 2001, this merger was blocked. See, back then, the European Union used to have this kind of power to protect its citizens from gross corporate extortion, and it meant that both Europeans and Americans had a small extra safety mechanism on their side. Unfortunately, the EU using this power actually made the American political establishment pretty upset. The idea that the EU could stand in the way of American capitalism was a pretty big middle finger to the post-war US-led global order. So for the next 20 years, the US went about destroying the EU's antitrust program and remodeling it after its own, which at the time was incredibly lax and based on the neoliberal Chicago School of Economics. And they did it. The US was successful. By 2004, the EU completely remodeled how it handled corporate mergers based on the Chicago model and essentially dropped the kinds of policies that prevented the GE-Honeywell deal from going through. What did this mean? Under the new rules, there are now far fewer mergers that ever get investigated, and about half as many mergers are prevented. If you're looking for something to explain inflation and the fact that everything comes from one or two companies now, this sort of stuff in world politics is a big reason why. But back to our topic. This shift that happened in 2004, it turns out, has been incredible for American companies and one sector in particular: social media and tech. Google, for example, has pretty much a complete monopoly over the online ad business. And to get there, it's slowly but surely vertically integrated every step of the process through mergers and acquisitions. Like in 2008, for example, when Google bought DoubleClick. This merger probably would have been blocked back in 2001. But under the new system, American companies can pretty much do whatever they want with very little regulatory oversight back home or abroad in one of their biggest markets. Until recently. Today, there's one area where the EU still has a little muscle, and that's how social media platforms treat their users. While the EU can't really prevent X from becoming the Everything app, it can do something when the Everything app steals your data and blasts Nazi propaganda right through your frontal lobe.
You know, as many people know, Europe has been moving forward with more strict tech regulations for the past number of years. You know, it has kind of been leading the charge globally for regulations on social media companies and other kind of digital tech companies. You know, that is something that has annoyed Elon Musk and a lot of these right-wing people because as they see it, you know, free speech, which to them means, you know, the far right and bigots being able to say what they want and the people they disagree with being silenced. You know, that free speech, that the speech of conservatives and the extreme right is, you know, they claim, you know, being caught up in some of these things and they want those regulations to go away so that, you know, on the one hand, tech companies can be unleashed to do whatever they want and are not going to have to deal with onerous regulation or accountability or investigations. But also, you know, that these platforms will be able to more easily be dominated by right-wing discourse and, you know, as if they're not already.
Right now, for example, the EU is pushing forward with an investigation into X that it started over a year ago. And the reason this is a big deal is that within this area of the law, the EU can actually do kind of a lot to X. It can impose fines as high as 10% of global revenues, seize equipment, demand to see X's algorithm, and even search the company's corporate offices. And this is relatively new, and for tech bros, incredibly scary.
I think it's fair to say that for a long time they, were probably a bit hesitant to really go after Elon Musk, his companies, a platform like Twitter. But as Elon Musk has been embracing this political project, their concerns about that have really diminished, especially as he's targeting more and more governments around the.
I do think it's wild. One of Aiden's fans said he shouldn't stream with you because you're a brand risk. It's funny. What was I going to say? Oh, I do think it's wild that we just live in a world where almost all of the interactions that take place, all the interpersonal relationships that happen, that get cultivated, are happening online. And it's just like a select handful of billionaires that own these mechanisms of discourse, information dissemination, collaboration. It is truly wild. And I guess I was a little bit more oblivious in the past because I felt as though like these guys would not step out of line. I thought to myself that they would never step out of line because like they get checked by governments or whatever. But Elon Musk has shown me that no, they actually will dominate governments if they choose to do so. And that they will openly wield these massive platforms to suit their agendas. And even if it is one of the less successful social media platforms, it still has the capacity to dominate discourse on others. Even when you think about Twitch is completely removed from Twitter, but nothing on the internet is completely isolated. When you basically turn Twitter into 4chan, other platforms also turn into 4chan, slowly but surely. Because you can use the endless faucet of right-wing commentary on that platform to manipulate and dominate the discourse on every other platform.
The European bloc, and wants to see this large-scale change in government, and to the degree of like explicitly interfering in elections, like what is happening in Germany right now, where they are having an election, and not just Elon Musk, but now J.D. Vance has explicitly intervened in order to endorse the Alternative for Deutschland neo-Nazi party. And German lawmakers and European lawmakers more generally are really not okay with that.
Interestingly, X isn't the EU's only target. Last year, Google also got hit with an EU case and the threat of being broken up, as did Meta and Apple. The EU is actively looking after Europeans in this one way by limiting what American monopolies can do. And this is becoming especially relevant as they're all racing towards dominating the AI space, breaking as many laws as they can along the way, and just hoping that the government will be too weak or too slow to stop them from burning our planet to the ground. They know they'll have an easy time in the US, especially now that Trump has brought them under his wing. But if the EU can do for them what it did for GE, their plan for global domination isn't as safe as it used to be. And that means getting in with the fascists.
And so what we're seeing there is that Europe wants to regulate these platforms. Europe wants to make sure that these platforms, abide by the rules that it has and the expectations that it has. But at the same time, these companies and their CEOs are very empowered, not just because they are very wealthy and control some of the largest companies in the world, but also because of this new alliance that they have directly with the American government and their expectation to use that power to push back against any countries that try to bring forward regulations that are going to stifle the types of things that they want to do. And we saw that very clearly when J.D. Vance went to Europe recently and spoke in Paris and in Munich, where he basically said to the Europeans that the United States will not be okay with Europe bringing forward strict regulations on AI and other tech companies, and they will push back against that very vigorously. He also, quite explicitly spoke out in support of far-right parties in Europe.
But why far-right parties? The whole European mainstream is pro-America, pro-capitalist. Why are all these tech bros, Musk first and foremost, currying favor with the fascists? Obviously, it's a huge amount of ideological affinity, for one thing. We talked about this already. Silicon Valley was always an anti-democratic eugenicist cesspit waiting for its moment. But there's a more pragmatic political reason right now. The far right is especially good at taking this idea that tech bros love, that regulation is bad and anti-freedom, and tying it together with their more reactionary anti-immigrant project. Using words like sovereignty and self-determination incredibly vaguely and pointing the finger at Brussels but not capitalism, the far right's project gives more power to
or Elon Musk, ironically. They're like, oh, Brussels is actually dominating our domestic affairs. We have no sovereignty, which is why it's awesome that Elon Musk can dominate our affairs and then make us devoid of all sovereignty.
Tech billionaires and fascist politicians, while framing this as though it's giving more power to average voters.
I think you want more self-determination for Germany and for the countries in Europe and less from Brussels. That's my opinion. I think...
Yeah, more for me. That's what I think.
There's too much bureaucracy from Brussels, too much control from sort of global elite.
Just as you can't force people what to think, what to feel, or what to believe, and we believe those things are certainly connected. And unfortunately, when I look at Europe today, it's sometimes not so clear what happened to some of the Cold War's winners. I look to Brussels, where EU commissars warn citizens that they intend to shut down social media.
They are nourishing the idea that the epitome of freedom is the powerful doing whatever they want to protect and enrich themselves. While centrists like to dress up this idea in the language of democracy, the far right is nakedly admitting that it wants the freedom to take freedom away from those who don't share their nationality, sexuality, race, or their break things and profit mentality. They can see, like the rest of us, that the circle of rich and powerful people gets smaller and smaller every year. But that's not a problem for them. The far right wins because, on one hand, it promises those people the absolute freedom to keep making their billions as they please and get rid of whatever they don't want in the process. And on the other hand, promising its voters that the group of undesirables who get wasted by the wealthy won't include them. One of those groups is being lied to, and it's clearly not the ones putting billions of dollars into the project. Everything about this is mutually reinforcing. Tech companies want Trump to threaten the more centrist blocs of the EU with sanctions and tariffs to scare them.
There's nothing funnier than an American politician giving a speech about Europe, in Europe, about European sovereignty, as he goes back to an American military base that is on the European continent to fly back to the United States of America and make decisions about what kind of European country they want to take over next. This time, Greenland. It's just like, what do you mean sovereignty? The fuck are you talking about?
Them out of regulating tech and letting them take over the AI space. For the Trump administration, doing this means supporting one of the most profitable centers of American capital, which is a good way for the wealthy to get wealthier. This is easy too because...
Oh my God, we're getting the lecture instead of a hospital? That's so funny. That is actually hilarious. For those of you who don't know, this is, I don't know if it's a real saying or not, but it's a claim on the internet that African leaders will often say when China comes here, they give us a hospital. When Europeans and Westerners come here, they give us a lecture. And It is literally happening to Europe now, which is funny because it's normally directed at Europe and also other Western nations. The real saying from the DRC president is a real quote from a BRI event. And now Europe knows what it feels like. A hospital and also long-time debt. See? The lecture came in right on the money. Look. Yo, I swear to God, Westerners can't fucking help themselves, dude. Right on the fucking dot. One frame, dude. He just had to see a head and click on it like he's tens. It is so funny because, like, this dude is not, you're not a government official. You know what I mean? You just couldn't help yourself. You had to hit the lecture button. Yeah, as a Kenyan official put it, every time China visits, we get a hospital. Every time Britain visits, we get a lecture. Maybe, but how will Kenya be obliged to pay this investment back? No such thing as a free hospital. Here comes the lecture. Oh, amazing. Yeah, white people love giving lectures, dude. They can't help themselves. Westerners love a good lecture.
Outside of China, there are no real social media or tech competitors to the big five US monopolies. For these far-right European parties, leaning on the material support of these tech companies gives them access to much greater broadcasting power in an age of declining traditional media. And for the CEOs of these tech companies, or their billionaire backers like Thiel and Sachs, getting to spread their spiteful reactionary politics around the world remodels it in their image. They finally get to use their power for their selfish, anti-democratic projects around the world and say so explicitly. But it won't necessarily work. As we just saw in Germany, the AfD got a predictable second-place spot in the Bundestag. It's not great for the rest of us, but just having Elon there doesn't get you a landslide or automatically hand you the keys to power. But we are in a scary moment. If Europe can reject American imperialism and bring these companies to heel, like we've seen a glimmer of hope with in Brazil, we may be able to slow this down and reverse course. Fascism is not a certainty, and it certainly won't take over Europe just because a deeply embarrassing, Reddit-pilled loser really, really wants it.
How China killed America's middle class? Oh my God, Patrick but David. You know what's funny about valuetainment is that when he does these effort posts, when he does these effort posts, they do not bang. Okay, ironically enough, like his effort posting, where he tries to talk about how, like, China's killed the American middle class, 200,000 views in one day. When he has like guy who doesn't believe that gravity is real and is like a rabid neo-Nazi, 7 million views. Our own corporate greed did this to us, not China. Don't blame China. Blame American politicians for failure. Our own corporations did this to us. China didn't do this to us. We did it to ourselves. What is happening? What is happening? Are you kidding me? China did not destroy America. Wealthy Americans destroyed America. LMAO. Nice try, pal. Bro, this is the type of shit I used to say, and people will say I'm a fucking woke libtard super socialist. Why am I seeing this? Why am I seeing this in the fucking YouTube comments of Patrick Bet-David? Why is Patrick Bet-David's YouTube comments more fucking woke than Asmongold's YouTube comments? What is happening? The USAID check bounces one time. I show speed deprogrammed. Yeah. USAID check bounces. iShow speed goes to China at the same time. TikTok red note crossover. All three of these things happening at the same time literally bricked American consciousness, because the only thing they needed to see was how dope China looks from afar. Okay? That's all it took. They just saw a couple sick things. Chinese regulators grant the country's first ever approvals for 2 companies to operate autonomous passenger drones flying taxis. I told you can't take away an American's treat, okay? You take away America's treats, they will fucking rise up like you've never seen before. They will lose their goddamn minds. You will never catch me in one of those, Chinese or not. I agree. The dangerous side of unrestricted, unfettered propaganda is unironically when like TikTokers read the Osama bin Laden note for the first time and were like, damn, this guy's some good ideas. Okay? That is the dangerous side of unrestricted propaganda. If you only entertain the notion that like every Arab looking, Arab sounding Arab person is like a barbaric monster, and Osama bin Laden committed, heinous acts. Don't get me wrong. And he was also America's guy regardless. But if that's the way that you have justified the war on terror, then all of a sudden when a dude looks like he can fucking write normally, everybody goes, wait a minute, this guy can read and write? What the fuck is this? It's dangerous. That's what happens. The good version of that is basically, Asman does that. He talks about how smart Hasan Nasrallah was. Yeah, I doubt it. I think you're making a joke about me, I suspect. Okay? I don't think Asmongold knows who Hasan Nasrallah is. That would be very funny if Asmongold weirdly was like, no, he did say that? Wait, really? Wait, what? Someone give me the link right now. Asmongold reading quotations from Hasan Nasrallah, the voice of Hezbollah. What? Is this April Fool's? Is this a fucking funny way? Is this a way that you guys are April Fools in me? He even went as far as saying he respects his actions. Wait, what? Osmongold is real? Wait, it was when he was playing Twitcher terrorist? How come he gets to say that and Ethan doesn't yell at him? What the fuck? Do I have to say I'm 99% sure the Holocaust happened for him to get off my back? What is happening? That's one of the reasons why Ethan hates me. Is because I said Hasan Nasrallah is not like some fucking barbaric animal that you think he is. He's actually a very well-read individual. Here's the link. I'm risking another ban.
I'll tell you. 100% terrorist. Like,
I'll tell you, freedom and human rights in America are doomed. The U.S. government will lead the American people and the West in general into an unbearable hell and choking life. Wait, I never actually saw Twitcher terrorists because I think it's disgusting, and I didn't want to see all of my fucking peers on the platforms that I'm on, including my former podcast co-host, compare me to a terrorist over and over again. But these are the quotes that they fucking compiled as like bad quotes. Okay. Yeah, he's right. What do you mean? Are human rights and freedom in America not doomed? Are you fucking stupid? Liberals are so dumb, I think.
Immediately. It's not even a question. Like, look at how well spoken he is. I tell you, freedom and human rights in America are doomed. The U.S. government will lead the American people and the West in general into an unbearable hell and a choking life. Do you really think that a Twitch streamer said that? Absolutely fucking not. We knew this was a terrorist all along. It's not even a question. Oh, God. Somebody says in chat, some terrorists are actual philosophers who'd have known. Keep in mind, I preface that by saying somebody said in chat. I didn't say that. Somebody in chat said that. Anyway. Dead of Kills 100. Hamas terrorist.
Epic based. Almost 1 million views. I love that the big difference between Twitch and terrorists is that the terrorists are more articulated and well-spoken. Very ironic. Hasan calls someone a racial slur. Hasan gets called a racial slur. What?
Media claims 100 civilians were killed. Hamas does not have a standing army. They're in civilian clothes. I know. Cooking. This is.
America deserves 1 million January 6s. When did I say that? I mean, I don't remember, but it's pretty funny. I cooked on that one. What is this? So long as there's imperialism in the world, a permanent peace is impossible. Okay, wait. Was this to fucking glaze people that you have declared terrorists? What the fuck? I just realized if you played this game and you got mad, you just had to have been primed into thinking these are like inappropriate statements. This is just a correct state again. Another correct. Is this to make Hasan Nasrallah look good? Leftists preach and foam at the mouth of the thought of a revolution happening in America, but as soon as it happens in the Middle East, they're doing what they're doing is wrong. Oh, it's Frogan. If Hezbollah is a terrorist organization, America is the top terrorist organization. Okay, facts.
About this. Like, we do fuck around and mess with a lot of people.
Okay. LMAO, you're coming out of that game a terrorist? I think it was made to make you look bad. Yeah, but this is not incorrect. I stand by this statement. For its own good, America should leave Saudi Arabia. Bloodthirsty, violent pig dog? What? First it was Gaza, then it was Lebanon. Next is the rest of the world. They own America, they own Europe, the information, porn, banking. I mean, this is Osama bin Laden. He's talking about, oh, never mind, it's Sneeko. I was going to say, he's talking about Jews. That's an anti-Semitic statement. What is this? Content new. HasanAbi reacts. 1.9 million views. 151.25. What is it? Right here. Let's see.
These Orientalist perspectives, I feel like it's pretty easy to say not to kill gay people, right? I mean, like, damn, it's like, I don't.
Yeah, between me and Asmongold, I think he's the pro LGBT guy, not me. Like, yeah, that's definitely what I was saying. I'm saying it's Orientalist to ask that, ask not to kill gay people. That was the point I was making. I'm glad that these guys understand all of these points very well.
I don't think that this is really that complicated. Yeah, it's just bad to do. It's bad to kill gay people. I mean, shit. Like, what the fuck? What are we talking about?
Woke.
Motherfuckers are better read than you by 1 million.
Well, so are the Nazis. The Nazis were really smart too. It doesn't mean that they're right. I think Hasan Nasrallah was extremely intelligent and very educated. Same with Osama bin Laden.
Wait.
You've got to keep in mind these.
Also, no, the Nazis were not fucking smart. What are you talking about? The fuck?
Guys are so smart they can convince other people to blow themselves up for them.
That's not. Oh my! I can't watch this. Okay, I can't. Why am I listening to this dude who's not smart enough to take a fucking shower on a daily basis? I'm sorry. There's nothing more annoying to me than a guy who doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Should be like, yeah. Well, you know, these guys convince others. You have to be smart to be able to convince someone to blow themselves up. Yeah, dude. That's how it works. They do fucking mind control. They use their words to persuade people to fucking blow themselves up. I like, God, Americans, oh my God. It's just like the nearsightedness. The lack of interest in understanding what the fucking material conditions of like a person living in a place like Lebanon or in a place like Gaza is, where the notion that these guys are just being convinced to blow themselves up because they believe in they believe in the Quran or some shit, or they're getting Jedi mind tricked by Hasan Nasrallah exactly to fucking blow themselves up is so stupid. It's an act of final desperation. Polls have closed in Wisconsin. Let's take a look at what the fuck's going on. I'm moving away from listening to Osman Gold say Hasan Nasrallah is intelligent.
In battleground Wisconsin, it is too early to call in the state Supreme Court race. We are waiting for the very first results from Wisconsin, so we do not have anything for you yet. CNN political director David Chalian is going to take a closer look at the race for us. David, Elon Musk been a huge factor in the contest. Tell us what the numbers show.
Yeah, the biggest factor, Jake, when you look at the money he has spent. If you look at Elon Musk's money with himself and allied groups, $22.6 million from Elon Musk and his allied groups are in this race. Take a look how it lines up against other wealthy folks who have invested in this race on both sides of the aisle. And you'll see here in this stack, Elon Musk is in a category by himself with that 22.6. You see the next Republican donors at 7.5 million.
If Elon Musk loses this, I'm going to be so happy. I'm calling it. I called it yesterday that this will be a major blow to Elon, and it will kickstart. It will rapidly accelerate the relationship deteriorating between Elon Musk and, oh my God, I just realized something. You dumb fucks. I just realized every time Asmongold goes offline, there is a infinitely larger amount of Asmongold said this, Asmongold said that commentary in my fucking chat. You fuckers watch Asmon and then come in here when he goes offline to tell me what Asmongold has done today so you can make me fucking watch his clips. Oh my God. Every time, bro, around fucking right now, I get a mysterious amount, a suspicious amount of Asmongold said this, Asmongold said that clips in the chat. This is fucking crazy. Oh my God. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Actually, what the fuck is wrong with all of you? Find God.
Schimmel, who himself has tied himself very closely to President Trump. He dressed as him for Halloween last year, even, as we've seen, just how much he has made his campaign race about the president.
Republicans are happy with the turnout in Wisconsin. We are seeing presidential level turnout in Waukesha County. There are awards in Pewaukee that are over 1,000 on pace with November 2024 numbers before 5 p.m. CST. Zanesville, Heavy Red, Ozaukee County municipalities over 1,200. We are on pace. That's what the National Enterprise Director of TP Action said. Turning Point Action from Turning Point USA. Anything on the Florida races? Yeah, they lost. The Democrats lost both of the races in Florida. Let's see how this goes.
To a Republican who confirmed my memory, who said that he would not have won likely without the early voting. So they are still holding on hope. The Trump campaign, the Republicans are holding on hope that early voting will be helpful in this race tonight. But the Elon Musk factor is such a wild card because we already know he is going to be investing so much money. He already is in House and Senate races for the midterms. So this isn't only a referendum on Donald Trump, it's a referendum on Elon Musk.
And that's Brad Schimmel. I should note as we're waiting and watching as the White House is very much keeping an eye on this. The president's been tweeting and posting about the Florida results. Obviously, they are also waiting to see what happens in Wisconsin because the Supreme Court there is always such the arbiter of these hot button issues that we've been focused so closely on. They've got a divided government there, and the Supreme Court plays a huge role in that. But I think you make a great point about Elon Musk in terms of when he was having such a huge role in the 2024 election, we had not seen him yet as special government employee Elon Musk in charge of Doge, with even concerns from some Republicans at times. So a lot of them obviously praise him publicly. This is kind of maybe the first time to get an indication of that. And the president obviously has such a strong political acumen that when it comes to reading the tea leaves, there is a question of how much he'll be looking at that.
I think without question, but for Trump, it's sort of a win-win because if they do lose tonight, he can sort of blame it on Elon Musk. But at the end of the day, at the beginning of this Trump administration, my question is, as we've been talking to advisors here all day who've been watching this very carefully, we heard from Ron Johnson, the Republican senator from Wisconsin earlier tonight, raising questions about the president's economic agenda, the tariffs that he's going to announce from here at the White House that really affects dairy farmers. It affects the manufacturing sector in Wisconsin. So that's what this race is also about. So I think
I'm a hobbit in the Shire, Wisconsin, and I have a feeling that Crawford is going to win. You should totally guest star me so I can be your Wisconsin Edinger Mentum. A hobbit in the Shire, Wisconsin.
Cutting of programs in Washington have been local issues because things are being cut in their neighborhoods, research facilities and other things. So that is also what is so fascinating by this, sort of an early look at the first quarter, if you will, of this administration.
Yeah, and could see what it means for the role he plays in the midterms, where obviously his unlimited funds could have a major factor in that. Jeff Zeleny, thank you for that. Anderson, back to you.
Yeah, Caitlin, thanks very much. Elon Musk was on Fox earlier today talking about the money he has put in to Wisconsin and why he's so involved in Wisconsin. Let's take a look at that.
The House is currently Republican by a razor-thin margin, which means that losing this judge race has a good chance of causing Republicans to lose control of the House.
This is so bad.
If you lose control of the House, there will be
him being the spokesperson for the National Republican Party is not a good idea.
That the American people voted
These guys are fucking letting this billionaire dickhead do whatever he wants. It's fine to pump and dump money into the races, but the moment that this uncharismatic charlatan is the spokesperson for the National Republican Party, I'm sorry, no matter how right-wing and stupid the average Republican voter is, they are going to look at this and go, this is a dork-ass loser with a foreign accent. I don't fuck with this. And he has gay-ass electric vehicles. I don't like that either. Because a lot of us live in liberal enclaves. And in liberal enclaves, they love Elon Musk. All the right-wingers here are groiped up fucking dorks who are constantly getting into cryptocurrency schemes. Okay? That is not representative of the broader Republican Party in places like Wisconsin, in places like Idaho. Can you imagine a fucking 65-year-old dude in Idaho being like, yeah, I love this weird dork-ass loser with a fucking stupid accent. I think it's great that he is just like trying to describe what the Republican Party's next steps should be.
Well, Democrats have billionaires too. I guess it just depends on if you get the right politics. It's okay. You know, I think the reason he's using
these. Shut the fuck up, Scott Jennings. There's never been a Democrat billionaire donor that has been this active in manipulating elections. If there was, you would have advocated to assassinate that person. Shut the fuck up. George Soros is not even remotely comparable to what Elon Musk is doing. George Soros is 858 years old, okay? He is not running around America across the country associating his face with the Democratic Party. You're out of your goddamn mind. And George Soros and the amount of money that he spends as a $7 billionaire, which is nothing in comparison to the $300 billionaire that Elon Musk is marginal in comparison to Elon Musk. Okay?
In a presidential race and then inserted themselves in the daily affairs of governing. And we're looking at the $20 million that Elon Musk has dumped into this campaign, which dwarfs spending by even other rich Republicans, let alone the $2 million or like $3 million combined from J.B. Pritzker and Soros. This is not comparing apples to oranges anyway. This is a grape and a watermelon. And so people in Wisconsin...
How much is acceptable? What's the limit?
Well, I think we should get big money out of politics. I am very clear about getting big money out of politics. I think there should be contribution limits, and I think that a person who is it has always been clear that people that donate at that level have it.
And nothing from Madison yet. 1% of votes in, and it's all from Waukesha. It's Jover. Isn't Waukesha where Kyle Rittenhouse came to? That's where Waukesha is, right? Or is he from Waukesha? Waukesha is incredibly right wing, chat. Yeah. Or no, he went to Kenosha. Oh, no, it wasn't. Oh, sorry. I'm thinking of Kenosha. But wait, Waukesha is also fucking a place where there's like constantly neo-Nazi rallies and shit, no? It's very, very white flight and very, very racist. It's patriot country.
Elon Musk, which is something Trump's fine doing.
Yeah. Let's go back to Jake.
Thanks, Anderson. We have a key race alert for you now. The polls closed in Wisconsin about 11 minutes ago, and right now we have some votes. Not a lot, but conservative Brad Schimmel is ahead with 63.9% of the vote.
It's over!
Liberal Susan Crawford has 36.1% of the vote. Schimmel is up by
This is just like the election night all over again.
98 votes. Obviously, this is a mere scattering, a
Where are the
sampling
mules?
of votes. John King, where is this? I don't know what you would call them. It's a little sprinkle, a little dusting of votes. A dusting of votes. Where are they coming from?
It's a first sample, Jake. They're coming from where Brad Schimmel calls home. They're coming from right here in the suburbs west of Milwaukee in Waukesha County. He is a Waukesha County judge. Susan Crawford, the liberal candidate, again, one more time I'm going to explain this. Well, I'm going to explain it more than one more time. You're used to seeing red and blue at home. I know that. So this is going to be confusing for a lot of people. On paper, judicial elections in Wisconsin are nonpartisan. So we list them as purple. Again, with all the money going in here, all the politics.
Come on. Be for real, CNN. Be for fucking real, dog.
Republican statewide attorney general, but this is where he is a county judge in Waukesha County. So he is winning there by a decent margin early on, but it's a tiny percentage of the vote. But this county will be absolutely key. It always is in Wisconsin. Wisconsin has a pretty good code. So I'm going to look and show this up here. You're looking at all the blank map right now. I'm just going to go back to the presidential map to show you Wisconsin has a pretty predictable code for its very, very, very competitive election. So let's pick 2024 and let's bring up the presidential race. Again, Donald Trump, both times he was elected president, narrowly won Wisconsin by almost 30,000 votes. This time was 22,000 before that. But where were we a minute ago? Waukesha, just west here of Milwaukee, right? So you see right here. For Democrats, you have to run it up in Milwaukee, run it up in Dane County. That's Madison. That is where Susan Crawford is a county judge in that county. Democrats have to run it up there. And then it almost always comes down to what are called the wow counties, which is Waukesha, Ozaukee,
it's over!
And Washington. That is the suburban loop around there. And what happened in 2024 is Donald Trump won them. He also won them in 2016. Harris actually did a little better than Biden in 2024 in these counties. So here's one of the questions, right? Trump is popular there. Trump won those counties. The question is what happens in this judicial race when there are both critical state issues, abortion rights, voting rights, and so on. And, of course, the nationalized climate, including Elon Musk being out there. You see right there.
Someone asked, why is this so regional? This is so regional. Why is this so pivotal? It's regional because it's about where the racist white people escape to. Okay? Areas of urbanization mean that there is going to be a liberal tendency. It's a more diverse environment. It means that, like, the white people that live, because this is Wisconsin, it's very white regardless, but it's the white people that weren't like, oh my God, there's black people here, we must escape, versus white people in parts of the state where they went, oh my God, there's black people, we must escape. It's white on white crime. It's the normal kind of white person who's just like, yeah, I don't really, why would I move away because I have black neighbors, versus white people that are like, oh my God, there are black people here. We have to literally build an enclave instantly. Also, picking two different shades of purple for this race is insane work. Especially when the liberal one is the darker shade of purple. What the fuck are you guys
enormous
doing?
consequences because of the issues at stake in the state, let alone the national conversation.
And they also had like a recall election of the governor or something like that, right? Or something.
There was there were others.
Attempts.
Yeah, right. Attempts
against
to
Scott Walker.
Yeah.
Anyway, only 1% of the vote in Wisconsin, but the votes are coming in, Anderson.
Yeah, long way to go. Watching that, Jake, thanks very much. Back here with the team. Again, I mean, this is a Supreme Court race in Wisconsin. $100 million being spent. It's insane.
It is insane, and
it's not good. It's not good for the future of American democracy.
Wow, we just could do that for
nothing to
child
see
hunger,
here.
You know, like what a country this would be. But I want to pick up on a point that Scott made in the last segment about the Republicans really leaning into this being all politics is national. I actually think that is true for the low propensity voters that you have in your party. They connect the political experience right now to Donald Trump, this national figure. This is a challenge and an opportunity for Democrats right now because the national narrative of Donald Trump is what it is, right? We all know it. The reason why those low propensity Trump voters need to care about the local impact is that when Donald Trump makes implies tariffs across blanket tariffs, it impacts you locally. When he does things to Medicaid and Medicare, it impacts your local office where they won't be able to pick up the phones. All of these national politics have local consequences. And so I think it's been a challenge in different eras for both of our parties. But right now, based off of the election in November,
2% estimated
Republicans
vote,
were able to seize
and
on that.
I don't even
Democrats
think they've done
really
Madison nor Milwaukee yet.
National impact to their local pocketbook.
Yeah, there's no votes from Milwaukee nor Madison.
Costs are going to go up for the American people. And
it's over, dude.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something, okay?
With tariffs, but these are just
at a certain point in this night, you are going to look at this map, and the map is going to be all red. Make no mistake, that doesn't mean anything because land doesn't vote. Okay. We need to make it mandatory to show like population density maps where they show like where actually the people live in comparison to other places. Other places in the state, because that is meaningless. Seeing a full red map does not mean anything.
I think it's why when Donald Trump goes up to Roberts and at the Joint Congress and is like, thank you, I won't forget. We're like, forget what? You know, like, wait a minute.
But he did rebuke him shortly after.
He did. But it gives pause. I mean, if somebody helps you get someplace, the fear is that when you want judges to be impartial, and I would hope that, I don't know these people, so I would assume that both will be impartial.
Are you implying that because Clarence Thomas rode on somebody's plane and on their boat?
I disagree with this. I think, look,
yes, I am.
I actually think whoever wins this race.
Shocking.
I mean, one is a liberal jurist, one is a more conservative jurist. I would expect that most of the time they would wind up adhering to their, legal and perhaps personal political ideology on most cases. I actually think we are a little cynical about. I'm a big fan of candidates. I like it when people run for office, no matter what. I respect it. And I just don't think people are that easily bought. Now, that's not to say people haven't been bought in the course of American history, But I guess I'm going to go glass half full on your question.
Well, there's also correlation between how long the term they're serving for is, how independent they're able to be, and if they have a shorter term. I think in a House race where you're basically constantly running for re-election, someone cuts you a massive check to your super PAC.
Yeah.
There's a bit, but even a 6 years in the Senate, you see senators break significantly more with presidents than you do House members. If it's a decade-long or longer judicial appointment, there's going to be a lot more independence.
I can tell you even from my own experience, like I've had people who donated heavily to my campaign who I've never met before, who don't even want to hear from me. And this is a different situation because Elon Musk has inserted himself in every aspect almost of our lives at this point. And I was trying to say to Ashley too, that I brought you into this world, I can take you out. That is the mentality of an Elon Musk or Donald Trump. So sure, there's going to be influence. Most people wouldn't even know Brad Schimmel's name if it weren't for the money that Elon Musk has spent.
We expect more votes to come in from the Wisconsin Supreme Court race any moment. Will it turn out to be as close as the Democrat-endorsed candidate has predicted? Also ahead, we'll joined by Democratic Senator Cory Booker, fresh from his record-breaking marathon anti-Trump speech on the Senate floor. Be right back.
Feeling anxious?
I don't know what's going on.
Don't worry.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Feeling anxious. Brad Schimmel clip.
And she said, but you come home from a day of that kind of work and you don't talk to your family for half an hour after you get home.
Decompress.
Yeah, I got to go decompress. She said, my kids are little, they're in grade school and they want to tell you about their day and you can't because you got to do that first. And she said, you don't talk to your kids, you interrogate your kids. I was like, what? But she reminded me of an example. We had picked up my older daughter. She was 7 or 8 at the time. And she had told a lie, the kind of lie an 8-year-old tells. It's nothing. But we're driving home from picking her up at her friend's house, and I adjusted the rear view mirror in the truck so I can see her in the back seat. So I got her, boom. And we're driving.
Thank you. This is exactly what I was looking for.
About this story she's telling, I start catching.
This is a population density map.
And I got her. All of a sudden, I get a Perry Mason moment. You don't all know what that means. But I get a Perry Mason moment. All of a sudden, she's confessing on the witness stand in the backseat. And I'm feeling good, like next witness. She's crying. My wife's looking at me like I'm a monster. And she reminded me of that. She said, Brad, it's not right. It's not healthy. You don't.
Susan Crawford. Oh, no. Oh, no. Dude, the vote dumps. The vote dumps. Chat. The vote dumps are coming in. Susan Crawford has pulled ahead of Brad Schimmel. Oh no, the mules, they're working. And we still don't even have Milwaukee. Oh no. Dane County vote dumps have shown something scary, that the Democrats indeed have the mules. The mules have arrived. The vote harvesters have arrived. Real talk, do you think she can win? Oh, yeah. I do. I do think that. I mean, I hope. The same reason why I think she has the chance to win here is exactly the same reason why I think 150,000 people, live concurrent viewers, were watching Cory Booker talk about the Manhattan Institute being a beacon of good at the end of the day. Liberals just want anything. They want literally anything, whether it's bare minimum, whether it's optics focus, doesn't matter. They are so desperate to show, to say, fuck you, Donald Trump. That's it. Also, liberals love voting in special elections. They love voting. Off-season voting is the favored liberal pastime. Not only is the off-season voting the favored liberal pastime, but also they're doing this at a time when, the Trump administration is reaching new levels of depravity. Very likely Republicans lose because of the type of people that vote in special elections are likely to be higher income, higher education voters, the exact type of demographic that Dems are actually not collapsing in. I think Elon eats shit, LMAO. Yeah, that's what I think as well. Also, Elon Musk is fucking annoying. Like, I still believe in my heart that, like, the most right-wing people in Wisconsin still hear him do the Jump X logo on stage with a cheesehead and go, I'm not voting anymore. I don't give a fuck. No! No, it's over. It's over. Stop. Count the votes. Count the votes. Count the votes.
With conservative Brad Schimmel with 49.7% of the vote. The judge from the Madison, Wisconsin area is 768 votes ahead, and I suspect it's going to be going back and forth with this very narrow margin as we continue. Only 7% of the vote in, and it is neck and neck. And Senator Klobuchar, we were mentioning, you were just in Wisconsin rallying the troops, as it were, for the liberal judge, Judge Crawford. $100 million for this one state Supreme Court. And people wonder, where's that money going? Well, some of it's going to ads. We have a little sampling of some of the ads that are filling, clogging, whatever people want to use, whatever verb people want to use, the airwaves for our friends in Wisconsin. Here's a little sample.
President Trump's fighting back, but a liberal judge ordered deportation flights to be turned around. We don't need another liberal judge.
Elon Musk bought his way to unelected power. Now, with Brad Schimmel, he's trying to buy his way into our state Supreme Court.
Interesting stuff. Not really about either of the candidates per se.
Right. Obviously, she had nothing to do with that ruling. Those are the kinds of things that happen in these races. I will say, when you talk to someone like Tammy Baldwin, who has consistently beaten the odds and won in Wisconsin, you see how it's done. And it's a grassroots effort. And she's ahead. I'm looking right now. She's ahead right now, and we always knew it's going to be a close race. But I think the first thing you said was most important. It's the most expensive race in the history of judicial races in the nation. And that is because it's been escalated by the likes of Elon Musk.
How does your hair fare in a blizzard?
Wisconsin is not for sale. It's not for sale.
Well,
that's going to resonate with the people.
Do you have elections?
Our elections are not for sale, but you know what is for sale? Pizza. At your school cafeteria, thanks to the great lobbying initiatives, I've decided that pizza has enough tomato in it, and ketchup in and of itself can be considered a vegetable. I'm A.B. Klobuchar.
Beyond this fine judge, she was a prosecutor, circuit judge. Imagine being her. She goes from being a circuit judge running, and suddenly Elon Musk is wearing a cheese head in her state and giving away $1 million checks. That's what our politics has become right now. But I think what you're seeing is that we are in this fight in a big way. And that's why you saw the race turnover in Pennsylvania, where you see these tightening numbers in deep red districts in Florida, where we're beating the odds by double points from before. People are turning out and voting.
It seems like the nationalizing of the race, though, is so much more important for Republicans than it is for Democrats to a degree, because they really do need, Schimmel is basically like getting as close to Donald Trump and Elon Musk as he possibly can, even though he doesn't have an R next to his name, because the voters that he needs to come out really need those people to mean something to them, to get them out of their homes. I think the Democrats, in a weird way, in Wisconsin might be benefiting from not having a clear leader. Like, there's really no one out there that they can tag her with. And she can run whatever race she wants to run. She can run a little bit against Elon Musk and run on some of these other issues. It's a different dynamic than you typically see. But I think here, you actually have the Republicans really needing to make this about more than just the state Supreme Court, making it about these broader dynamics.
Senator, when you were out there most recently,
Where do you think swing voters are right now? Are they still in the mold of being willing to give Donald Trump a chance here, or have they moved on already?
They're getting tired of this. I did a 14 county stops in my own state in rural areas, and there are farmers showing up. There was one small town hall where one of the activists had a sign that said, "This is not normal," and the farmer looked over and said, "What does that mean?" They're showing up because they're not activists, but they're starting to see these tariffs are devastating to them. They've got input costs up. They don't have stability. They've got farm funds
Who
being
you
frozen.
supporting is a fucking Supreme Court election in Wisconsin. Are you kidding me? Who am I supporting? I'm supporting Crawford. I'm supporting literally a wet towel, a stinky wet towel. If the stinky wet towel is the anti-Elon, anti-Trump vote. Okay. Oh yeah. For the record, yeah, Dems are voting for voter ID. It's going to pass. That's why I haven't been looking at the voter ID. People are like, oh, voter ID requirement, like scroll down and check that one out. That's not indicative of this race. Democrats will absolutely vote for voter ID requirement. Democrats have certainly gotten way more right-wing. Ironically enough, a voter ID requirement might not necessarily hurt the Democrats in the long run, especially given that high propensity voters are at the heart of the Democratic Party. It might even cook the Republicans down the line. So yeah, voter suppression, because that's what voter ID is. But voter suppression, unironically, may be a benefit to the Democrats if they keep going down the path that they're going.
We're going to stand by for the next batch of votes to drop. Plus, Democratic New Jersey Senator Cory Booker just spoke. Can you believe it? There he is. Do you see him? I don't know if he's on a
early completed wars in Waukesha. Crawford outperforming Harris by 2 to 5%. Turnout of 78% of 2024's total.
His 25-hour, 5-minute speech and what he thinks it accomplished. Stay with us.
Cory Booker. Yeah. Why are you guys doing way too dank? Wait, there was talks about requiring a passport to vote. That's hilarious. The Democrats and the Republicans together are going to cause the 10-person vote. Finally, only 10 people get to vote, and it's all Democrats. Who is more likely to have a passport? Most Americans don't. But who's more likely to have a passport, you think? Anyway, the mules are working overtime. I sent my mules out there, and as you can see, and this is before Milwaukee votes. Remember, Milwaukee County votes are not even in yet. And I told you Madison, Dane County was going to be a big one. Look at that, 78,000 to 22,000, as opposed to Waukesha's 55,000 to 36,000. Yeah, my mules alongside George Soros's mules are working hardcore. I guess some Madison dumps are. I saw the Wisconsin voter ID would be free. Is it automatic as well or nah? Some people are already hella confused by real ID. Yeah, don't tell Republicans they need to get real ID. If you have Republican parents, just tell them it's fine. What are they going to do? They don't have to travel. It's fine. They don't have to fucking travel interstate. Don't let them get a new ID. Put it off. If you see if you see it in the mail reminding them, just, maybe you didn't see it in the mail, reminding them that they must get a real ID. You know what I mean? Fuck it. Who cares? Right? Yeah. Don't worry about it. Let them not get their real ID. What? I found this. I read a little ways down. Not sure how much help though with that question. Yeah. See, U.S. passport holders: 57% liberals, 48% conservatives. Also, this is liberal versus conservative, not Republican voter versus Democrat voter. I'm willing to bet that even a big chunk of those conservatives are still Democratic Party voters. You have to be rich. You have to be rich to have a passport. You have to already be kind of rich to be able to need a passport to begin with. There's no shot. No, you don't, lol. I think you discount how poor the average person is in comparison to you. You're like, I have a passport. I'm not rich. Come on, dude. First of all, a passport in and of itself is already an unreasonable expense. Why do you need a passport? To travel outside of the fucking country. This is a ginormous country. Most Americans don't travel outside of the country. Why would they? America as a continent is large enough as it is. So no, most people never get a passport. What's the percentage of the population that has a passport to begin with? I want to know. Does it say here? Liberals in the survey are more likely to have college degrees, slightly more likely to have household incomes above 100,000. But regardless of the underlying reasons, data speaks to the fundamental differences. Oh shit! Is the Milwaukee dump coming in? Oh! Big booms coming in from Milwaukee County. 118,000 votes for Susan Crawford. Susan Crawford versus Brad Schimel with 46,000. 72% in the first. Dude, I think they might call this soon. Around 40% of Americans have passports. Elon is coping with voter ID. Breaking, Wisconsin question 1, which adds a voter ID requirement to the state's constitution, is passed. Yeah, he's like, oh, they voted for voter ID. That means my guy will win. My guy's gonna win. Even Waukesha County has shifted +3 in the Dem direction in these early counts. All right, let's hear what Cory,
some very moving speeches, and then some of my colleagues came on the floor and just told them very emotional stories too that really sourced me through the whole challenge.
It was obviously a very emotional experience. Just one more question on the physicality of it, which is, you were a football star at Stanford University. You're 56 years old now, but you were a football star 20-something years ago. Was this more difficult than being a football star and taking some of those hits on the gridiron?
It was just different, my friend. It was just different. This was real, physical challenge. I had to think of a lot of strategic things to do in order to prepare for it. And then, and you're right, I'm a lot older than that football player, a lot less hair too. So it was a challenge, it was a trial, but I really felt lifted by the energy as Congress people started coming over, a lot of my CBC, Congressional Black Caucus friends. It just turned out to be, when the gallery started filling up, it was a lot of folks' energy that really carried me to try to do as I sort of framed the whole speech with John Lewis's demand to all of us. Is his spirit just talked a lot about doing good trouble and necessary trouble.
That was a very moving part of your speech. We should note the previous record was set rather ignominiously by then Democrat, eventually he became a Republican, Senator Strom Thurmond, who was filibustering the Civil Rights Act in 1957. You weren't filibustering anything. You were giving this speech, so not to block legislation, but I want to know, what do you say to somebody who says, well, why were you doing this? Other people have done it to block legislation. Ted Cruz did it to try to stop Obamacare. I think he was doing it in 2013, maybe. Your friend, Senator Chris Murphy, who was there with you the whole time, did it to try to get some anti-gun legislation votes. Tell us the purpose of this.
I think we're really at a point in America where things are happening that don't sit right with people of both sides of the aisle. I did everything I could to read from Republican governors, from the Cato Institute, from the Manhattan Institute, all talking about just the insanity of trying to pass a budget right now that's going to blow the biggest single president record for creating more debt, more deficit, giving tax cuts that are disproportionately going to go to the wealthiest Americans who don't need that tax cut. And then all the while gutting things like Medicaid. It just makes no sense. There's so many things going on by this president who is trashing our allies, bullying Canada, who is in many ways just violating judges' orders, trampling on our Article 1 power. So I just wanted to give a speech that said that this is not normal and we can't normalize it. And all of us have a responsibility to do something different, to take some risks, to be there for each other and to try to ignite a larger movement in our country, the kind of movement that stopped Donald Trump from taking away the Affordable Care Act. And perhaps together, collectively, if we all speak out, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, to the absurdity of some of this, perhaps we can make changes and change some policies and get some other Republicans to change their votes to stop bad things from happening.
Just to play a little bit more of your speech, you did acknowledge Senator Strom Thurmond and his record-breaking until
Dave Wasserman called it already? Dave Wasserman called it already? Told you. Told you. I told you they'd call it quick. I've seen enough. Susan Crawford defeats Brad Schimmel in the Wisconsin Supreme Court election, preserving liberals' 4-3 majority. Oh, what a glorious moment. Oh my God. Let me tell you something, okay? This is, does this offer a stay of execution for the state of Wisconsin to a certain degree? Surely. Marginal victories like this are ultimately very consequential for the lives of average people. But I will say this. If you are not celebrating this because you think, fuck the Democrats, who cares? They're all, genocidal, Zionists or whatever. That's fine. But you should absolutely celebrate this because this is a direct shot across the bow on Elon Musk. This is a turning point for the relationship with Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Donald Trump will come out and say he is fully confident in Elon Musk in the upcoming days, if not immediately after this election. Okay? But make no mistake. Understand that will be fucking bullshit. Donald Trump will probably say something along the lines of like, oh, I'm more confident than ever in Elon. He's great. He's great. He's so good. He's so beautiful. Believe me. Buy more Tesla. Everything computer. Buy more Tesla. Okay? But deep down inside, he fucking hates losers. He hates losers. And Elon Musk is a proven loser on this day. A loser that spent a shit ton of money. Stop yapping with Cory Booker, please. Please get to the goddamn commentary. Elon Musk being associated with your political candidate is a poison pill. Okay? Elon Musk being associated with your candidate or with your political movement is devastating for the cause. Donald Trump is learning that the fucking hard way, okay? So for that reason, I will be celebrating this. Why are we mad at Cory Booker? I'm not mad at Cory Booker. I just don't like his style. I don't think he's genuine. And I think that like the mealy-mouthed, squishy lib, like emotional rhetoric coming out of him is not only being presented as like amazing and genuine and honest or whatever the fuck right now. And a lot of you libs are going to fucking love this shit. But in a couple months, just like with Kamala Harris, you're going to turn around and say, okay, Hasan, you were right. This kind of stuff doesn't read positively. And I know you're going to think that it reads positively because a television man is going to tell you that it reads positively. And it's okay. It's all right. Go on. Have fun with it. Have fun for the moment. Talk about how great it is. Talk about how awesome he is. It's all good. It's better than nothing. So it is the best we got for the time being. Okay? I'm telling you right now, though, his rhetoric, his sentiment, it doesn't match the energy of the fucking the crowds. Make no mistake. People are desperate for any kind of resistance whatsoever, so they'll tack on to this. They'll associate themselves with Cory Booker. But Cory Booker inherently is not a winner, okay? He does not have the charisma, and he certainly does not have any sort of ideological conviction that will make up for his lack of charisma. Because Bernie Sanders is not a very charismatic individual. But Bernie Sanders has ideological conviction. Bernie Sanders is an annoying, stubborn brawler in the eyes of the base. So for the time being, Cory Booker will have his moment in the spotlight. He wants to run for office. But I'm telling you right now, it's not better than nothing, though. I disagree. This is him using the filibuster uselessly and basically spitting in the face of everyone. No, I don't care about that. No, that I don't have that level of, no, that's not the resentment that I have. The resentment that I have is that Cory Booker is a representation of the establishment Democrats. Okay. He is the party man. He represents the party line. And what he's doing here is an optical victory, but not a real victory. An optical victory that is not associated with anything but maybe elevating Cory Booker's career. If this lights a fire under the ass of all congressional Democrats, then fantastic. That's good. If they start like obstructing everything, no matter how silly it might seem, whether it's an appointment or whether it's like judge appointments, whether it's an appointment for a cabinet seat, if they do that, fantastic. Okay. And some are doing that. Adam Schiff came out and said he was going to do just that. Having said that, Cory Booker's style, Cory Booker's demeanor, Cory Booker's rhetoric overall is still from the perspective of like a national, from the perspective of the National Democratic Party, like what the people want. They want liberal Trump. Ironically enough, Brace is not wrong. They want liberal Hitler, okay? That's what they want. The Democrats want a fucking fighter, I think. And Cory Booker is far too mealy-mouthed, far too, oh my God, I'm in my fifis to be that guy. This guy said, watch Nukes Taku, a fucking lolly-enjoying anime avatar guy who loves Israel almost as much as he loves lolly. No thanks. You should be fucking embarrassed to say such things. You should be embarrassed to openly say you love that guy. God damn it, dude. The internet anonymity has ruined discourse to a degree where people are not even fucking embarrassed. Hasan Piker is 400% dead. He's done. He's so done. You're a terrorist, LMAO. Who cares? Suck me from the back, okay? You just admitted you like a lolly consumer. I'll say it to you face, pussy. Brother, you don't even have your fucking name associated with your account, nor a fucking profile picture. You are the lowest form of coward. The fuck? And to be fair to you, I would be really embarrassed to associate my name and face if I was going around being like, you should watch this fucking lolly enjoying Israel dick rider, please. Big tough guy. Big tough guy. How are you so tuned in? You know Nukes Taku's politics? You only got where you are because of your uncle LMAO? Yeah, well, guess what, dude? I'm still at the place that I'm at. And you, on the other hand, are still an anonymous account defending a lolly enjoyer who loves Israel. Oof, pick a struggle, you know what I mean? Pick a fucking struggle. Settle down, terrorist. Oh, he's being mean. My name is Alex. In the words of Khabib Nurmagomedov, send me your location. Here, you need to get shaken like a baby. I'm shaking it. I'm shaking the baby. Get over here. Come here. I think this is hilarious. Yeah, you're not fucking seething at all. I promise. These are the words of a man who is not seething. These are the words of a man who's like, I think this is funny. I've never seen you before and I triggered you this badly, LMAO. Yeah, I'm super triggered. You got me. Notice how between you and I'm not anonymous, and you could, if you weren't so brain broken, you could probably understand from my facial expression and my demeanor that I am not, what you are assuming I am. Genuinely frustrated and angry. No, chatter, there's an entire fucking Madison Square Garden full of people in here, and they're all laughing at you. Nux, the guy that got told to get the fuck away from me from Jaden Animations, I didn't know that. He's like, please go watch my favorite lolly enjoyer, please. Please, he's funny. You are terrorist. Wait. Hasan Piker is 300% fucked now. Asmongold and Nux are pedophiles. Wait, why did he own himself? Hasan, watch out. He's going to increase the percentage to 957% canceled. Yeah. By the way, for the chatters that don't know, this is the account this guy wanted me to watch. Oh my God. He's like, you have to watch this guy. Yeah, the pedophile angle is what I expected type beat. He's been making a video about you every day. Don't worry, Hasan will go down due to his relations with Mitchell. Mitchell? Who the fuck is Mitchell? Anyway, let's get back to this.
In there. So that's your building block if you are the Democrat or the liberal candidate, as Susan Crawford is.
I have no idea who the fuck Mitchell is.
61% of the vote, so more to come there. Then the key test is the suburbs. I'll move the map up a little bit. Around.
Mitchell,
and this is where it gets
Mitchell
interesting.
McConnell.
This is where Brad Schimmel is from. He's the conservative candidate. He is winning in his home county. He's the Waukesha County judge here. He's winning, but he is winning right now. At the moment, he is winning by a smaller margin than Trump beat Harris here. Harris actually overperformed Biden in the Milwaukee suburbs. She still lost them, but she overperformed
What the
Biden.
fuck is
And
this?
Schimmel at the moment is winning. We got a ways to go. That looks like a big, healthy margin, and it is, but it's a smaller margin than Trump beat Harris right there. And this
What
one,
the
let me come
fuck
up
is
here.
this?
In Ozaukee County, Schimmel has just pulled ahead. She was ahead a moment ago. This was a 10-point win. This was a 10-point win in this county for Trump just 5 months ago. And so you see right now
That's
it's essentially
fake, right?
even in that county. So this is one of the questions, right? There's no question Elon Musk's role here was huge. Democrats have made him the new villain. They've made him their turnout monster. A lot of people who came there say the last event when Musk
Wait,
came out,
who's
he said that
Mitchell?
might have backfired. Even Republicans say that. Why he made it too personal out there. But remember, this is an evenly divided
What did
Supreme
he
Court.
mean?
A Democrat just left the court. A liberal just left the court. I shouldn't call her a Democrat. But so the winner here, well, the ideological balance of the court will go to the winner. Will it go to the conservative? Will it go to the liberal? Wisconsin has an abortion law that could be before the court. Voting rights, drawing legislative districts, right? The suburbs. The abortion issue in the suburbs. So yes, we're going to talk about Elon Musk. Yes, we're going to talk about money.
Man, it's
We
good.
should.
It's good to feel happy for a second, you know? I mean, this is like a brief moment of happiness, but goddamn.
Suburbs when we get to the end of the night, and we're looking
I'm
at
in a spectacular mood all of a sudden. Not even a joke. Like, just imagining how this will unfold for Elon Musk, the amount of money he spent on this race, the amount of time he spent on this race. Oh my God, I done did it again. Bro, I don't even need to leave my fucking house. Based on interviews with Wisconsin voters we will publish soon, it was abundantly clear that Elon Musk's presence and money upset voters from both sides of the aisle. They almost uniformly said Musk tried to buy the election. Ooh, this is why you pay me the big bucks. And by that, I mean subscribe to me for $6 a month. Voluntarily. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Or for free with a Twitch Prime. Fucking locked in. From this goddamn $2.7 million house in West Hollywood. I somehow can understand the fucking consciousness of the average American in fucking Milwaukee, even though I've never stepped foot in that goddamn state. People don't like this dork ass loser. He's way too foreign. He's way too neurodivergent for the average person to fucking take note of and go, he's charismatic. He's my charismatic leader. Do not listen to the shit online. They fucking hate him. He reads like a dork ass loser. He's too foreign. He's too foreign. Americans go, oh, what the fuck is this? I don't care about this guy. Why is this fucking rich asshole with a weird, possibly German accent talking to me wearing a fucking cheese head? I told you. I fucking told you. I told you his presence would be a burden on this election. I fucking told you. Goddamn. I do gotta go to Wisconsin eventually, though, to see my boys. Bargos! Thank you for the 50 big ones. God damn. USA! 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 He's fucking dumbass. Yeah. He is disgusting. Okay? He is a disgusting little freak. He is a disgusting little freak. He's a monstrous little cretin. I'm telling you fucking right now. I'm telling you right now. I promise you. Logs. Come to my mansion in Wisconsin. Okay, T-Pain. Part of me wants not to urge to Muhammad. Thank you for the 100 big ones. God damn. Listen. Part of me doesn't want Elon Musk to go away because his presence undermines the Republican Party agenda. His presence and overall disgusting vibes will truly destroy the party. Okay? But also at the same time, I can't stand seeing his bitch ass, which is why I selfishly and in a short-sighted, nearsighted manner want him to go away really bad because he fucks the vibes up really bad. Zylax, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Trinrek, thank you for the 10 community gifted subs. Elon Musk's Wisconsin stats as of 10 days ago. And so Mr. Musk is largely sticking with the formula that worked last time. Door knockers lost lots of money, and even a similar petition meant to identify and turn out conservative voters. Mr. Musk's Super PAC America has laid out $6.6 million so far. The group has assembled a canvassing operation of over 500 employees who knocked on doors. With about 40 paid active canvassers in the Green Bay area, roughly 70 in the Madison area, and more in Milwaukee and rural parts of the state, according to the 3 people briefed on the operation. The Super PAC told its canvassing firms to cut their worst performers. The group declined to comment on its internal workings. Canvassers, most of them pay $25 an hour or $150 a door, have flooded Wisconsin neighborhoods wearing white America lanyards with a badge that shows a photo of Mr. Trump raising a fist after the assassination attempt in Butler, PA last summer. The group has knocked over 1 million doors during this blitz. Some of the people said this week the Super PAC informed several of his door knocking firms that it was cutting back on his overall targets and what Musk's group described them as a reallocation of resources. He's a fucking loser, bro. He's a loser. He's a loser. Everybody hates him. That's it. Wisconsin Supreme Court shows limits of Musk's money. It causes Dem fundraising and engagement to go up. Dems can tie GOP candidates to him. In hindsight, Dem should have made him more of a foil in 2024. Wonder if GOP politicals will seek to limit his influence in future elections. The answer is fuck yes. Okay? And it won't be the GOP politicals that limit his influence. It is going to be Donald Trump that goes, you fucked this up for me. Elon, you fucked this up for me, Elon. Donald Trump hates losers. What did I tell you? Just like I fucking called it, that Elon Musk's presence was going to be a burden on this race. Whoo, I can't wait to see the copium. Oh my God, except tomorrow's tariff day. Save America Day starts tomorrow, so we won't be able to celebrate for too long. Or I guess if you're a JD Pons style guy, you will probably look to the red markets, the bloody, what is tomorrow? Fucking Wednesday, the bloody Wednesday of the markets, and maybe appreciate the demise of America. But having said that, oh my God. Oh my God. Look at the swing graph. Yeah, the officially nonpartisan, I love that they also maintain this, officially nonpartisan contest between Republican-backed Brad Schimmel and Democrat supporter Susan Crawford will determine the balance of power on a court split between 3 conservative and 3 liberal justices. The winner could become the deciding vote on cases dealing with abortion, unions, and voting. What happened? He's announcing the tariffs after the markets close. Elon is the Nukes Taku of politics. I thought Nukes Taku was the Nukes Taku of politics. Election fraud should be investigated. Hell yeah, baby. Oh, they're back to their ways, dude. Oh, that's so awesome. I forgot what this feeling felt like. If only the Democrats weren't such fucking losers so I could feel this entertained by Republicans collapsing under their own fucking weight and nothing else, as a matter of fact. God damn! The mules, George Soros, and HasanAbi. He took away Elon's attention in a moment where Wisconsin needed him the most. Stop the steal. Scott Presler, oh, my goat. Wisconsin, if your polling location was impacted by a ballot shortage, submit a report right now. Oh, my God. This is what they're going with. You joke, but one day will be in his mouth, I bet. What? No, my name will never be in Trump's mouth, I hope. This is your most liberal moment in a while. Dude, I just love the idea of Donald Trump fucking parting ways with Elon Musk. I'm sorry. Let me have a moment of appreciation, okay? This douchebag spent millions of fucking dollars. It's nothing to him, by the way. It's literally nothing to him. But he spent millions of dollars, went into these fucking big rooms, thought that he had an opportunity to fucking swing this election. And this is a really important moment for him because it's a test of his approval ratings. His approval ratings are in the shitter, by the way. Everybody fucking hates him. His stocks are tanking. None of these goddamn Republicans want to buy Teslas. In Europe, it's significantly worse. They're just firebombing Tesla stations. Like, everybody hates him. It's great. Richest man on the fucking planet. Biggest loser on the fucking planet. You know he's going to go on a Twitter storm. I'm going to say, yo, at Elon Musk, maybe you shouldn't have showed up. Wisconsin, man. I think people hate you, dog. You should tweet something to bait him for another ratio. I mean, I don't think this will get a ratio. Tesla delivery numbers are also due tomorrow. Aspen Gold's video tomorrow. It's not based. He went nonverbal after it was called. He went nonverbal. He went nonverbal when discussing Elon Musk's Twitter habits. Oh, damn. I'm telling you, I fucking told you. Aside from obviously the high propensity voters showing up big time, especially against a right-wing administration, which increases the likelihood that people will go out and vote against the administration because the winners stay home. They're like, why the fuck would we vote? I already did my job. Trump is winning. Trump is running the country. He's doing great. I think Elon was a key factor that made this margin the size that it actually is. Liberation Day came early, and so did I. Trump is putting tariffs on Wisconsin tomorrow. Please send Elon Musk all the close races. Yeah. Yep. It's true. Just send his ass out there, dude. Send him across town. Can you shed any light on why the Dems are able to mobilize around a candidate, Susan Crawford, in this example, but are unable to put forward strong, accurate messaging regarding voter ID amendments? Because with Susan Crawford, there is actually a very valid lesser evil harm reduction voting outcome because she's a Supreme Court judge in a fucking 3-3 deadlock. So that's the reason why. That's one instance where you can unironically make the only argument that the Democrats make, which is, you know, vote for this person. Otherwise, you're fucked. Whereas in other circumstances, you need more. You need more to drive turnout, especially because your opposition is driving turnout in you know, crazy numbers. Trump said you only have to vote once, and this dipshit was saying how important this was. Like, nah, yeah. Votes are still coming in big, bro. I really don't want you to have to delete that tweet, says Gay Lennon. Gay Lennon 1917. No, dog, they called it already. Votes are called off of projections, and I'm not Dave Wasserman, even though he is infinitely better at this than myself. But even I told you early in the night that as soon as these two counties drop, we will know who wins this fucking, we will know who wins this race. And those counties dropped, spectacular numbers. Like, not only was Susan Crawford already outperforming Kamala's performance in red counties, but once the fucking Dane County and Milwaukee votes came in, it was over. This is where large numbers of the population reside. The lib got it right. Brutal result here for Elon Musk, who dropped $26 million in his race and still got his ass handed to him. Money can't cure being politically toxic asshole. Yeah. CNN has also called it. They're projecting it. Let's hear what they have to say.
Supreme Court race, keeping control of the court in the hands of liberal judges and defeating conservative judge Brad Schimmel, who had the backing of President Trump, Elon Musk, and Republicans. Crawford's win gives her supporters in the Democratic Party a significant victory after they worked to turn this contest into a referendum on both President Trump and Elon Musk, who had deep involvement in this race. Democrats obviously trying to harness voter anger about Musk's role in slashing the federal government and about the Trump administration.
What a spectacularly stupid thing to do. Literally the least popular political figure in the cabinet, less popular than fucking J.D. Vance, going there and actively involving himself in this race because he's such a narcissistic moron that thinks, because he's surrounded by fucking sycophants, that everybody loves him. And he just fucking ran over there and be like, USA, this is the most important election. George Soros. He put a fucking rally together and got booed in his own political rally. You're a cook, dog. You're fucking cooked. That should have shown you that you should have gotten the fuck out of Wisconsin ASAP.
Candidate will defeat the conservative candidate. This is now ensuring that the liberal majority on the state Supreme Court will stay in control. It comes at a time when there's a lot of hot button issues that could come before the court, things like abortion rights and congressional maps as well. But it also comes as Crawford and her Democratic allies have really sought to turn this campaign into a referendum of Elon Musk. I can tell you, crisscrossing the state over the past week, that is something that we repeatedly heard from Crawford at each of her campaign events, saying that Musk's involvement in the race should be concerning for voters. And it seems that at least in these results that are starting to come in tonight, that some voters have bought in.
Dude, Elon Musk, if he was like a real American, by the way, if he looked like, who's like a real fucking rugged American looking guy, even if he looked like Tom Cotton, who also looks like a loser, okay, and wore like cowboy boots and a fucking belt buckle and didn't have like a weird accent, I swear to God, it would be very different. But he looks the way he looks. He operates the way he operates. He sounds the way he sounds. Ain't nobody fucking with him. That's just not happening.
It is indeed, and we've also been talking about the huge.
Sometimes politics is that stupid. Okay, it's that stupid sometimes, where they're like, you know, there's a lot of
we also have the results.
There's a lot of wealth worship. There's a lot of like idol worship. For Americans, especially for wealthy people and powerful people. But Elon is too repulsive to be able to take advantage of that.
We'll put them up when we have them.
Yeah. Oh, look, this is an important win for Democrats in the state of Wisconsin. It is not an indicator of where the overall country is in terms of political alignment, but it is a testament that when you continue to organize, you have a clear message, you can win campaigns. And I think in a moment like that, right now, Democrats need to remember that and continue to cultivate what their message is ahead of the New Jersey and Virginia elections this year.
Scott, chime in. Say something, Scott. Come on, Scott. Say something, you bitch.
I think that, you know,
come
Florida,
on.
yes, no one expected Democrats.
Talk about how anti-Semitism won tonight or some shit. Come on.
In Florida.
Talk about how this was the Hamas election. Scott.
Area that we will flip back in 2028. That's not what we're saying. But it is giving an opportunity for Democrats to say, well, who are these voters? Are they low or high propensity voters that showed up and that's why it was closer? It gives you some data to examine beyond just
right. In previous races in Florida, the Republican
it was
won
a blowout,
by
30 some points, right? So you want to find who are those voters in the difference in that margin between, and maybe you get draw some conclusions and maybe you don't, but data beyond just a presidential outcome, I think is important.
Yeah, do I think it would have gone different if Elon Musk didn't involve himself in this election? No, I don't. I don't think it would have gone different. No, for the reasons that I mentioned already. Oh, Scott's talking.
Any of these races in Florida or Wisconsin, or was it largely they just kept doing what they've been doing, which is showing up for Donald Trump and nothing else? That's one thing to be studied. I do think the Republican takeaways tonight are going to be this. In Florida, Democrats burned about $20 million on 2 congressional campaigns where both Republicans look like they're going to get around 57% of the vote. Yes,
Dog, that's
not as
less
high as
than what they
Donald Trump
burned
got,
in Wisconsin.
But certainly commanding victories. Democrats were down in the low 40s, Republicans again at 57%. Wisconsin, the voter ID initiative that Donald Trump was heavily involved in and heavily supported, that's a big issue for Republicans and conservatives. Last I saw, it was passing at about a rate of 60-40. So they're going to like that. I agree with you that Democrats have a nice win on the Supreme Court here. Called it early in the night. But for Republicans tonight, I do think a lot of people were sort of bracing for impact that, what was going to happen tonight. And what do we find out? Republicans are okay in their Florida districts, and voter ID is still a popular thing. There's a bunch of people that voted for a liberal Supreme Court justice and turned around and voted voter ID tonight in Wisconsin, which shows you the popularity of that issue, which has been a Republican issue.
I think there's a significant disconnect between
Why didn't it translate to the
Republicans who
Republican
feel like
judge
we're only
then?
4 months into the Trump administration. There may have been some hiccups, but they're largely willing to give him some bandwidth to get his agenda into place. Even tomorrow, when his Liberation Day is coming and these massive tariffs are going to go into effect, they're willing to give him a glide path to see if his plans actually work. I think Democrats, to some degree, may have overhyped that.
Florida is irrelevant ultimately because it's a fucking massive Trump state. Wisconsin, on the other hand, was a close one. Trump won Wisconsin by barely, like less than 1%. Okay. Trump won Wisconsin in 2024 by less than 1%. The reality of the matter is the factors involved in why this blowout is taking place in Wisconsin for the liberals is because of the factors that I laid out earlier: high propensity voters and their likelihood to go out and vote in special elections. Liberals love higher, more educated, wealthier, white liberals in general fucking love voting. They love voting. They come every time they vote. That's a big part of it. You also miss someone doing the Nazi salute? Wait, what? I missed someone doing the Nazi salute in this video. Where is it? So I do think that with or without Elon, the race probably would have gone to the Democrats. Having said that, with or without Elon, the race probably would have gone to the Democrats, but the margins look the way they are because of Elon. 1040. Where is it?
So, I mean, yeah.
Oh, this guy. Oh my God. It's because the banner was hiding it. Did you guys see it? This guy was Sig Heiling and going, "My heart goes out to you." Holy fuck. How did you clock that? That's crazy. Yeah. Gross. Fucking gross. Yeah, I didn't have time to listen to the Vox article or read the Vox article or listen to the Vox podcast that I was on. We'll probably do that tomorrow. I just wanted to...
A recall election, you brought me up to speed. I said this was the quickest a race has ever been called in Wisconsin because it usually lasts days. And you noted that, no, that was not the case. Your recall failed pretty quickly.
Yeah, less than an hour. Yep.
So give us your analysis of what went right for Judge Crawford and what went wrong for Judge Schimmel.
Yeah, I think two things, and I've said this for months. I thought, one, the turnout model was always going to be at the disadvantage of Schimmel over Crawford because there's about 200,000 voters that voted for Donald Trump last November who just historically don't vote in spring elections. And so part of the reason why we wanted the president and others to be involved was to try and connect the dots, to make that connection. And some of that happened, but clearly not enough if you look at these results. The other thing was money. Obviously, a lot of attention of late to Musk, but if you look at the financial advantage, Crawford's campaign spent twice as much as I did in my first election for governor. So that shows you how much the stakes have been elevated. considerably more than the Schimmel campaign, and about
Yeah,
the
except
market paper, at least
it was
estimates about
dominated by
3/4 of
right-wing
that came from out of
funding.
the
What are
state.
you talking about?
So there was a lot
Elon
of
spent
emphasis because the
more
hopes
money
that this new
than
court would
every
take
other
action on
fucking
the
group
congressional matters.
combined
You heard
on
maybe
this
Mandela
race.
Barnes and the other panel in New York saying that he thought that this was in a lot of ways, Mandela Barnes, for people who don't know, former lieutenant governor of Wisconsin, Democrat, saying that in a lot of ways he thought this was a referendum on the involvement of Elon Musk. And we saw Judge Crawford basically making Elon Musk her opponent, not Judge Schimmel, saying like, I didn't know I was going to be, I'm just a humble caveman. I didn't know I was going to be running against, a little nod to a Saturday Night Live skit. That's not a slam on the judge. I didn't know I was going to be running against the richest man in the world. And as has been pointed out, this is a state where your own citizens own the football team. So do you think that was compelling?
I think it's an interesting tactic. It's a little Saul Alinsky-esque in the sense that you've got George Soros and J.D. Pritzker and Reid Hoffman and all these billionaires who've spent far more than Musk did in this, and now pointing and say, well, wait a minute.
I don't think they spent on this. They didn't.
Well, collectively, if you look at all the money from outside that was given to her, again, 77% of it came from out of state, only 15% came from Schimmel, and collectively, a number of the analysis showed.
I'm just saying, like in terms of the money from
individually,
J.B.
those did,
Pritzker.
but if you look at the whole outside money that came from out of the state, it's clearly.
But you don't think it was a referendum on Musk at all, though?
Oh, I think it had a part of it. I think there are a lot of different issues. I think, again, in Wisconsin, you see that flip back and forth.
Elon single-handedly made up, like, I don't know what the exact percentage is, but he made up like a significant percentage of the donations for the race. Like, personally. Okay? USA. Oh my God, I hope he keeps trying to fucking manipulate elections, actually. I really do. I fucking really do. Mearsheimer fan, Crawford got 23 million while Schimmel got 11 million, but sure, keep pretending Democrats aren't the party of lobbyists and big donors. First of all, I fucking never said that Democrats are not the party of lobbyists and big donors, but it's so funny that Mearsheimer fan responds to me making fun of Elon Musk, who was the biggest outside billionaire donor. He's the biggest donor. This is the first thing he retweeted since his last post. In case you missed it, Vietnam has cut all tariffs on American goods in response to Trump's reciprocal tariffs. Unite, libs unite. Yeah. Yeah, billionaire donations to the Wisconsin Supreme Court race. I mean, this is not the entire picture. It's just billionaires that have donated to the race, but come on. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. Maybe he's not tweeting because he's trying to be, he's experimenting with biblical doses of ketamine. Let me Google this. Can you overdose on ketamine? On ketamine. It's an injectable medication is FDA approved, uses surgical anesthetic. Ketamine is a controlled substance. Overdose on ketamine is more likely when it's used at home. Okay, this doesn't say. It fucks with your kidneys. Permission to live out one night, sir. Permission granted, soldier.
In 2026.
I want to go back to Elon Musk for a second because, I mean, it is true that he spent $20 million on affiliated groups that were involved in this race. Is it a risk for?
Can you tell me why Elon tried really hard? Can you explain why Elon cared about this race? It says skill shots fired. The answer is yes. The reason why he cared about this race is because Elon Musk has been claiming that he will be Donald Trump's attack dog. Okay? He's been claiming that he's going to be Donald Trump's attack dog. He's going to use unlimited amounts of funds to primary Republicans that speak out of turn. He is basically trying to be the outsider that whips votes in favor of Donald Trump. This was a real opportunity for Elon to test this strategy. This was a real opportunity for Elon to basically prove his work, that he has the capability, he has the motion, he has the money and power to be able to win results for Donald Trump. If he had won this race, his allegiance with Donald Trump would have calcified. It would have hardened. Okay? It would have turned into, it would have definitely given a much longer time frame for Elon to keep dominating the country, to keep running the country in the ways that he sees fit. And yes, there's a Tesla lawsuit, but that stuff is fine. It's like, okay, Tesla can't enter Wisconsin because they have an auto dealership lawsuit or whatever the fuck. Who cares? That, ironically, is a lawsuit where I'm on Elon's side, by the way, surprisingly enough. I think that auto dealership, the auto dealership union, capital union, is insane. It's just ridiculous. That's not the real reason, though, I think. I mean, I don't think Elon cares about fucking entering Wisconsin as a market that much. I'm sure it would be nice. It would be a nice little fucking, it would be a nice gift on top of that, but that's like secondary. The primary purpose here was because Elon wanted to prove his work. Elon wanted to prove to Donald Trump that he had motion, he had money, and that with money he could dominate races and win them for Big Daddy Trump. He failed. If he had won, he could say, see, I got the money. I dumped the money there. I went there. I got this victory for you, Mr. President. But instead, the predictable outcome happened, and it actually happened in it happened in a way that was a spectacular defeat for him. And I think part of the reason why the margins currently look the way they do, in a state that Donald Trump won against Kamala Harris by 1%, this special election showcasing a 55 to 44% split implies that people, on top of their proclivity to go out and vote in special elections, were extra annoyed with the presence of Donald Trump. That's it. So that's it. People don't like Elon Musk, and Trump hates fucking losers. So I think this will look like a spectacular defeat in the eyes of Donald Trump, and he likes to lay blame on others. He doesn't want to fucking say, Trump will come out and say, hey, look, the ballot measure that I wanted, voter ID, it won bigly. It won by wide numbers. But, you know, I shouldn't have brought that South African to Wisconsin. He shouldn't have gone there. You know, he's too busy with his cars. He should go back to his cars. He shouldn't deal with it. He shouldn't deal with Wisconsin. It's okay. We still like him. And I think that's what's going on. And yes, this is also not incorrect. The best part is Trump is going to ask Elon to back down publicly but keep funding the elections. But Elon is such a petulant man-child, he will take his toys and go home. Yeah, two big egos, two narcissistic assholes in one room. It was destined to fail. And I'll be honest, and I will admit, I was wrong. I thought that this relationship would have crashed and burned a long time ago. I forgot how much Trump loves money. Okay? He loves money so much. He is such a big fan of money. He is the number one fan of money. There's money, money, money. Okay? I thought that relationship would have fallen apart by the first month. I do think now, regardless of how much Trump loves money, he fucking hates losers. He will look to this and go, all right, you're done. It won't happen instantly. Remember, tomorrow, Donald Trump will probably come out and defend Elon Musk. That's what I suspect. but it won't be like a full-throated defense. I think it'll be, told you, look, voter ID just approved in Wisconsin election. There it is. There it is. Democrats fought hard against this. This is a big win for Republicans, maybe the biggest win of the night. It should allow us to win Wisconsin like I just did in the presidential election for many years to come. No statement about the top of the ticket. No statement about what's happening at the top of the ticket. I'm telling you, he'll probably say something. He'll lightly defend Elon Musk tomorrow because he still likes money. But that doesn't mean that the relationship has not taken on significant damage. But on that note, I will leave you with my outro. I love you all, and I will see you tomorrow as always, and we will dissect all of the things that took place tonight.
All the shadows trickling in has all people hate.
But that'll be all for me for tonight. Peace and love, and see you tomorrow. Peace, everybody. Bye-bye.
Just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time.